Enchanté.
The real question. The real question. The real question is who's going to decipher that code I just put up there with my mouse before we started. That's the real question tonight, friends. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a code. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe there were a bunch of little buttons I needed to push right next to each other. You're not going to know. You're going to have no idea. That's the way I like it. Unless you can figure it out. How's everybody doing tonight? How's the music? Too loud? Probably. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. You got Obama ad. That's fun. But Poncho, love to see you. Heart of the Void. Hello, hello. Skim Milk, welcome back. Keith, Prince Quincy, Gladdy, how's it going? Dice Admirable, love to see you. The Ace Adventurer. Ooh, and what an adventurer to have. Thank you for answering your question about my wild magic. You're very welcome. It was a good question. Yo, Blaine, what's up? How's it going, buddy? What are you up to tonight? Blaine, after we played Dead by Daylight the other day, I chuckled to myself because now that we're friends on Steam, I get a little pop-up sometimes if I'm in Steam and you're playing, and it was like an hour or two later and you were right back in Dead by Daylight. That was really fun, by the way. What's up, Matt Thorne? What's up, Peter? Arcade, how's it going, buddy? Arthur? Benjamin? Look at all these fantastic people here to hang out tonight. Guys! Tonight's a special night. If you're new to the channel, tonight is a homebrew review night that is a little bit different. It's a little bit more intimate. Tonight is the member homebrew review night. And what that means is tonight we are reviewing the homebrew that was presented by people that decided to give me memberships for some crazy reason. Or people that decided to support me on the Patreon. Oh, Keith just busting out 5 gifted like it ain't nothing. Like it is nothing. Keith, you're out of control. You're a madman. Well, we got 5 new people that can submit to the next member wheel. I'm pretty into that. But the other fun thing about member night, aside from it getting another night that you have available that's just for you, is that I invite the members to come on stream to talk to me while we look at their piece. So it can be a little bit more of like a back and forth workshop instead of a critique. That's like the main difference. And it's pretty fun. Welcome, Charles. But if you don't want to be a member, if you don't want to be a patron, you do not need to give me a dime. I am not here for that. Although, you know, in theory, part of me is. But if you look in the link below, in the description of this video, there is a link for you to submit homebrew for next week. That will be the homebrew that is looked at over the course of the week. So the way that it works is every week, every day that I stream, I do a little activity and I look at a lot of homebrew. And the homebrew that I look at is homebrew that is submitted in that link down there. And then Thursday night, it's not always Thursday night, it's usually Thursday night, but one night a week is devoted to the members. But we still do it out in the open, so that the common folk can look up upon our gilded tower and lament. Dude, don't even worry about it. You do not need to wish you had the money to support me. I'll tell you what, watching is all I want. What I want out of this relationship is for you to be like, that's a cool guy. And for you to watch my stuff sometimes. And maybe give me a high five in the comments. That's all I ask. I don't need anything else. I am an eldritch infinite being taking over a flesh vessel every now and then to do a live stream. So, my needs are mostly met. The flesh vessel has needs, but that's another story. You're caffeinated? All right, let's go. You're sort of like warlocks. You're like my baby warlocks, I guess. I don't know if you're warlocks. Do you think you're warlocks? I think you're whatever you want. The thing is, I feel like you can have a... I'm gonna make a crazy call here. I'm pretty sure you can have a patron and be a class other than a warlock. I think the warlock is designed with that in mind. But I would argue you could be any class with a patron. Patron doesn't need to affect the mechanics of your existence. Or you can always sort of reflavor the mechanics of your existence so that you have a patron. A paladin, I think, would make an excellent warlock. Who cares? Does a paladin's power need to come from its tenants? Or could it be given? Who cares? It don't matter. No, Blaine, you cannot be religious without being a cleric. Don't say dumb things. I'm just kidding. Man, I gotta get better at making mean jokes and then not apologizing afterwards. I feel like it makes the mean joke less fun. You know? It pulls out. It pulls away from the energy of the mean. Sometimes mean is so funny. I love the power of mean. Sometimes. It can be dangerous, though, when unkempt. You want to make a church artificer? Oh, boy. Everybody wants to make a fucking artificer these days. Everybody and their grandma wants to make an artificer. The thing is, artificers are great. I am just soured on them because I have read so many poorly written artificers that whenever anyone mentions them, I feel like I want to crawl into a hole in the ground and eat a bunch of rocks till my teeth fall out. That's the only problem. Yeah, requires 3 paragraphs for each skill. Exactly. Exactly. John Barnes, don't be everybody's bad sarcasm, man. You're good. You're good, baby boy. Rubber Lucy, what's up? What does that mean, though? Who knows what that means? You're more interested in a fighter, rogue, or sorcerer. I love fighter subclass. Those are all fun subclasses. I love them all. I will say that the subclasses that I think I see the least these days, the ones that I see the least of, I think, I might be wrong. I haven't looked at my stats. Fract sometimes does the stats for the month because he's a crazy man. But I think the subclasses that I see the least are clerics and druids. I think those are the two that I see the least. And druids are often some of the least played classes. And I'm wondering if the reasoning behind that is the same. Where it's like, there's a level of complication there. I don't know. Unclear. Wizards I don't see a lot of either. All right. So, here's how this is going to work. Let me make sure everything is ready So I'm not just nonsensing you. Okay, so I am, if you are a member or a patron and you have a piece on the wheel tonight, if you go into the Discord, there is a waiting room that I just opened in the stream tab that says stream waiting room. Go wait in there. If your piece gets picked, I will pull you in. I'm going to try to hit every piece tonight. Normally on member nights, I actually get through every single piece. I will remind you guys, though, that I did have mouth surgery the other week, so I might not do it. I might not be able to, just because my face starts to hurt after talking for hours and hours at a time. But I will say that my mouth surgery is healing very well. It hurts significantly less today than it did yesterday and the day before and the day before. So I didn't have to take any pain meds today. I didn't have to take any pain meds. I might take one in an hour or so if my mouth starts to hurt. But normally I try to get through all of the member posts. I just want to give everyone a heads up tonight. I might not be able to, and I apologize in advance if I don't get to your piece. I very much want to get to your piece, but I also want to make sure I'm giving enough time to everyone, and I also want to make sure that I'm not getting in so much pain that I'm becoming a grump. I don't like being a grump, you know? Anyway, you guys want to see what the wheel looks like for tonight? Boom, baby! Check out that wheel. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's a magnificent wheel. Right? It's pretty good looking. Can you guys hear the music okay? Probably. You probably can. It's probably fine. It's a little bit of a smaller wheel than on our big wheel, but that's, you know, it's a big, it is a big wheel for a member stream. I think we have almost 30 pieces on the member stream tonight, which is much more than we normally do. But that's okay. Not enough red on the wheel? Man, I'm so colorblind. I don't even know what red is. Is this red? I'm going to guess that this is red because it's the darkest. That's my guess. Welcome, Vander. What's up, Angel? Your brain starts to hurt after I talk for long enough? Yeah, man. My brain starts to hurt too. All of our brains hurt. Let's spin. Let's see what's going on tonight. Matt, did I say hi to you yet, Matt? Hello, I don't know if I did. What's up, Matt? Dry Jr. Oh, Matt, look at that. Speak of the devil. You're first. That's funny. Don't you love when the universe has a weird coinky-dink? I want you to look at a spell called Arboreal Impact. I'm just worried it might be too complicated for its own good. All right, let's take a look at it. I'm going to pull you into stream also. Do you want to come on stream? I'm going to assume you do, but I guess I should check. I did ask the question. You did. All right, let me grab you. Oh, you are. You're in the Discord. Look at you, man. You're so fucking ready. Hey, dude, what's up?
Hi.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, I'm fine.
How are you doing today? Here, let me put this link in the Discord. How's it going, buddy?
All right. I'm good.
So we're looking at a spell called Arboreal Impact today.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to tell me what your goal is first, or do you want me to read it first?
I guess I could tell. First, I thought it would be nice to have like a spell that grows a tree.
Mm-hmm.
There are spells that like promote plant growth, but not one that you can just like make a tree.
Yeah.
Because there are some spells that do kind of like there to be trees, like transport via plants and that sort of stuff. And then it sort of evolved from that in something else a little bit, and I'm just worried it might have.
You're worried it got to be too much?
I might have made it too complicated. Later, too many things on top of each other.
All right, I'm gonna say something now before I start reading it. It can be okay for a spell to do a lot of things. I think that when you want a spell to do a lot of things, you just have a lot of it comes down to the formatting of the spell and the appropriate leveling of the spell. Like if you look at some 5th or 6th level spells, they do a lot of them are like a page of text because you're getting into weird stuff. So just because it does a lot of things doesn't inherently mean that there's something wrong. It might just be a formatting thing. But let's dive in. This is the Arboreal Impact. 3rd level transmutation, range 60 feet, 1 action, instantaneous. You point at a planted seed or a small sapling within range. It instantly and violently grows to a great 60-foot tall tree with a trunk diameter of 5 feet. I'm going to burp in a minute. I can feel it coming already. We're getting burps in early tonight, guys. There it is. Each creature within a 15-foot square centered on the tree must make a strength saving throw. The creature takes 3d10 bludgeoning damage and is pushed back 10 feet on a failed save. On a success, it takes half damage and is not pushed back. A creature standing in the space where the tree emerges automatically fails the save. Any structure that would halt the tree's growth takes double damage from this spell. Okay, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think this spell is too complicated. I don't think that's an issue. Chat, you might disagree, but
yeah,
I think
it was just.
I think everything it does makes sense. Here's my question for you: what's more important? Is it more important that it does all of these things, or is it more important that it's a 3rd level spell?
No, I'm not attached to the spell level. That's just kind of the level I thought it might work at.
So here's my only thought.
The damage or something.
I have two thoughts. One, the first one is that the way that it's written, you can kind of I don't know if this is intentional, but it turns anything into a 60-foot tall tree. So if you cast it on something a tree that would normally never be that tall, or like a strawberry seed, it still turns it into a 60-foot tall tree.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, the reason why I think it should be a higher level spell is because I think the most powerful part of the spell is the double damage on structures. I feel like you could put this in a pot and put it in a building and destroy the building pretty easily. You know what I mean? Put a seed in a pot,
yes.
Plant the pot in a building.
Sure.
And I'll be honest, I like that. I like that a lot. This is what I'm going to say. This is what I would suggest. I would lower the radius, a 15-foot...
It's just a 5-foot radius around the tree.
Oh, I guess that's true. It is. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. This is what I would do. I would get rid of the automatic failed save. I'd make them make that saving throw at disadvantage, not automatic.
Okay, I made it automatic because if they aren't pushed back, they are inside the tree.
The way that I would probably word that if I were you, and this might be making it even more complicated, but I think it is worth it, would be something like if they're within, this is actually what I would do. I would probably make it so if they're underneath, if they're on that, I would put another check in there. I wouldn't automatically make them fail the check, but I would almost want to do something where it's like if they're where it grows from, they have to make an athletics check to hold on, and then they end up, 60 feet up in a tree, or they fall 60 feet. So it's like they're shot up into the air and launched down. That's where my head goes. I feel like I'm not a big fan of an automatic fail state on a save. So I think that if I were you, I would do something to make it different for that. So if you don't like the idea of they have disadvantage on the save because you want it to be like they are in the tree, then make them in the tree, That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if I did that, because I did try to keep it fairly compact, because technically this has several effects. It makes a tree. It has the damage effect, pushback effect, and then the double damage to structures.
So if you don't want to add any other effects,
No, I was just thinking, what if I, instead of the pushback, just make it the base effect being the pushback is upwards, and I guess remove lessen the damage because there's possibility of falling damage, I guess.
I don't think you...
And in that case, it's worse against structures as well.
I like it against structures. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's what I'm Blaine asked, do you need to plant it? I think you do need to plant it. It says a planted seed, but you could plant it in a pot. Do you know what I mean? Just because it's planted doesn't mean it has to be in a singular location. You could be a gardener. The other thing that I would suggest doing... Well, it's hard. Because I almost feel like a 5-foot trunk is not enough, but I accept that. I don't know. The pushback makes sense. I don't think you need to get rid of the pushback, especially with it having branches and stuff. I think the simplest solution, I think, would just be to have it get disadvantage on the save. But if you really are keen on the automatics fail, it's just a weird mechanic.
I'm not really. I just want to. I made the pushback effect, and then I realized that, well, I'm making quite a big tree, and someone might be standing in the space where the trunk is.
Yeah.
So they can't really occupy the same space. That's why I made that thing. But I could just give them, like, instead of automatically failing, I just say if they're standing in the space where the trunk is, they're pushed back 5 feet, regardless if they fail or save.
Mm-hmm. You could do that.
Something like that.
Yeah, you could. Okay. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. You know that. But
no.
I do want to say, I love the idea that the person that is centered on it, they have the option to make an athletics check instead of a strength saving throw. And if they succeed on it, they end up 60 feet up in the tree. I just want to throw that out there. I think that is very funny. So I think I encourage you not to lose that idea. But I also think that this is not a 3rd level spell. I think this is 4th level minimum. Because the permanence of the tree and its size, I think, is important.
That's true.
Like I've done something like this as a magic item before, and I've always made it like a one-time use magic item, but this is not one-time use. So you could do some devastating stuff with very quickly building a lot of trees.
Harder to obtain or costly material components?
I don't know if you need to do that. I sort of feel like the material components are the I mean, I guess you have a handful of ash and crushed seashells, but I also feel like the main limitation is it has to be a planted seed. The other way that you could limit it is you could limit it to a sprout, so it has to be something that has already started to grow. And you could also say in the ground as opposed to just planted, and that would limit it a lot in terms of them being able to, like,
I mean, I could
go into the middle of the building with it.
The planted seed parts, and just you point to the small sapling. That's it.
Yeah, that could also work. I really like it though, man. I think this is a very good way of doing that. Maybe keep it as a sapling. If you keep it as a sapling, I feel like that pulls the power down quite a bit in a way that I think 4th level would be the maximum I would make it. And I think it sits sort of between 3rd and 4th, so I could almost see an argument for either. Benjamin with the 10 says they think it should be a dex saving throw. You aren't going to physically overpower a growing tree. That's actually a really good idea. I think it should be. That makes a lot of sense. It being a dex save instead of a strength save, that makes sense.
Okay, let's see. So currently, the changes I might make, I could remove the seed part. I could change the save, and I'll probably the automatic failure goes away, and I'll either add like a slight pushback or possibly try to insert some sort of, like you mentioned, like an athletics check to like grab on.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be an athletics check, but I do think it's worth considering having the person that is underneath it get a different effect somewhat than the people that are around it. Almost like Ice Knife, where it's like something extra happens to them. Like they could still have to do the check or take damage, but to just put another condition or another penalty on top of that person that's in the middle.
Oh, what if they fail the saving throw, the tree pushes them up the 60 feet.
That's
and then
great.
They're stuck there.
That's great. That's also great.
Instead of being just pushed back like 10 feet like everyone else, they're just taking along for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, being shot 60 feet up in the air, even if you're safe up there, that is a big detriment if you're in the middle of combat or something like that, because you have to figure out how to get down without hurting yourself. That's going to be a resource that you're going to have to expend. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that a lot.
But you do have to kind of set this up as like almost like a trap.
You do, but I would also argue that if you are in battle in a place that is not like in a town, like if you're just in the wilderness, especially off the path, like there are saplings everywhere. There's saplings every 10 feet. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Man, I really like this. I would, this is the kind of spell that, like, if I was playing a character that was like a nature wielder, this would be one of my favorite spells to take. I think the combination of, like, all the different things you could do with, like, building the physical thing, the way it can interact with other nature spells or abilities, also just, like, it's a very out-of-the-boxy spell, but also some chunk to it. Yeah, really solid, dude. Really solid.
Yeah.
Do you have any final...
I saw some comments.
Yeah.
One said, is the haunt spell below it unfinished? Yes, this is like a document where I have a couple of different spells I'm working on. And then Bot Poncho, nice name by the way, said he would also like the tree to grow with spell levels, with higher level spells.
Oh, you could do something like that.
I had something like that earlier, but A, I felt it was a bit wordy, and B, 60 feet is already quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's like a rope trick. And let's say it's just 5 feet extra each level would almost double the height of the tree at 9th level.
Yeah.
Which I don't know.
No, yeah, I agree. I don't think I wouldn't make it in this version of it. I wouldn't make it grow more, especially with starting it with it at 60 feet. Cool. Yeah, Blaine pointed out that, like, if you do something with, like, launching people up in the air, you might need to explain how they take damage if they fall or whatever happens to them in those mechanics. But yeah, this is really evocative. I'm a big fan. Do you have any final thoughts before I kick you out?
Not really. Thanks for feedback.
Of course, buddy. See ya. Click. That was Matt Thorne, everyone. Let's give a little round of applause to Matt Thorne. Oh my God, I don't even have the applause up. Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Applause. Wonderful. Very fun piece to start us off with. The arboreal impact. All right, let's take a look. Let's spin again, shall we? Somebody said hi. Who didn't I say hi to? Somebody popped in and said hi. Rand said I didn't say hi to you yet. Silly idea, didn't say hi to you yet. GW, what's up? Old action. What's up, guys? Pokeniner is next. Magevast. What's up, Magevast? Omen, it was you. I think it was you. Hi, Omen. Somebody said, like, hello. Hey, Trad, what's up? What's up, Great Bread? Man, I love me some Great Bread. Oh, wait, no. It's not. It's just Pokeniner. There we are. Why did it say Matt? Weird. Okay. Bro, the member wheel is so uncrowded and clean looking. It's because people, you know what I actually think it's because? I think it's because, I mean, it's just less people, but also most of the people that are members and do the member wheel, they just write a name. A lot of you guys write like a sentence and a half, or like accidentally like put the description of the item in. It's just, so the open wheel is just fucking madness. Pokeniner, I don't think is going to be here. Let me just double check. They said they are, but I don't see them in the Discord. So we'll see if they come online or not. If this submission was reviewed on Tuesday, Wednesday, then you may ignore this review. Thank you for using the word may whenever you can. And move on to the next. Warlock patron alongside a new Haze patron. And the following document is the Pact invocations as well. All right, let's take a look. I don't think I looked at this. There you go. There it is in the chat. Are we looking at just invocations? All right, I fucking love invocations. Let's look at some invocations. Wait, did I click the right document, right? I did. Okay, yeah, let's look at some invocations. So this is the Pact of the Mantle. A new pact. Let's see what it does. Oh, I meant new pact, but I also like new invocations. Your patron grants you a mantle of patronage. The mantle, did I put it in the chat? I think I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat. What am I talking about? Your patron gives you a mantle of patronage. The mantle adjusts to fit the wearer and can be recalled back to its owner as a bonus action. Ooh. When the wearer makes an attack roll ability check. Wait, I just made a silly voice and I didn't actually read what that said. It just fits and can be recalled back to its owner as a bonus action. Okay, so if it's somewhere else, you can bonus action, boop, it's on you. When the wearer makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw with disadvantage, they can choose to remove the disadvantage from that roll. This benefit can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and all expended uses are restored on a long rest. Huh. So this is not terribly dissimilar to the Pact of the Talisman. Pact of the Talisman allows you to add a D4 to an ability check when you fail the ability check, potentially turning it into a success. It's not dissimilar. This is what I'm going to say. 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 Mechanically, I think it's fairly sound. Poke9er was having Discord issues, so I don't know if they'll be able to make it. Dang. All right. I think mechanically it's pretty sound. This is my question for you, Pokey. I'm wondering if it is evocative. Because I think the biggest issue with the Talisman is that it's not particularly evocative. It's a good mechanical boost, but I struggle with feeling like it changes the way you feel about your character or player character in the way that the tome or the chain or the blade do. And I'm wondering if this is going to feel the same, because I think mechanically it's solid, but that's my thought. Is I'm wondering if there's a way that you could interpret this mechanic or something else you could add to it that would make it feel more distinct and flavorful. When I saw that can be recalled to its owner, I was thinking it was going to be a throne thing like Doctor Strange cape. I think it is a little bit of Doctor Strange's cape, but it just doesn't fly you around. Let's take a look at a couple of the invocations. You won't be able to join chat? All right. No worries, buddy. Woven Defense. Your mantle can weave into your armor. When you are wearing your Mantle of Patronage, you can use your Charisma modifier instead of Dex when determining your armor class. This does not change the AC bonus limited of certain armors. That's very... I feel like that might be... I don't know, man. I go in two directions. Part of me goes like, ooh, I feel like that's too strong. And then the other part of me is like, that's also how, like, other things work, though. Like, rogues add their Dex to their armor and their attack rolls. Would it be very different for a Hexblade Warlock to add its Charisma to its attack rolls and its damage rolls? I guess it would, because the other thing that they get is spellcasting. There is not a rogue spellcaster that uses dexterity for spellcasting. So now you would be getting Charisma for your defense, offense, and spellcasting. That feels a little too much for me. A little too much. I want to read a couple more. I'm almost curious. I want to see if there's like something in here that we could be like, oh, this is something we could add here. Like, I almost want to say, I don't know. Let's look at the Awakened Mantle. Hey, what's up, big pimp? Your mantle gains a small bit of sentience in order to aid its bearer. Whenever a creature makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw with advantage against the wearer, they can expend the use to remove the advantage. All right, so it's sort of just an advantage-disadvantage machine. I love the idea of a packed mantle. That's like a strange hooded thing you wear. But if I were you, I think what I would do, even though I'm not on board with the armor, I think that is the right direction to go in. I would spend a little bit of time and I would think about what does a mantle physically actually look like and do. And then try to find ways to sort of mystically make that bigger. Same, because like, think about it with Pact of the Chain, it's about having a familiar, but it's about having this strange mystical familiar. And that's what it feels like it is. With Pact of the Tome, it's like you are getting like secret knowledge and strange mysteries. And that like kind of fits like a book, you know what I mean? Or like a weird evil spell book. I feel like mantle makes me think of cloak, hood, you know, maybe deception, illusion, mysteriousness, shadiness. It doesn't really make me think of advantage, disadvantage. Keeps you dry in the rain. If Hexblade took this pact, they wouldn't have extra attack. That's not true. This is a pact. This is not a subclass. Hexblade get extra attack from their subclass, not from being a Hexblade, not from Pact of the Blade. Oh, that's not true. They would need to get it for the extra attack. You're right. I'm dumb. There's an invocation for extra attack. You're right. I'm dumb. I'm gonna get 30 comments correcting me right now. But yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I would lean more into the, I would rest your laurels more on the cloak hood if I were you. But I like the idea, and I feel like having a pact that is a mantle fits really well. All right, let's give a little round of applause for the dear Pokey9er. Thank you, Pokey. Look at the 12th level one. Fine. Where'd it go? For you, Derek. Mantle of Freedom. The wearer gains a fly speed equal to their walking speed. They can't use this fly speed if they're wearing heavy armor. In addition, if the wearer falls. So, yeah, I mean, okay, so is the goal that it does just turn you into Doctor Strange, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, a fly speed at 12th level isn't crazy. I don't have super strong feelings about that. Oh, that's the Doctor Strange part. Yeah, I got you. Anyway, thank you, Pokey9er. Ooh, who's gonna be next? Oh, it's Baba. One of our mods. The spell I'd like you to take a look at is Okulu's Sleeper. This is my big wizard spell compendium. I suggest use the document outline to find the 4th level. Thank you, I will. If you ever send me a long compendium or a document that's super long, I want you to tell me exactly what thing to look at. And if it's long like this, you got to give me that sweet, sweet table of contents. All right. I'll post it in the chat in a second. Yeah, there we go. Here it is. All right, here it is. Are you joining chat today or no? No. Okay. If you have questions, let me know. Oh, wait. Okulu's Sleeper. Yeah, it's pretty crazy when people I love see. I'll be honest, I don't usually skim the documents for things other than what I'm supposed to be looking for, but it does kind of warm my heart that people are like building these massive like compendiums that they're working towards. I feel like that's such a wonderful project, whether it's for your home game or for something larger. A lot of people, there was somebody in the chat the other day that said they were doing their first homebrew and it was going to be a class, and I was like, that's going to be so much work, and you're going to have so much stuff that you're going to have to go back and do over and over again. I feel like if you want to do a really large project, doing a compendium is a great way to do it. Where it's like, I'm not going to try to figure out how a whole class works just yet, but I'm going to figure out how first level spells work, and I'm going to write 20 first level spells. Because then at the end of it, you're still going to have a massive work, and it's going to feel like something cool. But it's also going to help you build that foundational knowledge. I'm so burpy tonight. That'll lead you to... God, I'm in the middle of trying to say something serious, too. What's up, Manic Mouth? How's it going? You have like 4 large documents? Yeah, I just have a chaos Google folders that's totally unorganized. All right, let's take a look at this spell. 4th level transmutation casting time, an hour. Ooh, this is an out of combat boy. And it's 500 gold to cast it, which consumes the ruby. Okay, so this is a powerful spell. Before we even read what it does, the fact that it takes an hour, the fact that it is consuming a 500 gold ruby, it's going to be powerful. This is like Revivify type stuff, but more. You have like 90 items? That's very cool. Let's see what it does. You grow a nodule of flesh. Gross. Deep within your body to contain a seed of your eventual rebirth. After you have been dead for 1 hour, let me start that. After you've been dead for 1 hour, if your body has not been destroyed and your soul is free and willing to return to your body, the nodule grows and consumes your corpse. you are restored to life in a newborn version of your previous body with 1 hit point, and your strength, dexterity, and constitution scores all temporarily 1. Every time you complete a long rest, your body matures rapidly, and your strength, dex, and con increase by 1d10, each until you reach your normal ability scores. This effect can't increase your ability scores above their normal values. I think you just cast this whenever. You just, like, cast it when you wake up, and then it's just on until you die. So the duration is probably actually until dispelled. That's how I would phrase that. I would say the duration is until dispelled, not instantaneous. The other thing that I'm going to say, I'm going to point something out here. You sort of balance it being 4th level by this downside of your strength, dex, and con become 1. I don't know if I agree with this mechanic here, with this recovering 1d10 every day, and then everything being 1. I will tell you why. This feels very much like the things that kind of sit in, like, old school D&D, where everything was much chunkier and more, like, gritty. I wonder, I question how much fun this spell is going to make a player have. And I wonder if this recovery, even though I do think it is a way to balance this being a 4th level spell, I'm wondering if it's going to be fun to have 1 hit point, 1 strength, and 1 dex, and 1 con. Or 2, or whatever the rolls are, for a couple days. Like, or is that just going to make you annoyed with the game? That's one thing. And I don't have an answer for that, but I do think it's worth thinking about. The other thing is actually something that somebody just said in the chat before me, my good buddy Blaine Simple, which is that it is so good that it's sort of like a no-brainer. Everyone will have this spell. There's no reason to not have and cast this spell. And there is a part of me that wonders when a spell or ability... We talked about this last night on stream. When an ability... When you're given a bunch of options, whether that's class options or spell options, and one of them is so clearly worth doing that you, like, it's dumb not to take it, it kind of messes with the game a little bit. It kind of makes the other options less inherently valuable. And one of the ways that D&D gets away with this a lot of the time is, like, yeah, Leah, exactly, like the lucky feat. Also, hi, GM Workshop, what's up, man? And the D&D kind of gets away with this because a lot of those abilities, a lot of those spells are so high level that by the point of the game that you are choosing to get them, it's almost irrelevant. Because it's like, you're a superhero, and now you can cast Wish. Okay, or you're a superhero, and you're a little bit less good, but you can cast True Polymorph. You know what I mean? Like it's not... It's way better than Clone? Yeah, I mean, it's significant. It is also stronger than Clone. So, what I would do if I were you, if you want to keep this idea, is there needs to be something that is happening to you while it's active that is a penalty or is a encumbrance or is something that makes it so it doesn't just feel like, oh, I should just do this. And then you have to think of a way to do that it's still fun. That it's not such a detriment that it's not fun. Yeah, no, the duration just needs to change, and the duration should be until dispelled. Because I do like the idea that you could turn it off with Dispel Magic. That's pretty cool. Bear Totem is a perfect example of when one option is significantly better. When it's active, you can't cast spells that require concentration. That is an interesting idea. That is an interesting idea. So yeah, that's what I think. I like the idea of it. The thing that I like the most of the idea of it is the flavor. It's very grim and gory in a way that I think is fun. I think that you got to spend a little bit of time sitting in the space of, like, how powerful is this compared to Clone? How much fun is this detriment going to be? Or how much is it just going to be a detriment? Because there are fun detriments. Or at least not less, or at least less tedious ones. And then also, like, what can we give it? What else can we give it so that there is a reason to not just have it all the time? The concentration thing, I think, is pretty good because it's like there's something inside that's like itching at you, so you can't ever fully concentrate. Yeah. I like it a lot, though, as an idea. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. Baba, fun idea. Thank you for sharing. Let's give our good Baba a little round of applause, shall we? I want to point out something that Derek just said. Derek just said it's got that style. And I don't know if that was in reference to something someone said, or you were just saying the spell has style. If you were talking about something in reference to something somebody said, I don't know what you're talking about. But that spell did have style. And that's kind of what the difference is between, I think, a good foundation for homebrew and when you need to rebuild your foundation for homebrew. Because if an idea has good foundation, and by foundation, I don't even mean mechanical foundation. I mean like idea, like style, vibe. I talk about this a lot. Vibe and evocativeness are so important. If you have a good evocative idea, then you can work till the cows come home to figure out the mechanics for it. But whatever you end up figuring out is still going to be built on something that is exciting. So even though a lot of the mechanics there, I think I stumbled with. I didn't stumble with. I struggled with. I just stumbled with my words. I struggled with my struggle. Excuse me. It was still very like it was an interesting, exciting read, which I think means you're going in a very good direction with it. All right, thank you, Baba. Would be cool if it slowly turned you into a monster. That would need a whole other thing. But I want to. That's what I'm trying to do in my real life. I'm looking for that radioactive spider. This is Jaxie. Jaxie says they are going to appear on stream. I don't know if I've spoken to Jaxie before. Oh, I see them in the chat. Jaxie, I'll pull you in a second. This piece was inspired by a class I made. It was inspired by the Anita Blake Vampire Hunter novels. I'm not familiar with them, but that's okay. I wanted to make it feel like a vampire while also more of a melee-type sorcerer. The vampire power table is below the subclass since it's so long. Oof. I'm going to be some right now. You got to be careful. You're going to put something long in your thing. It's the longer you make your homebrew, the less likely it is that people are going to read it. So that's just worth thinking about in general. Are there too many options? Almost certainly. If I'm not in the waiting room, I might not be home yet. All right, cool. Let me pull you into the chat because I see you. Hey, Jaxie, what's up? Jaxie, Oh, Jaxie, you got to make me... Jaxie, you got to unmute, and you got to make it so we can access it. Jaxie.
Yes, okay.
So, Jaxie, you got to make
how do I do that?
You got to make a shareable link. So do you see the Discord screen? Not Discord. You see the thing? So do you see this little button up here that says share on your document?
Hold on, let me bring it up.
And then you can click how people can view it, and then you can just say anyone with the link, as opposed to whatever it was before. Also, mute the stream.
Okay. Sorry.
No worries, buddy.
Okay.
You get listen. It's another value of being a member or whatever you are, because normally I would just not read your piece. So did you change it? Do you know how to change it?
Anyone with the link, right?
Yes.
I changed it.
All right, let's see if it's good. Let's see if it changes for me. It did. Amazing. Wonderful. So how are you doing today? Tell me a little bit about this piece.
So I made it as something that I came up with a class that I had. I was just at the part of the stream where you were talking about someone wanting to do a class for the first time. I had rewind to make sure that I was actually on the wheel this time. I couldn't remember if I had applied or not.
No, you got it. You got on, my guy. You here.
Okay.
So it started as a class.
The idea is the idea is I wanted something better for vampires than Dampier, and I was a really big fan of Anita Blake, the Vampire Hunter novels by Laurel K. Hamilton, and she had really great vampire lore.
Gotcha.
And so that had inspired me. I made the whole class, and I realized that it was a little bit much, and that this could actually be streamlined into a sorcerer bloodline, and it actually, because I was trying to figure out how to put it into like a campaign setting, because I was thinking about making a campaign setting just for the Anita Blake Vampire Hunter novels in this in the D&D world. But this was my first attempt.
Okay, cool. Let me dive in. I'm gonna point something out immediately. Okay, have you seen my streams before? Have you been here for a little while?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna ask you not jump in until I ask you to, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So the first thing that I'm gonna say is that I vehemently disagree with allowing you to make Constitution your spellcasting modifier. I would not do that. I think that there are a lot of arguments in both directions of whether or not that's overpowered. In my opinion, it is incredibly overpowered, and I would never do it. So I strongly, before I say anything else, I strongly would just encourage you to just take that out. So let's see what else we get at first level. You can use your blood as a spellcasting focus. That's cool. Do 1d4 damage to yourself per spell level each time you cast a spell. You can't reduce or negate this damage in any way. This is an interesting feature. I would call this a ribbon feature because it doesn't say you have to use your blood. So it's sort of like, normally you would just use a spellcasting focus, but if you're in that situation where you don't have access to one, you can use your blood, and there's a punishment for that. I like that a lot. It's a very interesting ribbon feature. And I'm wondering if people are going to notice it's a ribbon feature. It definitely feels like one, but I think it's great for one. And then we roll 1d10 for a random power from 1 to 10 from the basics power list. So I see that we have this power list here. I'm not going to read this probably on stream unless it becomes incredibly important, but I will tell you that it is way too much and it is way too complicated. And it's probably, and I don't mean it's way too, let me say, it's not too complicated. It's just too much. And my guess is what you're trying to do here is you're trying to accommodate the fact that you're trying to fill a niche. You're trying to make this thing what you want it to be, to feel like this character in this story. But whenever you're making a subclass for D&D, whenever you're making anything for D&D, you can't fit everything in. And I see things on this list immediately that shouldn't be on this list, and I'll tell you why. So for example, 17, you get a fly speed equal to your walking speed. As a sorcerer, you can just get the fly spell. So, like, I don't think this needs to be here unless flying is, like, a really, really important part of who this character is. And if it really is important, put it into the base subclass. So what I would strongly encourage you to do is whatever this list is, figure out which of these things are the most important to make this feel like you want it to feel like, and they work well together. And instead of doing this power list that you're picking things from or rolling to pick from, just build them into the subclass. That's what or if you're gonna make options, make it the kind of thing where at first level, you're picking between 3 options. At 6th level, you're picking between 3 new options. That sort of thing, like a totem barbarian. And even if you do that, you have to be very thoughtful about how you build out those options so you don't find yourself in a situation where you're unintentionally creating like weird combos that can be just so much better than all of the other options. The more variety you add to a subclass, the more balancing you have to be pretty thoughtful towards doing. And the other reason why I'm going to suggest against this massive table is it's going to make it hard for the person who's playing this thing to like really envision what their character is going to be, because you're going to like, if I was reading this table and I was very invested in reading this table, I wouldn't really remember what was going on in option 1, 2, 3 by the time I was reading option 8, 9, 10. Like, it's just going to fade out of my head a little bit. And when you're making a subclass, or making anything, you really want to be like grabbing people by the throat to get their attention and to get them excited and to have them visualize the character kind of in the way you want to visualize them. So let's keep diving through. At first level we have before we do, does that stuff make sense, what I just said?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. If I can input my idea behind it was sure.
I'm going to interrupt you at some point,
okay.
but you can.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know because it's going to happen.
Okay. All right. So basically, what I was trying to do is you're not supposed to feel a specific track for this character because the point is to be able to build your own and decide what kind of vampire you want to be.
Okay.
That's all.
So I understand that idea, and I think that that is too much to fit into a subclass. I think that be whatever sort of vampire you want to be is a wonderful idea for a character, but that's sort of what I meant by the spells. Like, there are so many spells that mimic vampiric feelings. Do you want to be a psychic vampire? Take Dissonant Whispers, take Phantasmal Killer, take Telekinesis. Do you want to be a stealthy, shadowy vampire? Take Misty Step, take Invisibility, take Darkness. You know what I mean? So like, there is a lot that you can allow yourself to rely on them being a full spellcaster to accomplish a lot of that. And the point of the subclass is to sort of help them pick a lane. Most of the time. And if the lane you want to be vampire, then I think the key things to think about are the core things that you need to feel like a vampire that you're not going to get from those spells. And I see the other thing we get at first level is Bite, and I think that that is exactly the kind of thing we're going to want to be getting. Let me take a look at Bite. At first level, you grow fangs to help you feed. Your bite attack, say you gain a bite attack. Your bite attack uses your Constitution modifier to hit and does 1d8 plus your con modifier piercing damage. I would switch this back to Charisma. Assuming that you switch the spellcasting, you don't need to listen. By the way, you don't need to listen to any feedback I say. But I would make this Charisma also. The damage increases 2d8 at level 5, 3d8 at 11th, 4d8 at 17th. Your bite is considered a melee weapon attack you are proficient in. You can heal damage dealt up to your Constitution modifier from bite attacks at the cost of 1 sorcery point. Huh. That is interesting. So I'm going to... Okay, so the first thing is this feature, this second part where you can do the sorcery point thing. You have to... So I want to show you something. The Shadow Warlock... the Shadow Sorcerer gets something similar to this. Where are they? Where at first level, they get they can summon, they get like super dark, they get like, oh, we're so dark and ominous and stuff. But then they get something that ties into the sorcery points, but they don't get the thing that ties into the sorcery points until 3rd level. Now, technically, sorcerers don't get a 3rd level feature, but this is a perfect example of a way that you could do this. So I would not do the health thing to start, and I would say at 3rd level, you can, whenever you succeed on a bite attack, you can spend a sorcery point to gain 8 hit points equal to your con modifier, something like that. I also would maybe make them temporary hit points, something to think about. But I think this is a really, I like this. I think this is solid. I also feel like you could make this magical damage. I think that could be okay. I don't think there would be anything wrong with that. I think it would make sense. It's like vampire bites to feel like they're magical, but maybe that's just me. At 6th level, you can spend 2 I'm losing my words. At 6th level, you can spend 2 sorcery points to add your proficiency bonus to the damage rolls of your weapon attacks. That doesn't make sense to me. What is your intention with that ability?
So I was also going on the idea that this would be because of the bite attack.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking this would be more of a melee physical damage based sorcerer. So I wanted to add like a buff to physical damage since sorcerers don't get much in the way of like weaponry that they can use.
Gotcha.
So the bite attack is going to be like their main focus, and it's basically just a cantrip.
So I gotcha. Hi, Spided Webs. Welcome to the show. So I feel like it's in discordance with your 1st level feature. Your 1st level feature gives you your melee attack. You don't need to also be good with weapons. You're good with biting. What I would probably do is if you want to make the biting, if you want to be melee, you could make the 6th level feature when you make your bite attack, you can make 2 attacks instead of 1. You could just give them extra attack. Trodosio says the bite should be piercing with the secondary necrotic damage. Oh, that's true. It should be piercing with necrotic damage. That makes sense. I like that a lot. So if maybe make it 1d8 piercing plus your charisma modifier in necrotic damage. Also, I take back the second attack thing because it scales. I feel like what you could do, though, is you could say you could spend sorcery points to make multiple attacks. You could spend 1 sorcery point to make an extra attack, or something like that. But more importantly, honestly, I don't actually think that you should do that here. I see that one of the features we get is pick 3 powers from the basic power table. What I would strongly encourage you to do is for you to pick 3 powers from the basic power table and to put them here. Or pick a couple of them. And then the other thing that I would strongly encourage you to do is to make them powers. If you're going to, like, the 6th level sorcerer ability is usually pretty cool. And it usually costs sorcery points. So you could pick a combination of them or something, or pick something that's a more activated ability and make it require sorcery points to do. I would put something like that here. Because I feel like the extra bonus damage to melee weapon attacks I don't think you need that. I would think about what kind of things does a vampire get that you're not going to get, and lean into those a little bit. Excuse me. If you added the necrotic secondary damage, you could heal that much when you spend a sorcery point and add your con modifier. That's a really good idea, Tridosia. If it's all bark, is there any room for bite? We got plenty of room for bite. All right, let's take a look at the 14th level feature. At 14th level, your gaze has increased in power. At the cost of 5 sorcery points, you can cast the Charm Person or Suggestion spell through your eyes without a spell slot. The target of the spell must be making eye contact. Due to your increased power, the target cannot tell that you are trying to charm them. You can add Charm Person and Suggestion to your spell list. They don't count as against the spells you know. 5 sorcery points is way too expensive for charm person or suggestion. I think that I'm going to tell you what I think you should actually do with this. I'm going to tell you what I think you should do. You should give this subclass a spell list in the same way that the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer has a spell list and the Clockwork Sorcerer has a spell list. And you should pick spells that you think are going to do these vampire things. So you could pick Charm Person, you could pick Invisibility, you could pick Spider Climb, you could pick Polymorph. You know what I mean? You could pick spells that do the things that vampires do. And that will help fill that out. And then what you could do is you can have this 14th level feature interact with those things. So if, for example, on their spell list, they innately get Charm Person and Suggestion, you could say, whenever you cast a spell from your vampire spell list, you could instead cast it for sorcery points to do something extra, sort of like the way the Aberrant Mind does it a little bit. So you're still doing sorcery points enhancing spells, but that's not like that doesn't take over the whole ability and gives you space to put more things there. Living Blade also exists as a martial sorcerer in the Valakin clans. I'm not familiar with that, but maybe worth checking out. What if you got Vampiric Touch for free at 6th level and a special way of casting it / buff to the spell? That's also an interesting idea. Getting Vampiric Touch Vampiric Touch should definitely be on the spell list if it's not. But yeah, that's what I would encourage doing for there. And then at 18th level, you're picking more powers. Again, I'm going to strongly encourage you to go back and be like, which of these powers are the ones that you think are the most exciting, the ones that really fill out the finishing vibe of being a vampire, and pick and choose which ones you're going to put in there. And realistically, probably not. I depending on how powerful they are, I probably actually wouldn't do 3 because you don't want to give so much at each level that it's like overwhelming. Like, I would almost want you to like pick 3 and then let the players pick between them. Those are most of my thoughts. I do want to ask, do you feel like you could, do you feel like a lot of what you felt like you needed to do with this list could be accomplished with a sorcerer spell list? Like, would that
Yes.
help?
Some of it definitely. That would shorten the list a lot. Like for me personally, as what I have to choose from, because I was thinking as well to just pick a few things to put in there from the list instead of having them choose, since the list is kind of long.
Listen. If you are very excited, if you get pumped up by the idea of it being something where you're choosing between options, then don't get rid of that. Just really focus it. So it's like at level 1, you pick one of 3 things. At level 14, you pick one of 3 things. At level 18, you pick one of 3 things or something like that, or however you want to break it up. And then you pick what 3 things are happening at each of those levels that they're picking between. But I got to be honest. I really, really do think that that you're going to, if you take a little bit of time and go through the spell lists, you are going to be surprised at how much you can make a character really feel like a vampire by just giving them a handful of innate spells. I think it's going to be really helpful. Do you have any questions, thoughts, things you want to say?
No, I really appreciate your feedback. And I'm glad you liked the Vitatech. I was hoping you thought that you would think that was kind of cool.
You were glad I liked what? Oh yeah, no, the Vitatech's awesome. I want this in real life.
Right.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you have a great night, Jaxie.
You too. Thanks.
Right, see ya. Click. That was Jaxie. Let's give Jaxie a little round of applause. I think I love a vampire. Anything we can do to be a little bit more monstrous, I'm here for. Hey, Patrick. What's up, buddy? Pat, tomorrow. Finally? Are we doing this tomorrow? Finally? Is it happening tomorrow? Please, please, please. Pat, I want you to make me the bad guy for a little bit. I want you to... You know what the situation is, where there is a thing to be said. I'm not going to say anything more because we have some viewers in the audience. I want you to say something horrible. If I can make a request, I hope you understand what I'm saying, because there's a thing that is going to be said, and I don't know what that thing is. I want you to make it horrible. That would be my request. And then I also want you to do what you can to not make it immediately end before I can't enact a little bit of the horrible. That's all I request. Because I'm going to lean hard in if you allow me to. It'll be good. Okay, next we have Goof Trip. Goof Trip. Goof Trip. I hardly know Trip. Goof Trip will not be here tonight. It's not going to make Guard's life difficult. It's going to make everybody else's life difficult. How do you get on the wheel? Spider webs. There's 2 ways to get on the wheel. One, if you submit a piece of homebrew in the link below, you'll be on the wheel for all week next week, which is every time I stream, I do a little bit of a stream, a little bit of a homebrew. Or a little bit of doing something, and a little bit of looking at homebrew. And if you want to get on the Thursday night member wheel, you can become a member or a patron. Oh, you do want to come in. Okay, cool. Let me grab you. Goof Trip, what's up? When you have a moment, unmute. You're in the chat with me now. Why is this 2 full pages of text? We're probably just gonna... Hey, Goof Trip, I can't hear you. Leave Discord and come back. It's Discord, stupid stuff. Leave Discord and come back. Leave Discord and come back. Goof Trip, leave Discord and come back. We're not going to talk until you do. Is this an artificer? It is. Okay, so here's what I can give you feedback immediately without reading it also. But I'd rather give you feedback while talking to you. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to be very honest. This is all third level feature. This is too much. I don't even need to read what this is. This is way, way too much. It's an artificer with 7 first level features. Yeah, it's just too much. So let's talk for a little bit about what artificers do. So a Goof Trip, I'm not exactly sure what your goal of this is. I'm gonna read this part to try to understand what your goal is, and then we're just gonna talk about it. This artificer specializes in the business of magic items from start to finish. These arcane artisans possess unparalleled expertise in analyzing, infusing, and crafting magic items. In addition to their craft, they also have the skills required to run the practical side of a professional business, including gathering materials, talking to clients, and delivering merchandise. So, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you an unfortunate truth about artificers, and it's just the truth. In D&D 5e, artificers are not crafters. Artificer subclasses are not defined by their ability to tinker. It's not defined by their ability to make stuff in interesting ways. It's not defined by their ability to interact with magic in interesting ways. Certainly not their ability to make magical things. It's their ability to make one magical thing. Every single artificer in 5e, every single artificer does one thing. The alchemist gets a magic pouch. The armorer gets a magic suit of armor. The artillerist gets a magical little crab gun. The battlesmith gets a magical companion. So right off the bat, it is a mistake to build an artificer that is designed to craft magic items. Unless you have a very concise and efficient way to explain that and balance that. And I can tell you right off the bat, I don't need to read this. This is not that. I should not have to read a page of text before I get to the 5th level feature. I just shouldn't. And if this thing is balanced by being able to make magic items, that is not going to be a great way to balance your game, because the truth of the matter is magic items are not really balanced for players to have control over when they get what items. An item being uncommon versus an item being rare means completely different things depending on what that item is. It's very similar to monsters. The only reason why rarity is kind of okay is because the dungeon master picks what the player is getting. Even the artificer in D&D, the core artificer, that can make magic items. Making magic items is a part of the core artificer. It's in their infusions. It is a very specific set of magic items. And that is because if you could make any magic item, you can very easily break the game. It is impossible to balance the game if you could make any magic item. In the same way that it would be impossible to balance the game if a druid could wild shape into any monster. So, from a fundamental perspective, you have to be thinking about two things when you're making any... I say this so much time. I always say that stupid little intro, and then I never follow it up with the actual amount of things I say. I don't know why I do that. But the key here is, this is like... aside from the flavor, like, you could make a merchant artificer probably work. But you have to keep in mind something. There still has to be a person in the world that wants to read all of this stuff. And these are just massive blocks of text. People are not going to read this. It's just too much. It's just too much. And I also am seeing a lot of stuff. I'm not going to read it, and I apologize for that. But I think that you need feedback that has absolutely nothing to do with what is written here, because I think that me feedbacking this piece is not actually going to be helpful to you as a writer or a creator. Don't make stuff rely on the DM. Make it as clear and straightforward as possible. Don't do mechanics that are going to require a great deal of weird numbers. You got to keep it simple. And what I would strongly encourage you to do, strongly with a bold underlined marker, is that if you want to make an artificer subclass, look at what the other artificers get. Don't just look at what they get mechanically. Look at the volume of what they get, and look at the impact of what they get. So, like, for example, if we look at the armorer, what do they get? At 3rd level, they get 2 features. And they're chunky features, right? That's not no writing. There's definitely, like, a good amount of writing here. But it's 2 features, and it's very well organized. It's split up, and it's not doing a lot of stuff. It's just It takes a little while to explain it, but it's essentially you get magic armor that does this, and you can have 2 different modes with that magic armor. So even this very wordy one, it's still kind of just straightforward and one and done. So my main feedback for you is going to be take a step back, reevaluate what is important about this subclass to make it feel exciting. Think about A, if it needs to be an artificer subclass. And if it does, how can you make it better align with the progression, excuse me. I'm going to need to get a pain med in a second. With the progression of a artificer subclass. And then how can you express it as like concisely as possible? Because in its current state, it's just got too much going on. If you want to ask any questions in the chat, I see that you said you were going to ask questions if you had them. Please do. But I think that is the feedback that I got to give you, because this is going to be unusable. All right, I'm going to get a pain med. Give me 1 second. Okay. You think you understand? All right, cool. Thank you for sharing your piece. I hope that feedback is somewhat helpful. Thank you, thank you. Let's give a round of applause for Goof Trip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's give her a spin. Vander. Let's see. Vander, you said you're going to be here. Let's grab you. Vander, I don't see you in the Discord, so we'll see if you're here. This time I'd like to submit the Azrak Jinn. I wanted to really hone in the ethereal. I feel like I looked at this already. You're not aiming for a genie, but rather something closer to a real-world djinn over D&D elementals. I'm mostly concerned with the ethereal movement ability. In an attempt to make it balanced, I think it's mostly too wordy. Did I not look at this already? I looked at this already. All right, I'm going to look at it one more time, and then I'm never going to look at it again. It gets, okay, so let's say, resistance to necrotic damage, superior dark vision. I'm not sure why you're giving it superior dark vision. I said that last time. Whenever you make an intelligence, wisdom, or wisdom saving throw, whenever you make an intelligence or wisdom saving throw, you can roll again. You must use the new roll. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Ethereal Mind. As an action, you can shift your body into the border ethereal. You can move through creatures. All right, I'm going to stop reading this here. I talked to you about this already. Giving you the ability to become ethereal for a minute is too strong. You didn't change anything. Stop sending me stuff if you hadn't changed it. All the feedback I gave you last time, you didn't change. I have nothing else to add. This is too strong. Being ethereal, I'll tell you what's not too strong. Being ethereal for a round, or maybe being ethereal, not even for a round, for a turn. That might be okay. But even that's really strong. And I certainly wouldn't do it proficiency bonus times per day. I would maybe do it once per day. A once per day ability to become ethereal for a turn on a race might be balanced. Keyword might. I still don't even think it is. And please don't send me things again unless you radically change them. Thank you, Vander. Short one, but that's what you get when there's not much to talk about. Thank you, Vander. No, Raymond, they didn't. I looked at that. I looked at their piece like weeks ago. If they missed the feedback the last time, they shouldn't. They should go check the feedback before they send it again. All right. Next is, a new member, Skim. That's okay, Vander. I just finished talking about your piece. I had almost no new feedback to give it from the last time I looked at it. Next we have Skim. Skim is a new member. In my campaign setting, death is a physical creature inspired by different media. Whenever the item refers to death, it is the death person and not the concept of dying. Okay, just make sure it's in all capitals. Just do capital D death and you're in a good spot. I don't know if they were in the call the last time. I don't remember who every time was in the call. Let me grab Skim. Hey, Skim, what's up?
Hello.
Welcome to the show. How's it going, buddy?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, the night's just getting started, but I'm doing pretty well.
That's good.
I looked at 1 second. Vander, I looked at the wrong one. Dude, I did not look at the wrong one. You said the Ozarok. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, Skim. I'm keeping you on the call for this. The Ozarok. I looked at the Ozarok. I don't know what do you mean I looked at the wrong one? Are there multiple Ozaroks? I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Ozarok. Okay. We're moving on. Skim, welcome. What am I looking at here?
You were looking at an item that I am intending to kind of be the focal point for one of the characters in my upcoming game. They were a half-orc that got too drunk one night and bet their soul on a card game against death. And this is kind of death's punishment.
And this is not something you intend to be sending out into the world. This is very specific for your game.
Yeah, this is for my game. Just my game.
Okay, so where are the mechanics?
They're
at the top. It's just very long.
Yes.
Why is it so long? It's an artifact. Okay. Artifact answers that question. All right, let me read it. The Terminator watch is an old and worn pocket watch made of nickel and with intricate linings and small brass. A small chain stretches from it. At first glance, it seems to be broken, not displaying the correct time. However, those who hold it can feel an ethereal chill wash over them. And those who bear its burden must wind it. That's a very cool phrase.
Thank you.
I'm going to be honest. Get rid of this part.
Sure.
This is such a cool way to end the flavor text. Don't give us more flavor text. Jump into the mechanics.
All right.
Whenever death grants you a Terminator watch, you attune to it immediately. This item does not take an attunement slot to attune with. Huh. Okay. I'm going to burp soon. I feel like I don't know why it shouldn't do that. The Terminator watch can't be unattuned from until death takes it back willingly. If Termina is separated from your body by a mile or more, it returns to your pocket or any other compartment on your person. The Terminator watch begins at midnight and ticks forward normally until it reaches midnight one day later, named the final midnight. Excuse me, I'm going to be so burpy tonight. When the Terminator watch strikes the final midnight, death will know your exact location and begin to hunt you and will attempt to claim your soul. When does this happen? Does this happen when you attune to it?
Yeah.
So say that. As soon as you attune to the, say, the midnight after you attune to the item, the watch begins to tick forward. So set the timer in the item.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Thorne, it says, if you don't want it to take up an attunement slot, don't call it attunement. Call it bonded. Just say you are bonded with it.
Okay.
Just make it a different thing.
Sure.
Okay. And it will tempt it. So you have, whenever you get it, starting that midnight, you have 24 hours before death comes for you. The Terminator watch has 3 charges. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 charge to prepare a soul. Choose a target creature of the same creature type as yourself within 60 feet of you. When preparing a soul, a ghostly hand stretches from the watch and swirl. When preparing a soul, ghostly hands stretch from the watch and swirl around the creature. Whenever the creature dies, its soul is pulled back into the watch by the ghastly hands and is transported to the ethereal plane. But I would not. This is more of a This is more of a formatting thing. But I wouldn't put the flavor text in the middle.
Gotcha.
I would be like, as a bonus action, choose a creature you can see within 60 feet of you, and swirling hands of darkness wrap around them. And then I would jump into what it does.
Gotcha.
When the creature dies, its soul is pulled into the watch. The Termina watch is then wound back an amount of hours equal to the creature's hit die. Is it equal to the number of creatures' hit die, or the dice of the creature's hit die?
I probably wasn't clear enough, but you just roll that creature's hit dice.
So I would say that. So I would say whenever a creature dies, its soul is put into the watch. You roll a dice equal to one of that creature's hit die, and then just clarify it in the mechanics. The hours reach maximum of one before. The hours reach a maximum of one before the final midnight. What does that mean?
1 day before the final midnight, so it caps at 24 hours.
I would just say I would use that language. I would say
okay.
The max it can do this for is 24 hours. Or I wouldn't say it like
sure.
that, but put the word 24 hours in there. If the prepared creature is not killed within 1 minute, the hands dissipate, and the clock ticks forward 1 hour. The watch regains expended charges daily at dawn. So it's basically you have a minute. It's like bonus action. I have a minute to kill this creature to gain hours, or I lose an hour.
Yeah. It's kind of like not upholding your end of a contract, almost.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is a very interesting item. I'm curious if it gets any. Does it get any good powers?
No. It's in hindsight, maybe it should, but
well, let me ask you a question, because it doesn't necessarily need to. But what is your goal with this item?
So, my goal with the item, it's part of the character's backstory that my player requested and that we worked on, that Death would want her soul.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the way of like stopping it.
So I would say that this is a really cool idea. It is going to be really intense to like. It will like this character is going to be killing a lot of stuff, all the time, which I guess is a lot of D&D games. And I almost feel like this shouldn't be an item. Like this feels more like a curse that comes with an item.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Because when I see artifact, even if it does something fucked up, I needs to do something crazy. Like you shouldn't get an artifact until you're level 17 most of the time, because artifacts are designed to break the game. Like if you ever want to make something that breaks the game, whether it's a player option or whatever, you shove that in an artifact and you're good. That's how you can break the game and not break the game. Artifacts. But this, I don't think is I wouldn't make this a magic item. I would make this a curse or something. I don't know exactly what I would call it, but it feels like a mechanic more than an item. I mean, it feels like an item that helps you deal with a curse more than it feels like an item.
Right.
Which I think can be really cool. It doesn't need to have something good, but I do think if you want it to be an item that like they acquire and it feels like a cool thing that they get, it should do something cool. If you want it to be like a cool curse that they have, then I don't think it needs to do something cool.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, that makes
Do you know what your player like? Do you want your player to start with this item, or is it going to be the kind of thing that they like stumble upon at like later in the game?
They're going to start with the item.
So yeah, if I were you, I probably would make it a curse. I wouldn't make it an item. I mean, it can be, but still give them the item. Don't actually change the mechanics. Just change like the sort of headspace around it.
Mm-hmm.
And I might even do something where it's like, I might try to create a situation where it doesn't start so devastating and it can become more devastating over time, because it is going to be easier for them to it is going to be harder. This curse is going to start incredibly scary, and it will quickly become less of a big deal. So, like, I almost feel like you want it to go the inverse. You want it to start as, like, a cool vibe, and it's something that, like, the other characters will be like, whoa, that's weird. And then later it becomes a thing where it's like, guys, actually, I have this curse, and if we don't find a giant to kill, I'm in trouble. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I would think about ways that you could potentially make it easier for it to be subsiding as you, like, I'm almost wondering if you could do something where there's like a penalty that comes with it that's equal to their level. Like they like being level 1 makes whatever you have a very little penalty because it's 1, but then 2 becomes more, 3 you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What if after 24 hours it summoned a death stat block from the deck of many things? Well, I think that Skim has their own version of death that we're using here, so I don't think we need a stat block. But I think that is essentially what it does.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts, questions, feelings?
Not exactly. I mean, feedback definitely helps. And I do understand that of the perspective of it should be a curse that comes with an item, not the item itself.
I mean, that's pedantic. If you like it being an item, then that's fine. That doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Them holding an artifact will feel cool. Like, that's a cool thing, because artifacts are crazy. You never get an artifact. I think the more important thing is to think about how is this going to feel? Even if the player is excited to have a curse, which I'm assuming they are, making sure that it doesn't feel so stressful that it, like, messes up the trajectory of the game, either from, like, a plot perspective or the other players having fun perspective in terms of, like, I need to go kill a thing, or in terms of, like, derailing the plot because, like, now this curse is getting in the way of the story you're trying to tell with these players. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot in such a way where you're making a player feel compelled to be a certain way all the time.
Could I point out a comment real quick that I saw?
Yeah, please.
Omen Palmer just said, what if you could trade hours for short-term bonuses?
Oh, that's a really fun idea.
I looked at that and I was like, that's actually a great idea.
That's a great idea.
I quite like that.
Yeah. I would not make the bonuses crazy strong if they're getting this at level 1, but you could also tier bonuses. So you could make it so it's like, the way that I would probably do this if I were you is I would make it an expanding item. So I would make it something where you could do a very minor bonus initially, and then at some plot point in the story, you can decide that it grows, and they get different bonuses that can cost more hours and things like that. And you can kind of balance it to whatever power balance the game is at, and you can sort of time those growth moments at good, like, milestone plot points, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea, Omen. It's a really good idea. And you could be them. I mean, and they could all be kind of tied to, like, fate and destiny stuff. You could do rerolls. It could be weird. It could be like castings of Revivify. It could be spooky stuff too. It could be like, you know, you summon a Shadow Scythe for a moment, or like a Spectre. You know, you could really lean into, like, the whatever death is in your world. You could really lean into that. Yeah. Cool. Any final thoughts, questions, requests?
Nothing much. I just want to say thank you. And
did you draw this?
I did.
That's
last
really
night.
Nice, dude.
Thank you very much.
What is it called? What is it called when you put little, like, filigree on stuff? Is it just called filigree?
The word I associate with is embossing or embossing.
I am not good at doing drawing like that, and I love when people put that in drawings. I love I love it. It's really nice art.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you joining the community. All right, buddy. That was too emotional. I'm hanging up on you, but I love you. Bye. That was Skim Milk, new member, coming up to us with a really fun idea for a cursed item. I do think that is an important thing to think about, though, guys. Whenever you're making something that you're giving players immediately, you want to make sure that it is something that is manageable for a level 1 character, because they are going to be a level 1 character immediately. You know what I mean? Yeah, really fun idea. Also, I totally understand the logic of making it an artifact, even if I disagree with it functionally being an artifact, because it kind of is an artifact. It is an artifact of death. So it's almost like a curse that comes with an artifact. So it really could go either way there. Hey, Violet, did I say hi to you yet? I don't think I saw you yet. Anyway, that was really fun. That was a really good one. Really interesting idea. A lot of really, really interesting ideas tonight. Whenever Violet gets on stream, we have to listen to her music for a couple seconds. That's the rule. Next is TV. Week 5 of something trying to get my only homebrew cleric reviewed. Then we can try reviewing the planar bard I'm making next week. I read the cleric hunter already. I read the hunt domain. So let's see what you got. Then we can try the planar bard. I guess I'll look at the planar bard. Because we looked at the hunt domain one last night. Now I'm not sure what to look at. TV. All right, let's just pick one. What do you guys want to look at? We're gonna pick one. We're not gonna look at the artificer. Go to hell. What do you want to look at? You misunderstood the well, the bard that they said is an 100. I see the bard of reaping. Culinary college. We looked at the cleric already. You guys want to look at the culinary college? Nature soul. You want to cook? Let him cook. You're in the waiting room. Wait, this is not you, is it? This is TV. Are you TV? Are you signing in as TV now? Hey, is this you? Are you TV now? I pulled you in, buddy.
Yeah, on TV.
Cool. Okay.
It's short for Tredosio of Evoke.
Makes sense. All right, so what do you want to look at? What should we look at?
The College of Journeys is my planar bard.
College of Journeys. All right, let's take a look at the College of Journeys. Oh, here it is in the chat.
You can just click the blue link.
I see. I'm learning. I'm slow. I'm a simple man. Oh my god. This is actually the College of Journey.
It's the names. The names are jokes for like the band Journey.
No,
but all the
I understand what it is.
Okay.
I'm impressed. And I love hate it immediately. All right, let's anything I should know going in?
Not really, just that I named everything after a joke because I saw the pun was there. But I still plan for this to be a very serious, like mechanically sound subclass.
The best jokes are uplifted by mechanically sound subclasses. All right, let's see what we're working with here. You are a wanderer of the multiverse, spreading tales and songs of your adventures throughout the realms. You have mastered the ability to briefly transport yourself through another dimension and can call upon other planes to alter your surroundings. You know what's fucking crazy? First of all, I love this idea. In a compendium book that I'm working on with Patrick Perini and a guy called the ttrpg professor, we have a very similar subclass. It's not a bard subclass though. It's a subclass for a class that we wrote, but we call it the astronaut, not the astronaut, the riftonaut. They basically have an interplanar spacesuit that they can use to like hop between dimensions. So it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Similar minds, similar wavelengths. All right, let's take a look.
This was just before we hop in. It's also. It was inspired by the Vistani from the Curse of Strahd book.
Cool.
They have the ability to like walk in and out of the material plane and then to the Barovia.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So this is like, if you wanted to play a Vistani character, you could take this and kind of be that.
Gotcha. All right, let's dive in. When you take this college at 3rd level, you gain the Thaumaturgy cantrip if you don't already have it. Cool. When you use this spell to make your voice 3 times as loud as the range... Wait a second, let me start that sentence over. When you use this spell to make your voice 3 times as loud, the range you can give out your Bardic Inspiration die is also tripled for the duration. Oh! That is interesting.
It starts at 60 feet, so if
Makes it
because this bard teleports around a lot, you might get a little far away, so you can use your action to thaumaturgy, bonus action to give out your bardic 180 feet away.
Yeah, I like that a lot, man. That's really nice. It also like totally fits the vibe because it's like literally they can hear you from farther away.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, solid. It's really, really, really nice. I was gonna say something and I don't remember what it was. Oh, do you think you need to speak to actually accomplish this feature?
You don't have to speak because in the spell it just says you make your voice 3 times as loud, but conceptually you should be able to make anything 3 times as loud, and then bardic inspiration using that.
That makes sense. That's a really nice way to do bardic, to do a thing with bardic at first level, third level. The other thing that I want to point out that I just really like is I love when we get third level features or like core subclass features that give us a cantrip that is sometimes a little bit of a lesser used or not a specifically combat oriented cantrip, and then we get a way to use it that is unique or combat oriented. That's one of my favorite things. So nice there. All right, let's look at separate
I like
ways
to do that with some classes.
Yeah, man, it's so much fun. It literally makes it easier to design the subclass. It like gives you a thing to start with. It's like, oh, how could I tie Druidcraft into this subclass? How could I tie Mold Earth into this subclass? You know? Okay. Separate ways. At third level, you can call upon your planar magic to jump to a different position. As a bonus action, you can expend the use of your Bardic Inspiration die to teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 60 feet and force any creatures within 5 feet of you to make a dex save against your spell save DC. On a failure, the creature takes force damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration plus your Charisma. Additionally, whenever another creature uses a Bardic Inspiration die, it can use the reaction to teleport to an unoccupied space it can see within 30 feet. Okay. I think that this feels a little... It feels like it might be a little bit too much. I would play around with a couple things. I would play around with lowering the range of that you can initially teleport here. And I would also play around with removing the additionally when other creatures do so with your Bardic Inspiration and capping it behind a higher level. So like at level 3, you get this, and then at level 10, you get this, or whatever level you want to put it at. How about within the range of the Bardic Inspiration? That is going to majorly make it shorter, and the vibe that I get from this subclass is that it's not about short burst travel, it's like long travel. So I understand why it's longer range. The reason why I say 60 is a lot is just because it's that's very powerful for that's a big bonus action teleport. Even if it's expending a Bardic Inspiration, it's a big bonus action and doing damage teleport. That's very strong. I don't even think it's necessarily too strong. I just think that we got to think about how to tone it down a little bit in a direction or two. Level 10, you get the teleport and give the teleport to others. That's kind of what I said. Although I do think you should get the teleport immediately. I like it though. I just think it's a little bit too beefy, I think.
What if I made the range 30 feet, and then 10 feet, and then maybe at a higher level increase it to 60 and 30?
You know what you could do? You could make the range, I think you could make the range 30 and 15, and then have it, just say it doubles at a higher level.
Okay.
I also would maybe just drop the damage when you pop out. Consider it. I understand that it's like you want to get the Bardic in there somewhere, but I'm wondering if there's another way that you could get it in, or if you just don't need to. And you could actually even make it not on Bardic. You could just make it like a, proficiency bonus times per day or whatever if you wanted to. I don't know if this needs to be tied to Bardic, because you get Bardic in this one really nicely. So yeah, things to think about. Let's move on to 6th level. Roll for grapple and take mob over cliff. Teleport back up. Yeah, exactly. It's good stuff. I love a good teleport. Eclipse. I'm going to chuckle at all of these album cover names. At 6th level, you can call upon other planes to overlap with your surroundings. As an action, you can start a performance that lasts up to 1 minute or until you stop concentrating as if you were concentrating on a spell. When you start the performance, choose one of the following options. Its effects last until your performance ends. What planes do we get? We got Celestial, Spooky, Fey, and Evil. Cool. That's good. You got the ups and the downs and the sideways and the other sideways.
Each feature is a song, but because this one features many songs that you could sing, it's the only album.
All right, fair. All right, let's see what these things are. Heavenly Hymn. You create sunlight centered on yourself out to a range of 20 feet and shed dim light to a range of 10 feet. Creatures that you choose in this light can treat any dice rolled to restore hit points as the maximum, as rolling the maximum. And how long does this last?
For a minute or until you lose concentration. That's part of the performance.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna read the others, but this might. It already feels almost like a once a day feature, just based on everything else we're getting so far. Phantom Dirge. You cause the world around you to appear spectral and ghostly to a range of 30 feet. Creatures of your choice inside the range gain a fly speed of 10 feet and can hover. I like that one a lot. Fairy Control. You cause... What?
Fairy Carol.
Oh, Fairy Carol, excuse me. You cause an eruption of vines and roots from the ground out to a range of 30 feet. Hostile creatures that start their turn in this range must succeed on a strength save against your spell save or become restrained. Restrained creature can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns. Okay, cool. And then we get Hellish Opera. You can cause gouts of hellfire to erupt from the environment out to a range of 30 feet. As a bonus action, you can turn... On a bonus action on your turn, you can force a creature in range to make a dex saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the creature takes fire damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier, or half on a success. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you complete a short or long rest. This is the main... Okay, I like all of this. This is what I would do if I were you. I would use Hellish Opera to change Heavenly Hymn. Instead of having Heavenly Hymn make the spells do max healing, I would just add a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die on top of any healing that happens inside of it. I think that is a better balanced way to do it, but I think it will also still feel very useful. I also might get rid of the Charisma modifier add on the Hellish Opera, just because it's going to be like happening every turn to all of these creatures, and it's not taking up anything in your action economy other than that initial use.
It's a bonus action on each of your turns.
Oh, I see. I still think maybe drop the Charisma modifier. If you feel like that's not enough, I think you could also I don't feel super strongly about that. It just feels normally when you have effects that do like big AoE or any sort of real magical explosive damage that isn't coming from like a magical lance or something. It's like environmental almost like
Well, you choose a creature in range. It's one person.
Oh, did I misread that? Oh, I'm dumb. Ignore me. Keep it. I thought it was all creatures. I'm so sorry. I misread that. That was just a mistake on my part. Cool. And once you get once per short rest. Yeah, I like that. If you change Heavenly Hymn so it's not max healing, I think it's perfect. I think it's really nice. I just I misunderstood what was going on with Hellish Opera. My B. Yeah, really fun. I almost want to encourage you to put another one.
I was worried about getting too many in there,
I made
Upper Plains, Shadowfell, Fairy.
No, this is good. This is good. I just feel like there's an astral element that's missing. You know,
I was thinking that too, but I didn't want to add another.
Okay,
because 5 felt a lot. But I have it.
If we both feel that, consider it. I don't think Mechanist would make sense because I don't think we need to do every single plane. I really think it's like, I think you cover the outer planes with the Celestial and the Infernal. I think you get everything. You get the whole circle. And I think you cover the inner planes with the Shadowfell and the Feywild. But what you're missing is the in-between, the Astral. Let's look at, but I agree with why you didn't put it, but I almost want you to put one in and then like put them next to each other and then don't look at them for a little while and then look at them again and decide which one you like more, because it might not be too much, because none of these are crazy, right? I don't know. I know I yell a lot about not putting too much in, but this might be if you have a good idea, especially, this might be a situation where you can make an exception for yourself. Wheel in the Sky. At 14th level, you learn the Plane Shift spell, and it doesn't count against the number of Bard spells you know. You can choose one plane of existence at the end of a long rest. Once one of your musical instruments becomes attuned to that plane and can be used as the material components, that's a really cool way to get through the material components. Your instrument remains attuned to that plane of existence until you attune to a new plane of existence or use this feature on another instrument. Interesting. Is that enough for a 14th level feature? I don't know.
Plane Shift is a really powerful spell.
But could they not normally pick it?
They'd have to use magical secrets. It's not a bard spell.
Okay. Should there be another element to it?
I was thinking that the teleport improvements from before that we were talking about could be added here to make it a little stronger.
Oh, that's true. That's a good idea, actually.
So I can like half the range on both of the teleports before, and then in this one type like additionally the range of your teleport from separate ways is doubled.
Yeah. If you make the teleport 30 feet at level 3 for the main guy, and it doesn't double until 14, I would keep the extra damage. I would not. Don't get rid of it. Keep it.
Okay.
I really like it, though, overall. I think it's a pretty solid idea. I'm curious, did you have an idea for what the Astral one would be if you were going to put an Astral song in?
It was going to be you cause the lights to dim around you. Out to a range of 30 feet, bright light becomes dim light becomes darkness, and you grant any friendly creature in your range dark vision, so it can see through it.
Yeah. I don't feel strongly about that.
The alternative to that was you create like little stars, little motes of light, and when a hostile creature starts its turn in the area, it has to make a wisdom save or use its action trying to catch one of the stars.
That's kind of a cute idea. I don't know if I would do that one. If I could push you in a direction, I would get more weird with it. I feel like the Astral Sea is the sea of the psychic and is the sea of the aberrant. And I would lean into something more aberrant or something more psychic. Like let me give you an example. What if when you use the Astral version, any creatures of your choice in the area have telepathy? Something like that. Think about it. No pressure.
You create your charisma modifier amount of mage hands in the range.
Something like that could work too. I'm just thinking about like when I think of the Astral Sea, I don't think of like dark and light as like key components of what it is. I think of like psionic creatures floating through the void. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just me.
If it's the Astral Sea, it could be like an anti-gravity effect.
That's true, but you kind of cover that with Phantom Dirge. You know what you could do? You could change the Phantom Dirge to something and change a little bit and make it more Astral Sea, because the things getting darker also really fits the Shadowfell. Like a lot. Like a lot. You know? Just saying. I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's pretty solid.
You could flavor the Phantom Dirge as the Astral Sea.
That's true. You could also just reflavor it. Make them do the fucking work. Yeah. I yell at people to reflavor shit all the time. Cool. Do you have any final thoughts or questions for me before we say ta-ta to you?
No, I think we're good.
I want to point something out before we say goodbye. I love the weirder ideas. I love monstrous subclasses. I love the cosmic stuff. I love it. I get very bored of like, it's a monk that punches harder, or it's a fighter but they're the veteran. I'm not interested in that. So I appreciate that this is a little bit of a wonky one in terms of the vibe. And I think that you accomplish that feeling of it being wonky really well. Like earlier you said you want the joke titles, but you want it to mechanically feel like not like a joke. And I think you accomplished that. I feel the joke titles still work, but they do not detract from it feeling like a pretty distinct, whimsical. Yeah, Keith just said very whimsical also. Like a very whimsical, spacey guy. Yeah. I'm a fan.
So I do have one thing. For my next submission, do you want to look at a barbarian, the vigilante barbarian that I kind of stole from somebody else's submission, but I made it my own?
Okay.
Or a Fey monk?
I only want to look at the Fey monk if it doesn't have an avatar state at level 20.
It doesn't.
Then I would be happy to look at either.
Well, okay. Would you consider
with the barbarian? With the barbarian,
Fey?
when you say vigilante barbarian, do you mean superhero?
Yes.
Goddamn, I can't pick. I like both of those ideas. Both of them sound cool.
Okay, I'll submit both eventually, but it was just which one was next. I'll just go in alphabetical order then.
Yeah, go in alphabetical order. I don't know if I feel like I've seen a lot of barbarians and a lot of monks lately, so there's not one I'm like fiending for over the other, you know?
Okay.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Really fun item. Or not an item, subclass. Thank you. All right. Oh, you hung up on me first, you son of a gun. Guys, let's give a round of applause for Tradosio for their planar bard. Very cool. Hold Action says, do monks get an avatar state? When I'm talking about avatar state, here's what I'm talking about. So every single paladin in D&D at level 20 gets an avatar state, and that is like you become the avatar of your thing. And it's the main thing that paladins get at level 20. And for whatever reason, everyone and their grandma gives a monk an avatar state at level 17 when they're making homebrew. And I disagree with doing that. And it happens too much. So me disagreeing with it has compounded. That's not an avatar state, Joff. I agree. They get a state, but that's not like an avatar state. The avatar state is like the final form. You know what I mean? It's Jacob Thompson / the Lunar Kitsune. Hey, Sally. Love your content. I look forward to my homebrew being reviewed. I will most likely be on stream. If you're here, buddy, let me know. And I will take a look at it. A kitsune. We're getting some anime adjacent. We're getting anime adjacent, boys and girls. You know what that means? Is it going to be overpowered? That's the question we always ask when we're getting something in the anime world. It's not anime. It's Japanese folklore, but they sit in similar spaces for a lot of the mayos. Do you want to read it correctly? What do you mean read it correctly? Is that not the right way of pronouncing it? Kitsune? I don't know. What's the right way to... Somebody phonetically write it out for me and I'll say it correctly. I don't fucking know. Kitsune. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not a weeb. You guys should know that at this point. Anytime you make anime references, I literally make fun of you. I'm not a weeb. Nobody knows why the Kitsune exist. Some say that they were touched by Fae. Others say the first Kitsune were born from a curse. But however they came to be, there sure is fire coursing through their veins. I don't really like that I still don't really have any idea what they are in this opening sentence, so I would probably honestly just cut this whole thing out. Kitsune, yeah, start with this. Kitsune are a magical race who can turn into foxes. Boom. Just start with that. Perfect. That's all you need. So they're magical people that can turn into foxes with fire licking their paws. And they get a bunch of tails. Let's see if it's overpowered. That's the question. That's the question. Stats don't really matter. You can change them now. Your walking speed is 30. You should say what your creature type is. If your creature type is not humanoid, you might need to list that. I don't know if it is. But I feel like this could pretty easily be a fae based on the way that it's described. Languages, you know, common and another language. Transform. As an action, you can transform into a fox. The stat block of the fox you turn into is up to your DM's choice. When you turn into a fox, you gain temporary hit points equal to the fox's ability scores. Temporary hit points equal to the fox's, and your ability scores stay the same. What? You can just do that? Okay, so important thing here. One, if you're going to give a character something that they can do, it needs to sit in the action economy. Is this an action to transform into a fox? Is this a bonus action to transform into a fox? Also, saying the stat block is up to your DM's choice, that's not writing homebrew. That's giving somebody work. Don't do that. It's impossible for me to say what the balance on this is because we don't know what the stat block is. Also, we probably shouldn't get temporary hit points equal to the foxes because that means that we have more hit points when we're in fox form than when we're in human form. Do you know what I mean? And also, yeah, how many times a day can you do it? I would probably not make this more than once a day. This is a very strong feature. Also, how long does it last? Can you be a fox for 10 minutes? Can you be a fox for an hour? Can you be a fox indefinitely? So a lot of that needs to be balanced out. I will say this. I mean, the idea of a race that allows you to turn into something else is really cool. I argue if it's too strong, though. Like, really cool doesn't necessarily mean balanced. So there's a lot that's missing here mechanically, and it's going to be hard to determine how strong or weak it is depending on that. But right now, I would argue this is much too strong. At 5th level, you can make a melee attack, adding your dex modifier to the hit, dealing 3d6 fire damage. This is also too strong. At 13th level, your attack now deals 5d6 radiant damage. This is also too strong. So both of these you need to get rid of. Just drop them. Gone. Imagine being a fighter. Imagine I'm a 5th level fighter. Imagine I'm a 13th level fighter. Now I'm a 13th level fighter with a natural attack that I can make 3 times that does 5d6 radiant damage every attack. That's a lot. That's a little bit too much. What you could do is you could make it so you could transform into the fox once per day. And proficiency bonus times per day, you could add 1d6 fire damage to an attack you make. That is enough. Oh, it's 3d6 plus 5d6? Yeah, that's just stupidly too strong. I think you got to tone this thing way back, buddy. Needs a lot more clarification. It's got to be toned back. You cannot give a racial feature an attack that is innately stronger than a class feature. You just can't do it. Even the strongest racial features, the once-a-day ones, they're still not stronger than extra attacks. They're still not stronger than regular attacks. Like, if we look at... Oops, I didn't mean to leave your piece. If we look at, like, goblins, for example... Let me show you what I'm talking about. If we look at the goblin, for example, goblins get a way to do extra damage. Fury of the Small. They get to do extra damage equal to their proficiency bonus, and they can do that only proficiency bonus times per day. Bugbear, we could also look at the Bugbear. Oops. And that's just proficiency bonus damage. Bugbear can deal an extra 2d6 damage, but only if they're attacking a creature that hasn't gone yet in combat. Which means that you can only get it off in the first round of combat. So yeah, you got to tone this thing a mountain and a half down. And the truth of the matter is I would also argue that it's almost impossible to make a race that will feel balanced, that allows you to infinitely transform between two different states, if one of them is an animal and one of them is you, unless that animal state is very hindered. Even if you just had the ability to naturally turn into a rat, and it literally used a rat stat block, and you could do that infinitely, that would be too strong. Because D&D is a game where being able to be a rat or a spider or a cat or a fox is going to be incredibly useful all the time. So you're gonna have to work on this. You're gonna have to work on this. And honestly, it might not be like you know what I would say. I feel like this would make sense as a druid subclass, as like an alternative way that you could use wild shape. That could work. Yeah, plasmoids can turn into a blob indefinitely, but it literally changes nothing about them. All right. Thank you very much, Jacob Thompson / the Lunar Kitsune. Let's give a round of applause. A round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. The I don't even know what to call it. The streak of people sending me weeb stuff and it being overpowered continues indefinitely. Indefinitely. Undine. Hi, Cinder. I made this subclass for a player who got tricked by another homebrew. It had the flavor he wanted, but mechanically a reskin of the Oath of Glory. This is called the Oath of Bahamut. I think I read this already. I didn't make the flavor. I think I read this already. Oh my god, Undine. No, this is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. Every single fucking time you've sent me something, I couldn't click the link. Look at this. I guarantee you this link isn't going to work. I guarantee you this link isn't going to work. I guarantee you this link isn't going to work. None of your stuff is not private. So this is a wonderful document to share maybe at your homebrew table. But I can't look at any of this stuff. So I'll tell you what. I'll give you a moment. I'll give you a moment because I see you in the chat. I don't want to be a dick. What's the piece called? The Bahamut, whatever. Make it public so I can click it. If you can make it public so I can click it, I'll click it. But you gotta rush, buddy. You're on a timer. Because I'm not gonna wait around too long. Are you in the Discord? You're not. So I'm giving you a little bit. I'm not just saying no. I can't do any of them, dude. I've literally clicked through this campaign before. This isn't going to work either. Oh, it is going to work. Okay, never mind. I've clicked on, because I check a lot of the links beforehand, and that's I've taken you off the board before because none of your shit was up working. And it's not my job to make sure your stuff's public. It's your job. So next time you got to make your stuff public, or I can't click it. All right. I will look at this one. I can also, skimming it right now, I can tell you that I don't know if I'm going to love it. Because it looks like it's about giving you a higher AC, which I think is not a good thing to build something around. But let's see. Yeah, you literally none of them, nothing I ever have clicked on, and none of your links that I've ever clicked have been accessible. I would have bet money that this one wasn't accessible either. Let's take a look at this bulwark. Now, the question we have going into this. Also, if you want to come on stream, you can. Just go into the Discord, into the waiting room. I don't know what your name is in my Discord, but if you're in my Discord waiting room, I can pull you in. Is there a Fox stat block? I don't know. Did I put the bulwark in the chat? Here, I know. Undine. Oh, I got you. Hey, buddy, what's up? You got to unmute. I just pulled you into the room. I don't know if you can hear me. Hey, what's up, man?
I feel like a fool. Sometimes it works for some people and sometimes it doesn't, and it just drives me insane.
No, man, I'm sorry. I don't know. It's probably D&D Beyond, but there's been a couple times where it's like, well, not gonna be able to click on that. Not gonna be able to click on that. All right.
Dang.
So the thing that I'm going to be looking for when I'm looking at a bulwark style fighter is it going to give you too much of an AC? That's immediately the first thing I'm looking at. And I'm worried that the first
context.
Yes.
These most subclasses I make, or especially the bulwark in this case, is made for my personal game, which is slightly higher in difficulty. So that's why the AC thing is
okay. I'm still gonna critique it because I still think it's too high.
100%.
This mighty warrior wields 2 shields. I do like the flavor of a double shield guy. Armed with the power of improved defense, a bulwark is a major. Don't say an, say a major force in combat that keeps their allies as safe as can be. Inspired by...
Be perfectly honest.
Yep.
I'm terrible with flavor. When I say this is inspired and based upon this person's subclass, it's usually because that's where I got it inspired from, and that's where I got the first 2 sentences from.
Okay, cool. No worries. Let's. This is not bad flavor text. Can I be honest with you? I much prefer 2 sentences that are to the point than 3 paragraphs that don't tell me a goddamn thing. So that's solid.
Good thing, because I don't have any.
Yeah. Shield Warrior. Do we only get 1 third level feature?
I believe so.
Interesting. All right, let's see what it does. At 3rd level, you can carry 2 shields at once. Each shield grants you the normal +2 AC for a total of +4. I would lower that. I would make carrying the 2nd shield just give you an extra 1.
Oh, no extra 1. Okay.
You can use a shield you're carrying to make a melee weapon attack. A shield you're carrying is a martial weapon with the light property. That's fun. That deals damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier. That damage decreases to 1d6 at level 5, 1d8 at level 10, 1d8 at 11, and 1d10 at 17. Interesting. So they almost function like growing daggers.
Yeah, kinda.
Huh.
The idea of the subclass is that it's built around you fighting with your shields and, of course, protecting your allies with your shields.
Okay, so here's what I think. Gotta pick some shit out of my tooth. Give me a second. All right. I would not make this expand. I would probably just have it start at 6, and then maybe expand to 8 or 10 later. But just let you start. I wouldn't start it at 4. I'd start it at 6. Okay. Additionally, choose a second fighting style. I would not do this. I feel like this is a little lackluster. So here's the thing. This is not a fucked up mechanic in any way. Like, it's fine. But the thing about fighters is it's all about making them feel distinct. That's the point of a fighter subclass, because the fighter chassis is the most blank piece of paper thing there is. So whenever possible, you should fill it with flavor. So this does that. This unique fighting style with the shield fighting, good. Great start. Instead of giving them another fighting style, I would spend a little bit of time and think about what else you could give them that might be fun or interesting. Like, okay, can I give you an example of what immediately pops into my head?
Sure.
So what if drop all this stuff? How about this? How about, what's the range on these shields if you want to throw them?
I hadn't thought about that. I think maybe like 50, either 15 or 30 is pops into my head.
So you should make, this is what I would say. In addition to everything that you say here, you should say shields count as thrown weapons for you. Okay?
Okay.
And then you should probably also say that instead of getting the protection feat or the protection fighting style, what you should do is you should say when a creature attacks, when a creature that you can see is targeted with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to throw your shield to them to impose disadvantage. So essentially, it is the protection feat, but instead of it having a range of 5 feet, you could give it a range of 15 feet or 20 feet.
Okay.
That way, it's like you're throwing your shield out to make blocks for people.
Okay.
That would be cool. You also could throw in some sort of like it bounces back to you, Captain America
like
style.
Captain
I'm thinking
America
about
style.
Captain America. I'm
Thing.
thinking about Captain America. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do that. Drop the two-weapon fighting. I don't think you need it. They'll pick it if they want it. They won't if they don't. Because they could also pick thrown weapon, and then they could be just chucking shields around.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do that for 3rd level. The last thing I would probably, even after that, give it some... That might be enough at 3rd level, but you could also potentially give it something else that felt very mundane. Not mundane. That felt very much like a ribbon feature. That could be... It could be something like, you like improvise shields. And it could be like, with 10 minutes of time, you can craft a shield out of like wood and stuff or something. You know what I mean? Just something that makes it feel just a little bit of an extra thing that helps fill in the vibe. I could go in a lot of different directions, but think about it. I wouldn't make that extra power more powerful than a non-damage dealing cantrip is a good way to think about it.
Okay.
And it could also be, I would also maybe make it the same power level as like a proficiency in something, but it doesn't need to be that, but real base level power, but just something to help fill out. Like, I almost want to say, like, sure, you fight with shields, but what else? Like, is that enough? And if there's another aspect of the vibe that we could start to tie in there with another feature that is that flavor feature, like, for example, I'm not saying that this is what this is, but if this was the elemental bulwark, then that extra feature might be like you learn primordial or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so there's something to add in, just a little bit of extra flavor.
A little bit of extra flavor to help guide the player who's playing this. Like,
okay.
And the only reason why I say that is because Bulwark is a fighting style of fighter more so than a specific character in mind. So, like, a good example of this would be like the Arcane Archer. The Arcane Archer is just a guy with magic arrows, but they still do get Prestidigitation or Druidcraft at 3rd level. And that kind of has a big impact on how you feel about what your magic is like, right? Like, if I can cast Druidcraft, I feel a little naturey. It's like stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All
Okay.
right, let's look at 7th level. At 7th level, you become a master of using your shield to protect yourself, to protect others,
to protect
others. No, that was
sorry.
me.
I know you misread it, and then I misread it too, and then I was just like, oh wait, I need to go and correct that. But
no worries, it's fine. Choose one of the following options. Each of which you can only use a number of times. Don't put this here. Put the amount of times you can use it at the end.
Okay.
And you can use these proficiency You can use these proficiency modifier times per day, and only while holding 2 shields. You gain the other option when you reach level 18. You might not need to do that. I might drop that part. Okay. Let's see. Advanced protection. When you use the protection fighting style to impose disadvantage, you impose disadvantage on all attacks against the creature. All attacks the creature makes against that creature until the end of its turn. Each reaction provided by this ability, don't say may, say can be used a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Don't do that. Don't put a proficiency bonus inside a proficiency bonus. That's crazy. Don't do that.
Okay.
Stalwart defense. When you take damage other than psychic damage from a source that you can see, you can use your reaction to enter a defensive stance, gaining resistance to all types of damage besides psychic until the beginning of your next turn. I like Stalwart defense a lot more. I would probably just give you Stalwart defense, but I'm also going to say Stalwart defense is way too strong for a 7th level feature.
Yeah, the way I thought of it is like almost like a Bear Barbarian feeling, but just for half a second.
No, I totally get it, but it's just way too strong for 7th level.
What I probably do is instead of making it until the beginning of your next turn, like shield, just make it for that attack. So something more akin to Uncanny Dodge.
Even then, being able to always use your reaction to gain, I don't know. I would put it at a higher level. 7th level, usually fighters are getting something that's very flavor oriented. Not all the time, but usually. I would probably try to squeeze it in somewhere else. Let's see what we get at 10th level. And I would just drop advanced protection, honestly. I think I would just lean it. Stalwart defense is cooler. Feels cooler. Immovable and unstoppable. At 10th level, you've learned to use your shields as anchors. If you haven't moved within the last turn, put a comma after turn, you have advantage on saves to avoid being moved, and you quarter the speed of any creature grappling you.
As opposed to having it.
Yeah. I would... Okay, this is what I would do. I would drop the quartering your speed thing, and I would give you advantage on saves and checks to avoid being moved, because a lot of them are going to be checks.
Oh, checks, yeah. That's a good point.
But I think that's fine, having advantage on checks and saves to be moved against your will. I like that. I think that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, that could be the 7th level feature. At
and
10th
then move
level,
the other one up to 10th?
Well, let me see what else we get at
around.
10th level first. Also at 10th level, your shield strikes are imbued with unrelenting force. Oh, I know what you should do. Okay, I'm gonna read the rest of this, but I know what this is what you should do. At 10th level, this half move, this advantage against being moved against your will, move that to 7th level, and then also at 7th level, make it so when you attack with shields that are not magical, they can count as magical for overcoming resistances to immunities and stuff.
Okay,
that's the ticket.
That makes sense.
And just copy the language from like the monk at 6th level or the druid at 6th level or whatever.
I'm old hat in that.
Okay, cool. Let me look at what the other 10th level feature is. At 10th level, your shield strikes are imbued with unrelenting force. Once per turn, when you hit with a creature with a shield attack, don't say may, say can. You can force a creature to make a strength save equal to bop, 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 bop. On a failed save, the creature is pushed up to 10 feet in a direction you choose. If you moved 20 feet in a straight line this turn, you can knock a creature prone when it fails this save. I would say if you moved 20 feet in a straight line before making the attack.
Yeah, that does need to be clarified.
I don't think it needs to be instead of pushing them 10 feet. I think it could be in addition to it.
And I made this a long time ago. I've changed, but I panicked. I was like, oh god, what do I have?
No, that's okay. I'm gonna be honest. I like this a lot more than I was expecting to. I was trying to hold my tongue. But I think it works pretty well so far. I would change it so it's you can push the creature horizontally. I don't think you should be able to knock them up 10 feet.
Yeah, because now that you're saying it out loud, you can not only can you knock them up, but you can also push them behind you, which doesn't make a ton of sense. But yeah.
Yeah. Keith says we need merch that says don't say may, say can. I know. I need merch in general. One day we'll do it.
I've started to change that, but this requires updating it on D&D Beyond.
No, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's just force of habit. I got to listen. If I don't correct it, the people aren't gonna know. And there's a handful of folks watching, and they gotta know. You know.
Mm-hmm.
At 15th level, you gain an additional reaction while carrying 2 shields. You can only use this reaction. I'll be honest. I would just completely drop this 15th level feature, and I would
especially if I'm changing the 7th level one.
Yeah, and I would make Stalwart Defense the 15th level feature.
Okay, just keep it how it is now and make it 15th level.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then at 18th level, if you haven't moved in the last turn, any non-magical bonuses provided by your shields are also provided to any allies within 5 feet of you. This would include the effects of adaptive bulwark and feats like Shield Master. I think this should probably. I probably would drop the Shield Master bulwark stuff and just let them gain the AC boost. I think that's enough. That's really strong, but it's also pretty cool. You could maybe throw something else in there if you need to. Like maybe if you use reactive defense. No, because then they would all get resistance to all damage types. That'd be crazy. I think allowing them to get the benefits from your shields makes sense. I would probably I might add something else. You know what I would probably do? This is what I would do. Keep the benefits of the shield, so they get the AC boost, and then make it so instead of having advantage on checks against being moved against your will, you just can't be moved against your will.
Okay. Dragon tries to knock you away. No, I don't feel like it.
Yeah. Or you could go in the opposite direction where it's like things that lower your movement speed don't lower your movement speed.
That also works.
Also so very Juggernaut
removable
vibe.
And unstoppable, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. It's a pretty solid little subclass, though. It looks fun.
I put a lot of work into them. Most of them can't be made public on D&D Beyond because of the rules it has about content sharing.
So next time you have, next time you have one you really want me to look at, instead of linking that doc, just post it in like a Google Doc drive, so I can look at it.
Yeah, just post the entire thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, I have to actually look at the formatting properly. Okay.
No. You don't. You literally can just do this. You can just copy paste like this, and then copy paste, and then just like, if it's formatted like this, if it looks like this, where there's something really big and bold, and it says starting at 3rd level, and then it says what it does, and then it says something really big and bold, and it says starting at 7th level. That's all I need. I don't need it to be crazy more than that.
I'm gonna do myself a favor. And
the reason why I suggest the Homebrew template to people is because a lot of people just have no idea even where to start. And it's like, if you don't know anything about Homebrew formatting, this is what Wizards of the Coast uses for their Unearthed Arcana, and you can use that.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts, questions, or anything?
No. That was all really good, and I took notes and all that on the page. So
cool. All right, man. Thanks for the call. I'm glad I was able to grab you, and we were actually able to look at one of your pieces. And now you know that how to do it right. So I won't keep having to like click things and get annoyed and be sad.
There's a lot of monsters that you're going to be seeing in the next few.
All right, cool. I love a good monster. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call.
See
Click, hang up. All right, 1 second. Sorry. Guys, on Sunday, I'm gonna just show you. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna show you something I'm not supposed to. Does this look cool to you guys? On Sunday night this weekend, I'm gonna be being on a show called D&D Deathmatch, where you have to make up a character to do a deathmatch with someone else. So the character that I made up was Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, except instead of them having a Pikachu, they have an Eldritch Horror in their backpack that, like, fights with them. And this is my character. So if you want to see me be this character in a D&D show, it's going to be on Twitch on Sunday night. I think at like 8:30 or 8 on D&D Deathmatch. I'll be posting about it in the Discord and on the YouTube community tab. But this is going to be my guy. He's Robbie Clark and the Hunter. Or the Hunger. Robbie Clark and the Hunger. And I'm going to be like a little anime protagonist. Whoa! I fight for my friends. That kind of thing. It's going to be great. I'm really excited for it. Yeah, the hat has an eye. Yeah, it's a little Eldritch monster that is my buddy. Can you share the sprite in the Discord? I'm going to wait till the D20 Deathmatch might want to do promotional stuff with it first. Oh my god. Yes, Violet. I love you. You're amazing. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. I think the way that I'm gonna play him is he's going to talk like Ash Ketchum for Pokemon, or like any, like, you know, or like the main character from One Piece, or any of the anime protagonists. It's so funny. I make fun of people for being weebs, but I immediately went super weeb. Of course I'm gonna be. Listen, because I'm gonna make fun of it. It's gonna be great. I like some anime, okay? I'm just not deep. I like Attack on Titan. I love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I really liked the original Trigun. I haven't seen the new Trigun. What else did I like? What other anime is there that I like that's like anime that everyone watches? I liked Parasite. Not Parasite. Yeah, there was an anime called Parasite that was pretty good. You know, I like the basics. No, GW. I'm not... these are shows that I've liked for years and years and years. I couldn't get into any... I can't get into the really long ones. So I'm not going to watch One Piece. I'm not going to watch JoJo. But anyway, my character, this guy, he's going to talk like, oh, wow, yeah. But then whenever the monster talks, it's going to be like, it's going to be a fun combination. It'll be weird. It'll be weird and it'll be wonderful. Your channel is great? How do you know your channel is great? You've known 3 people that said the same thing. They have all more than 200 watch hours on the website that we all use. Well, I don't have time for that. I'd love to. It'd be cool if I had time for something like that. Okay, let's see. Beelzebub is next. Gravity Barbarian, IG. What does IG mean? Are you just trying to promote yourself? Oh, I guess. Okay, cool. Moo Strongman, have you said anything in chat, or are you just trying to promote your dumb channel? Let's check. You just said yo. You said the first thing you said was yo, which is a great starter. Second thing is my channel's great. Here's what we do. No, you can self-promote. I don't give a fuck. If it gets annoying, I'll just, block you. But, it's just funny. My channel's great. I do Fortnite and other stuff. What was the other stuff you said you did? Cat stuff. What is cat stuff? How does one do cat stuff? What does that mean? I do cat stuff. Are you going to do a brew for a creature or a pre-made sheet? For D20 Deathmatch, it's very homebrew. The battles are very homebrew. So it's very homebrew. You're just bringing it up? I'm not trying to promote myself. I'm just bringing it up. I just wanted to listen. I wasn't trying to show off. I just wanted to bring it up. You wanted to promote it a little bit. That's okay. It's okay. Be honest. You don't need to lie. You didn't just bring it up. You brought it up because you wanted people to go click on your Fortnite cat stuff. But I'm going to be honest. I don't give a shit about cats or Fortnite. Cats are fine. I like cats. Fortnite. I'm about as interested in Fortnite as I am a rock falling on my foot. Do you put saran wrap across the hallway and make the cat jump over it? I do. And I will, and I have. No, I've never actually lived with a cat. That's not true. That's not true. I've lived with a cat for a year. But it wasn't my cat. But I did really like it. I've almost always lived with people that are very allergic to cats. So I've always been a dog person. My channel is great. It has a bunch of cringe videos from when I was a teen. Oh, that is great. I would much rather watch that. Milk Boy, do you want me to go to your channel right now? I could literally do that. No, I wouldn't do that. That'd be so mean. We'll do that another time. One day we'll do a stream where I'll just click on your guys' names and we'll go see what stuff's posted on your channels, and we'll just embarrass each other together. That would be horrible. Could you imagine? I feel like people would fucking hate that. You love your cat. She's incredibly stupid. Whose piece is this? Beelzebub. All right, let's take a look. Beelzebub, did you want to come on stream? You did. Are you in the Discord? Let's see. Beelzebub, if you have a different name on Discord, let me know, because I don't see you in the waiting room. So I'm going to start reading it. When taking the path... Did I put the link? I probably didn't even link it. Review the homebrew videos they made as a kid. Cringe is dead. Embrace the human experience of being cringe. You should do that, but make it a submission wheel. That's actually a really fun idea. But the thing is, it's not going to be fun if the people aren't online. Well, I guess it could still be fun. It could be like... That's not a bad idea, actually. It could be like, oh, you guys promote your channel, or we just watch weird cringe shit that you posted, and I just go to... And you just... That would be so funny. I like the idea of doing it with you here, though, because I could just click on your username and go to your page. Donna check-in 30 minutes before stream. Donna check in 30 minutes before stream. Donna be checking in. Do a check-in. I know. I figured. I was just being silly. Being earnest is only cringe if you let it be. That's not true. There's plenty of cringy things that are earnest. Okay, let's see what happens at 3rd level. Wait, I didn't even read what this thing does yet. I didn't read the flavor text yet. Y'all got me distracted with the cringe. You might need a mod or something to go through. Oh, I definitely would need a mod. 100%. This would not just be super cash. Or I would bring them up off stream first and then look at them before I put them on stream. When taking the path of astronomical force, your body is infused with graviturgy magic. This magic allows you to bend gravity to your will and become a galactic menace. All right, let's take a look. We're getting... I do like the fonts. It does feel a little sci-fi in the fonts you picked, and I don't know if that was intentional, but I do like that. At 3rd level, while raging, you gain immunity to bludgeoning damage caused by falling damage. I think you could just say you get immunity to fall damage. Additionally, when you fall from a height that would normally cause fall damage, you force creatures within 5 feet of you landing to make a dex saving throw equal to 8 plus con plus proficiency bonus. On a failure, that creature takes that amount of damage. The creature takes that amount of falling damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your constitution modifier plus modifier. So you don't take fall damage ever. So while you're raging, you don't take fall damage. In addition, okay, the other thing is this should probably also only happen while raging. I think it's supposed to be tied together. I would probably say while raging, you gain the following effects, and then list both of them. Is it a little OP to take no fall damage? It's not a little OP to take no fall damage if it's only while raging. If it's just while raging, it's not all the time. All the time, I might agree with you, but while raging is pretty limited. Moo, stop talking about your shit. I don't care. You made a memorial video for Schlatt? Why are you memorializing Schlatt? What did he do? He fall off? I love Schlatt. He and I used to go to birthday parties together before he moved to Austin. Haven't talked to him in a couple weeks. But did he take fall damage? Nah, I didn't take fall damage. Gravity manipulation. Beginning at 3rd level, when you rage, you can manipulate how gravity affects you in one of 2 ways. Oh, we're getting more rage stuff. Interesting. So you either become dense, force, or featherweight freedom. Your weight increases by 10 times. Your movement speed reduces to 5 feet or 0 while wearing heavy armor. When a creature of a large or smaller or spell effect of a spell slot of 4 or lower attempts to forcibly move you against, you have advantage on any... Dude, this is so convoluted. Don't do this. Just say the last part. Just say you have advantage on... You don't need all of these caveats. It's fine to just give it to you. It's not that strong. Just say you have advantage on any skill checks, on any checks or saving throws to prevent being moved against your will. Done. Just give them that while you're raging. It's fine. I want to point something out here. I do worry that a player is going to think that this is going to make this feature do a lot more damage, but technically it's not, and I don't think it should either. So we're thinking about. Your weight decreases to 0. You gain a fly speed equal to your movement speed if you already have one. When calculating the damage for a melee attack, you cannot add your strength modifier to the total. Huh. I don't know if I like you getting a fly speed at level 3. Even if you lose the extra damage. I don't know how I feel about that. I would probably change it. I don't think it's better. I think they're different. I mean, honestly, I like the idea behind both of them. I just think they're both a little bit... I think about dense force is fine. This is too much. This is too much. I would probably have it be like your weight is divides by 10, and maybe like triple your jump distance, but not give you a fly speed. That's what I would do. I would triple your jump distance. Actually, I don't think you can triple your jump distance because it would fuck with this ability too much. But maybe then it's worth changing how this ability works. Actually, maybe it doesn't matter because you wouldn't take any fall damage. So I don't know. I think that this should give you a super jump, and I don't think it should stack on top of heavy landing. So I don't know how you would manage that, but giving you a fly speed is too much, I think. Oh, heck, I have some feedback on this. I've tested a similar feature to this gameplay loop. What's your feedback, buddy? Weightless is a condition in 5e? Really? You sure about that? Not seeing it. I think you're just making shit up. From Spelljammer. Ah, fuck it. This ain't Spelljammer. Having to jump and land to deal damage can be very crunchy numbers-wise. It's not as smooth as it seems. Well, that's why I'm saying that maybe the jump thing shouldn't tie into the fall thing. Like, maybe when this is active, this is not active. But I like the idea. Okay, let's see. At 6th level, you can enchant a number of small or tiny objects equal to your proficiency modifier. The object loses its aura when it's 60 feet away from you. What aura? You have to mention an aura. If it's getting an aura, you have to put the aura in the sentence before you talk about losing it. We don't know what the fuck the aura is yet. Switch your words around. Beelzebub, are you in chat yet? Let's see. You're not. Okay, you're probably just not going to show up. Okay, so you can do this proficiency bonus times modifier per day, or you can just have them always. Oh, you can just have them forever. I don't know about that. Let's see. Meteorite core. The object is incapable of being held by anyone besides the person who enchanted it. If the object is a melee weapon, you can add additional damage die when determining the damage rolled. If the object is a weapon, this is just too strong. This is just too strong across the board. Making an object impossible to be carried, just flat out impossible being carried, that's too strong. Allowing you to just deal a bunch of extra damage, that's too much. All too much. All too much. It's unaffected by gravity. Gains the thrown property. As a bonus action, you recall the object to your hand within 60 feet. 6th level for barbarians, they can't do a shit ton of crazy damage. Also, this is sort of similar to what another barbarian gets at 6th level already. I would rebuild this feature. I wouldn't do this. I would make it so you could only enchant one object at a time, and I would significantly weaken this. Like, dramatically underline. All right, let's keep moving. I don't have much more to say about this. I feel like this feels off for a 6th level feature. 6th level features, if you're going to make your 6th level feature a combat one, you can't have that heavy of a combat feature at 3rd level. The only thing that gets a combat feature at 6th level is the giant barbarian, and that feature allows them to make a weapon deal 1d6 extra damage of an elemental type, and to recall that weapon when they throw it. Let's look at 10th level. At 10th level, the gravity energy from your rage... Like, honestly, this is what I would probably do. I would probably make this a 3rd level feature. I'd probably give them something else. And this feels like a 6th level feature. This feels like a 6th level feature. This feels like a 3rd level feature. This feels like a 6th level feature. I would probably... I mean, you could make this a 6th level feature and it would be good. At 10th level, the gravity energy in your rage expands to a 15-foot sphere centered on you. All creatures within the sphere gain the same effects as you. However, the sphere gains the following effects determined by the type of rage you're using. No. I would not give all the creatures in it the same effects as you. I would allow it to cause an effect on gravity in the area, but giving all the creatures in the sphere the same effects as you is too much. Do all the creatures in the sphere rage? I don't believe so. All ranged weapon attacks are at disadvantage when the target or attacker is within the atmosphere. All falling damage is doubled. I wouldn't do the falling damage is doubled because that is going to be too powerfully stacked with this 3rd level feature. And if that was intentional, I disagree with it. Featherwall, Featherweight Freedom. All ranged weapon attacks made towards someone within the area of advantage. Fall damage is negated to 0. You know what I would probably do? I would probably keep this one for the dense and this one for the featherweight. And I would drop this and I would drop this. That's what I would do. Does everything in the subclass only work when you rage? It looks that way. It looks that way, which is also not ideal. You want to have at least 1 or 2 features that are on when you're not raging because it feels really... That's a good point, Matt. It can feel really, really bad when you are out of rages and then you just don't have any subclass features. It's kind of lame. It's going to make you feel lame. Pretty much every barbarian gets at least a couple things that aren't directly tied to their rage. How to play D&D? Try to find a group. Watch some Critical Role or Dimension 20 to sort of see what the game is. Look online for people looking for groups or wanting to run games for people. Join a Discord. Or, yeah, you could listen to Rally. You could listen to my podcast. We covered the Barbarian last night. We kind of did. Okay, let's look at the 14th level feature. At 14th level, while raging is a bonus action, you, an object with gravity, or a target within your atmosphere can have the type of gravity affecting them switch. You choose your own gravity, you can switch. It will change the atmosphere. Okay, allowing you to switch which type of gravity you have mid-rage, I think is actually a really good 14th level feature if you really commit to the double types. But I think that you got to pretty significantly change these, and I think that they stack in ways that I don't think it's ideal. And I think this class needs a couple things that it has when it's not raging. But I like the idea. I think the core idea, the core vibe. This is what I'm going to say. The vibe is excellent, but I think the core mechanics needs a lot of work. That's where my head's at. But I love the vibe. Chat, any final thoughts for Beelzebub? Let's give them a little round of applause. Thank you, Beelzebub. You like being a gravity barb? Yeah, being a gravity barb would be cool. Still got stuff. Oh, I got it. I got this stuff out of my teeth. All right, I'm gonna go pee really quickly. But then we'll do more. I'll be right back. Here, let me put on some weird stuff for you guys to listen to while I go pee. Give me 1 second. Let's find something weird. Let's see. Here we go. No, that's not weird enough. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. But I can find it through this. Let's try something new. What's this? No. No. All right, we're just gonna stick to the classics, guys. We're gonna stick to the classics. I'm not gonna hunt for music right now. Let me find something nice that I know is just good. 1 second. I want to do something silly, but no. Let's do a good one. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be back in 1 second. BRB. I'm muted? I don't think I'm muted anymore. But I certainly was. Unmuted. Muted and unmuted. Oh shit, next is Omen. I wonder if this is gonna... I looked at let's see. Adopted from a homebrew campaign featuring Alystra and her run ritual, based off of her ability back in 3.5 to adapt drow weapons to exist in sunlight. So cute. All right. I looked at this yesterday, buddy. Omen, I looked at this piece yesterday. I'll tell you what, I'll pull you into chat so we can talk about it, but I'm not going to review it again. Yeah. Here, I'll come, but I'll pull you in. Why not? Hey, buddy. Unmute when you have a moment. You're in the chat. I got you. Hey, what's up?
All right, so unmute. Hello.
Welcome.
I didn't know you streamed last night, so my bad.
That's okay.
Anyway,
I'll tell you my thoughts again because I have you here and I don't want you to feel upset that you missed it. So this is the Moonlit Dagger. It's a item. It should require attunement first of all, but basically the way this item works, if I remember correctly, is that Gateway to the Stars is like it has two versions. It has, and I'm just telling this to chat. It has a darkness version and a light version. In the darkness version, you can see the night sky in it and allows you to navigate. In the light version, it makes light that is moonlight. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to point out two things again to you that I pointed out on stream last night, but then I want to hear if you have thoughts afterwards. One, if you want Gateway to the Stars to allow you to navigate as if you could navigate by starlight by looking into the dagger, you should just make it that. I would completely drop all of this arcana check, nature check stuff. Don't do any of that. Just allow it to just let them be able to see true north and what time of day it is with it in this mode. That's nothing broken about that. So just let them do that.
All right. I was just worried about making it easier on the DM to make decisions about how easy that should be.
Yeah, I don't think knowing where north isn't gonna be the end of the world for anything. Like, it's fine.
All right.
With a magic item, a dungeon master's never gonna put a magic item in their game if they don't like how it works. So, if a dungeon master isn't interested in an item that helps you navigate, they're just not gonna let you get it. So, I don't think you need to worry about it. And then with reveal, I wanted to point out that Moonlight has no mechanical effects in D&D, and what we talked about on stream was that it sounded like you were pulling language from the Moonbeam spell, but you need to know that the Moonbeam spell does specific things, but Moonlight does not do anything specific.
You know, I'd forgotten that changed from 3.5. I'm sorry.
That's okay, but that's what I wanted to point out to you. And then the last thing is you don't need to give it a feature called Blessed. It is a magic dagger, so it inherently just has this feature.
All right. Would you like some background on what the run ritual is?
The what ritual?
In my little descriptive thing, I said that it's adapted from a campaign that I was in featuring Illustrae and her run ritual.
If you can explain it very briefly, but I don't want to listen to you talk about it for 5 minutes.
So basically, Illustrae has this whole thing about rescuing the drow from the influences of Lolth. Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, there needs to be a place above ground that they can be. And basically, the run ritual is all about changing public perceptions about drow and showing that there can be good drow by being a drow out in the world doing good. That's it.
That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, and I think the core idea of the weapon is nice. I mean, I love a magic item that just gives you cool, flavorful stuff, and that's really what this does, because it really just gives you light and navigation, and that's pretty neat. I like that. So yeah, it's a solid little guy.
Yeah, this is also on the non-member wheel, so you can just
I know.
ignore it.
I got it. That's why I said I looked at it earlier this week. The wheel refreshes every week, so anything that didn't get looked at the wheel, or whether or not it got looked at on the wheel,
I put it on both wheels. I put it on both wheels, so I guess that explains a lot.
So what I would suggest doing, and this is what I usually suggest to members, is don't post on, if you want to post the same, if you have the same piece that you want to get looked at either, like in this situation where you're like, this is the thing I want looked at, post it in the public wheel, and then wait till the day of the member stream to post it on the member wheel, so you can tell, or just wait till after the last public, because you know what I mean. That's what I was just doing. But also in this case, it doesn't really matter, because if you didn't notice, now you do notice. So there you go. So it ended up being fine.
All right.
But I like it. It's a solid one. I think I want to suggest two things. One, this probably could be a +1 dagger, because it really doesn't do anything other than create light and help you with navigation. Or don't make it a +1 dagger, but make the light do something.
Yeah, I was thinking like it could be the effect of Moonbeam to a designated number of creatures within the radius of light.
Mm-hmm. Wait, say that again?
It could basically cast Moonbeam on a designated number of creatures within the radius of light.
I wouldn't do that. That's too strong. Moonbeam is very strong.
Maybe like a lowered version of it?
I mean, I would not do the damage. Maybe I would do the non-damaging part of Moonbeam, maybe. But if you're going to be making it so it can have like a permanent fixed bit of perpetual damage, and it being radiant damage and other stuff, that would be a lot. Like, I would say I would maybe let it cast Moonbeam and just have it literally just cast the spell Moonbeam once per day. That could work. But I wouldn't let it like do an empowered version of Moonbeam where it could like cast it on a bunch of different creatures or something like that. Do you know how Moonbeam works in 5e?
I thought it was an area of effect.
It is, but that's what I mean. Like, if you cast it in an area, it's in that area. Like, if you cast
if I just had it...
You know what I mean? Like, you could cast it on a bunch of creatures. So I was assuming you meant you could like have it like just explode in a bunch of different directions.
No, I was thinking like, I was just thinking like, so you know how it says it sheds bright light out to a certain radius. I was thinking like you could pick from creatures within that radius to have the moonlight effect, the Moonbeam effect, specifically of revealing them to be shapeshifters of some kind or what have you. Not necessarily the damage part.
Yeah, you could do that. I think that would work really well if you just kept it to the shapeshifter revealing part, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, thank you, buddy. Any final thoughts, questions, desires, yearnings, aspirations?
I want to describe this somehow in flavor that indicates that when using the reveal feature, the stars somehow shift, and instead of being filled with starlight, it's filled with moonlight because because the point of view shifts over a moon.
I think you can just say that. I think you say reveal. You can expend your action to shift the blade so that the stars fade away and are replaced with a glowing moon. Period. The blade begins to emit a bright light, etc., etc., etc. Something like that.
All right. Yeah, I think that was it. We could talk about Illustrating more. I think that would be cool.
I have no interest in talking about Illustrating more.
That I've taken up enough time.
I'm hanging up on you. I love you. I'm hanging up on you. I love you. Bye. That was Omen. I don't give a shit about old D&D lore. I'm so sorry. It just doesn't interest me. I like lore when it comes to cool ideas for monsters. That's about it. I don't really care about anything else. Hey Dylan, stream's going well. We got a new guy, Mumu, who just talks about Fortnite. They're really exciting. Listen, the lore could be cool for you. We don't need to all be into the same stuff, guys. I just am not particularly... I just don't care about it. CT 860's just been working. Next is Pita. Peter, I believe I saw you in the chat earlier. Omen, I appreciate you being here. And I like the item quite a bit. I like it this time and I liked it the first time. I like it both times. This is my first homebrew. And figured I would make something fun and goofy. I love that. I have no idea how to rate the rarity. Seems like a strong item. All right, let's take a look. You do not want to come on stream. That is reasonable. Wand of Universe 1059. Omen, were you apologize? You said it's okay? I thought you said I'm sorry. I was going to say, you don't need to apologize for anything. I really enjoyed your piece. People are talking to Moo now. Oh God. We'll see if Moo becomes an anti-hero of the chat. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there might be some overlap in the D&D Fortnite community, but I am not it. Eventually, I'm sure somebody will send me some homebrew based on Fortnite, and it'll be overpowered and poorly explained. Let's see what Wand of the Universe does. The wand has 4 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to target a creature. You need to put a range. Target a creature you can see within 60 feet of you, forcing them to make a DC 15 Charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the creature looks like Danny DeVito for 10 minutes. This should probably not be a Charisma save. I guess it could be a Charisma save. I feel like a Wisdom save, or almost maybe even a Constitution save would make more sense. The creature looks like Danny DeVito for 10 minutes. Do they physically change shape to look like Danny DeVito, like the Alter Self spell? The creature becomes small, loses all skill proficiencies. Okay, why? However, the creature gains expertise in performance, persuasion, and deception. Furthermore, the creature must quote Danny DeVito from one of his many movies, interviews, or TV every minute until the end of the spell. There's no spell happening here, so don't say spell. It has 1d4 charges. It gets them daily at dawn. If you expend the last one, roll something. Or some of everybody turns into Danny DeVito. Everybody Danny DeVito is fine. I like it as a goofy idea. What does it actually do though? Why? I don't know. I mean, it's weird. Losing all skill proficiencies. Honestly, the strongest part of this is it forces a creature of any size to become small. That's pretty strong. Does Danny DeVito have commoner stats? No, he's no commoner. To prevent illusion changing your appearance from seeming is a charisma saving throw. Might have a similar effect here. Yeah, but that's because seeming is like a force of will. This is like a physical change. I feel like Alter Self, like, how does Alter Self work? I know Alter Self, I think, is a self-targeting spell. But, like, I feel like this is the language you want to use. It's not that far from that language, actually. But you should tighten it up a little bit more. But I like it. Be Danny DeVito for 10 minutes. I don't know how I feel about losing all skill proficiencies, but gaining expertise in performance, persuasion, and deception. I might make you pick one. I guess if I was going to rate this item, I'd probably call it very rare. I don't think it's legendary. Danny DeVito is a great old one. The only thing that I'll say about losing all... It turns you into a face for 10 minutes. Yeah, that's basically what it does. It turns you into the face of the party for 10 minutes. Which I think is pretty cool. I like the idea. So maybe leave it as this. It just feels a little bit like it's a lot to get expertise in 3 proficiencies, but maybe it's fine. You could also make it a once a day thing instead of a 4 times a day. I would also say you could... The other thing that I would change is I would let characters choose to fail the save, because you could cast it on your friends, and, like, you could allow them, like, I want to be Danny DeVito. There's some spells that do similar things to this. You think it's balanced by losing all your other skills? Yeah, I guess. I'll put the link again. No, you can't always choose to fail a save, because there are spells that explicitly say that you can, and there are ones that can't. How good expertise is has nothing to do with how good your charisma is. It has everything to do with your proficiency bonus. The only thing that expertise does is it adds double your proficiency bonus to the skill check. Having a good charisma will help on top of that, but it won't do anything else. You might let players do it if they want to, but technically that's not how it works. So you should still put the wording in when you're making homebrew. But yeah, I like it. Danny DeVito. I don't really have much more to say. Goofy idea, Peter. I'm a big fan. Transform into the face of the party. You're permanently stuck as him? No. If I missed something in that made you permanently stuck in him, I would probably change that. Next is the Great Bread. I need to get more water soon. Probably not the most balanced or well-priced. Had the intention that these would be more for optimization for a big group purchase. What are we going to look at here? I'm so curious. Mechanical limbs. I wish you told me what you wanted me to look at, because there's no way in hell I'm going to look at this whole document. I wish you were more specific about what you wanted me to look at. Also, I wish you formatted this thing better. I'm not even sure where to start. All these items function because of magic. All damage dealt by them are treated as magical. I don't care about upkeep. Not gonna read it. When you use a bonus action to activate your limb with the property multi-activation, you can activate any other limb with the same property of multi-activation. When a limb has this property, you are unable to use that limb. So are these like... Okay, so these are like the properties of them, and then these are what they get. So you get normal limbs, which give you less dex and less strength, but +2 quality modifier. I have no idea what that means. It's probably in this part. Do any of these have any unique features? The shield arm. When you use this item, your arm is treated as a shield. It gives you a +2 bonus to AC. So these okay, so first of all, this sword arm already exists in D&D. This is already an item in D&D, just so you know. What is something unique that one of these things does? Let's find the unique one. Hookshot arm. When you use this item, your arm splits apart as if, and you shoot out a grappling hook. When you activate this item's ability, you can make a ranged attack with a range of 50 feet, dealing 8 piercing damage and pulling the creature you hit 30 feet closer. You cannot hold any items. I would probably allow the creature to make a strength saving throw or an athletics check to prevent being pulled closer. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like this is a lot of... I almost want to say, what's the point? I don't mean that in a rude way, but I feel like fake arms and stuff exist in D&D already. Magical prosthetics are already a thing. This is like, I guess this could be interesting if your players are excited by the idea of having arms that give you detrimental features or more powerful features and requiring upkeep. But it kind of feels, I don't know, it almost just feels like extra work. Like, if you're the type of party that really likes a lot of upkeep stuff, like managing resources, this could be interesting. But I would struggle with this in a game. I would be I would like a fake arm that gives you a +1 to your strength or dex, I think is cool. But I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. I don't really have much more to say. Bonus action to deal 3d12 fire damage. That's good. That's very strong. But also, that's a legendary item, so that's kind of fine for that. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much more to say. This is one of those things where it's like... I don't even really know how to judge this, other than I think that I would be annoyed if a dungeon master was like, we're gonna use... let me rephrase that. I wouldn't be annoyed. I just wouldn't partake in this system. And I wonder if it needs to be... if it needs this much explanation. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Could just require a particular common item each long rest or work at disadvantage till repairs are made. That could also work. I wonder if you can add more limbs to yourself than you normally would otherwise have. That's also an interesting idea. Old Link hookshot mixed with something weird arm. Sure, yeah. I like a grappling hook arm. I'll be honest, I'm a little annoyed that the grappling hook arm doesn't work as a grappling hook, but I accept that. You can often achieve what you want for a character with very simple mechanics. Yeah. These are all considered magic. How would you go about writing suggested character traits in a homebrew background? I wouldn't. I don't know. I've never written a homebrew background. I feel like homebrew backgrounds are the most open-ended thing in the world, and you can make them whatever, and there's no real rules to them other than the mechanical features you get. So I would think about character archetypes that you think fit that background, and then think of the traits that those character archetypes have, and then write those traits. I think a thorn whip item also would make sense. I don't think homebrew backgrounds are pointless at all. I think they're actually really good practice for writing homebrew because they're very simple and they help you think about things from a... They really sort of force you to think of evocative flavor because that's like the most important part. But it's yeah, there's not a, like if somebody sent me a background, I wouldn't have much to review other than to make sure they didn't make it overpowered. I don't ever do the bonds, flaws, ideals stuff they give you. No, I don't really either. But I have run games for players that really like using those things, and it's very helpful for them. So I don't think there's anything wrong with them. Yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting mechanic if you like the idea of a little bit more resource management and like upkeep management. I think fake magical arms is cool. I don't really have much more to say, other than all the other things I said. All right, thank you, The Great Bread. Let's give a round of applause to The Great Bread. Somebody said very expensive. Yeah, I mean, they are, but that's how those sort of items are usually priced, so that's kind of reasonable. You know, you can always change pricing for your own games. Somebody asked me a question. How would you balance a race with only blind sight? I would make it limited blind sight. I would make it so they have blind sight out to 30 feet but are blind beyond it, or 60 feet but are blind beyond it. Honestly, it would be very hard to do. And I think that I would question why you need it. Like, I don't know if it would fundamentally work super well. It's because the thing is, if you're giving a creature blind sight immediately, you're playing this game of trying to balance against having something incredibly strong by having it have some sort of detriment, and then you're sort of bouncing back against trying to balance against that detriment, and it can just spiral down. It's possible, but I think it's hard to pull off. This is from Geo. This is a subclass I've been working on for a while because I am not satisfied at all with the Beastmaster subclass. I'm gonna say something right now. The Beastmaster subclass is excellent with the new Tasha's version of the Beastmaster. It's excellent. Man and dogs. It's really in depth, so I understand. Oh my god, stop, Gia. Why you keep sending me really fucking long things if you know I'm not gonna read them? Come on, buddy. Why is this so long? Oh my god. I'm not going to read any of this. This is such a turn off. I'm going to read the beginning of it, but I'm not going to read that much of it. I'm just telling you that right now. The bond between humans and dogs is one that is as old as the idea of civilization itself. Dogs are humanity's oldest and most loyal companion. Through their bond to humans, dogs have managed to work their way into everyday lives of almost every humanoid race in existence. Let's see if Geo wants to be on. Yeah, let me grab them. Geo, do you want to be on stream? Yeah, you can join voice. You're not in the Discord. Unless your name is something different in the Discord. I see a Gladriel, I see a Pinky, I see a Violet, and I see an Arcade. I don't see you. There you are. Hey. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Good.
I can barely hear you. Is your microphone working?
It is. I'm not sure.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you much better now. Hi. So I'm 100% not going to read all of this.
Okay.
So tell me about it, and we'll talk about it.
Okay. So what this is so I said I was unsatisfied with the Beastmaster specifically because of like flavor stuff, because it's too generic for me.
Sure.
It's generic
So what is
beast.
this doing? What is this doing specifically that is different than the Beastmaster?
So what this is supposed to be is that you have a dog and you can like all this stuff is like customization for your dog, like different tricks or different like you have like two different breeds and they have like different tricks or so that it can do like over time. It's like
does
you
the
have your
loyal
dog
companion feature work exactly the same as any other pet feature in modern D&D? Do I have to read it?
It works like other modern D&D pet features.
Okay, cool.
Only difference is that like in the stat block, there's a difference between like a guard dog and a hound.
We'll get to the stat block in a second. I just don't want to have to read loyal companion. All right, so you
Okay,
get
yeah,
proficiency in animal handling, persuasion, intimidation, or survival, and then you get a pet. Let's look at the pet. Hit points are 12 plus proficiency bonus, and then or armor's that. Hit points are 5 plus 5 times your fighter level. It's a fighter subclass? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Oh, I assumed it was ranger. Okay. Guard dog is 10 plus 6 times your fighter level. So when you pick this subclass at 3rd level, do you pick what sort of dog it is?
Yeah, you pick its breed.
When you
pick if it's a hound, which is like more
hound or a guard dog. I got you. Okay. I probably
the hound is supposed to be
10 plus 6 times feels like a lot. That might be too much.
That's because of what it can do.
It doesn't matter. It might be too much. Let me just check something right now. The beefiest pet is the Drake Warden. Probably shouldn't be bigger than the Drake Warden. Yeah, I don't know if I would go 10 plus 6 times it. That's significantly stronger than the Drake pet. And the Drake pet is the beefiest pet.
Okay.
So I probably wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Speed of 40 feet. Decent stats. It has keen hearing and stuff. It has pack tactics. So hound form, it has pack tactics. And then guard dog form, it has sacrificial block. It has a bite that can knock creatures prone. The bite being able to knock creatures prone is pretty strong. I also want to point something out here. I disagree with you giving it a flat DC of 11 for the bite. The DC should be based on something that grows with you, specific to your thing. The DC should be like 8 plus your proficiency bonus or something, or 9 plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
It should get better over time. And the guard dog can choose to take the damage of a hit. So I think that it's fine to let the guard dog take the damage from a hit. I still think you can't do 10 plus 6 times the damage.
Okay, what do you think it should be instead? Like, I want the guard dog to be a bit beefier than the hound, just because it's meant to take more hits. So
yeah, but 5. Okay, so let's think about it. Let's just do the math. So at level 3, this thing, if you made it just have 5 plus 5 times your fighter hit points, at level 3, this thing would have 20 hit points. That is plenty beefy. I would, if anything, I would give the guard dog just that, and I would give the hound less.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where my head goes for that. I also would let things like I would also make it share your proficiency bonus, so that like its saving throws and perceptions proficiency went up over time.
Okay.
You have your loyal companion. You can give it tricks, so it learns special tricks. So these. Okay, so this is where I'm starting to lose you. This is too many options. This is way, way too many options.
Okay. Yeah.
A good thing to think about.
Initially, I had that at level.
It doesn't matter what level you're getting it at. This is too many options. You gotta, like, you're already getting quite a lot of options by just letting you pick two different types. I think you gotta, like, think of majorly simplify. Like, how many options are you getting at level 3 here to pick between? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's
5,
a
6,
bunch of different ones that.
7.
Yeah,
8. It's too much.
Yeah, there's. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I think that you could make this work, maybe, but because I do like the idea of having like a. Let me take this back for a second. I do really actually like the idea of you having a special dog companion, and in the same way that battle masters get different maneuvers to express that companion in different ways, I like that a lot. But I think if you do that, you got to go all the way in that direction. So don't do the hound guard. Don't, like, literally just get a loyal companion and make every unique thing in these features. Okay? Don't do a hound and a guard dog, because that's a choice. Now we're doing choices and choices and choices. It's just too much. So everything that you want to make customizable in this thing, or in terms of special tricks and stuff, bake it into those options. And then the other thing is, I really think quite strongly that you either got to make it like a fight or battle master, where all of them are essentially power scaled to be able to be chosen at level 3, and it's about getting the collective of them over time. Or if you are going to tier break them, you need to really organize it differently so that it's way easier to read, and you can't give them any other features.
Okay.
Like you can, but like, for example, I just want to show you something. If you look at the Battle Master, which is what this is making me think of in terms of options, the only thing the Battle Master gets is its maneuvers. That's it. Every other subclass feature they get, if we look at their subclasses for a second, they get Know Your Enemy, which is a medium powerful flavor ability, but it's not crazy powerful. And then literally everything else they get is tied to their maneuvers. Every single thing. So if you're going to do this, where you're getting a lot of maneuvers and you're getting more maneuvers over time, you kind of got to do the same thing. You don't got to do exactly the same thing, but you kind of got to do the same thing. And the way that it works for the Battle Master, the way that the Battle Master's maneuvers improve over time, is that each maneuver is associated with a dice roll. Every time you use a maneuver, you're rolling a die. And as you get stronger at being that Battle Master, you get more of those die, so you get more uses of those maneuvers, but also the die increases, so the impact of the maneuver gets bigger. Right. So I think that you kind of need to decide if you want to go in that route, then you got to build it out that way. So there's something that can grow over time. But when I'm looking at the features right now, I don't think that you should, because a lot of these are kind of passive, and I think that that's good. I think it's good to make it different. Right. So I would tier lock them. So I would be like, I would almost be like, here's 5 first, here's like 6 first level ones here, or here's 6 that are available at 3rd level. Here's 3 more that are available at 7th, whatever. And then I would make it so every time you learned new ones, you could always pick to learn earlier ones. And I would also make it so that when you learned the better ones, if you do tier lock them, they can't be that, you can't get that many of them. Like, you shouldn't, like, you should, because here's the thing. If a 3rd level feature gives you 4 options to do something really cool that are all infinite, and then a 7th level feature gives you 4 options that are just unquestionably better, and you get a lot of them, it's just gonna be too. You're gonna steamroll in power. You're gonna get a little bit too powerful too quickly. So yeah, they're sort of Eldritch Invocation style. I get that, but this is giving us a lot more things than Eldritch Invocations, because you're just getting quite a bit more of them.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to have that feel like those passive stuff, but I can certainly like tone stuff back and down. I think I might have just leaned too much into the.
You might not need to tone the
idea,
power
like,
level
the
of them down.
customizable stuff.
You might not need to tone the power level of them down at all, because I haven't really deep dived them. But what I'm saying is, you should think long and hard about the way you present them. I'm not telling you to tone them down. I don't think you need to. But what I'm suggesting is maybe toning down. I want to look at the other core features, but my guess is I'm going to suggest toning down the other core features.
Right.
I
think
organizing how you distribute
probably
the special features. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, so let's look at the other.
It's just.
Wait, sorry, you said something?
Stuff I did. No, it's just I think when I was making, I think I personally with the class, I think looking at it now, I lean too much into the customizable thing, and like lots of it goes into that, and I think that was an error on my part when just like I saw something I liked, I went full force into it without super looking into it.
No, that's not bad.
Just...
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I think because listen, whenever you're making homebrew, going full force into the thing you're excited for is the way to do it. The next step after that, though, is to take a step back and to be like, where is it too much? And I think what's happening here, I want to point out, right. I want to point out that I think that I like the idea of you picking a different type of pet and it growing differently. I also like the idea of you learning tricks. I just think that if you do want to do both, you have to majorly tone down the tricks. Or you can lean into the tricks and get rid of the different dog breeds and express the customizability of the dog and the dog breeds at different levels. And looking at these core features, like, for example, the 15th level feature where your companion turns into a guardian spirit or a hellhound, the way that you could tier lock that is you could make, you get 3 different passives that you can pick between a 15th level, and it's either, the Celestial Hound, the Infernal Hound, or the Aberrant Hound, or whatever. You know what I mean? So you can still do all of these things, just tie them, link them together with the I don't know what you're calling these things, the extra features.
Yeah. I call them the tricks.
The tricks.
I can see that better, yeah, because it's really funny that a lot of this class was inspired because I think that I'm like anthropology, archaeology major stuff, and so a lot of this I wanted to play into just because dogs and humanity, they do have that very special bond, and there's a big like presence of dogs in the afterlife and being these spirit companions and like Cerberus and all kind of stuff. I wanted that to play into the high level features, and I wanted to like have this feeling of you kind of having that kind of story of like dogs and humans together, because I think that's something that's kind of missing in a fantasy that I want to be able to play out.
I want to point something out.
The impetus of this class.
We're not going to go through all these features because there's too many of them, but I do want to point out that I think you do a really good job of conveying that in these tricks. Like you're doing like the one where it's like if you're within a certain range of your creature, you're better at animal handling. I feel I like that a lot. So I think that what you're doing, if I were you, I would lean into these. This is what I would think about maybe changing it. You could call it tricks if you wanted to, but you could also do different things at different levels. So it could be, for example, at 3rd level, you choose a breed and 2 tricks. And then at 7th level, you learn, 2 more tricks and you get some other special feature. And then at 10th level, you learn 2 more tricks and your breed gets some extra special feature. Like, you know what I mean? Just like tone it back a little bit, because now, it does work. It's just too much.
Right.
But I like it, and I really love your beast transitioning into a hellhound celestial beast. I think that's fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the key is this is what I'm going to suggest to you. This is what I'm going to suggest. See how many tricks you could make work as third level balanced for third level, okay? And if you can, and as many as you can make balanced for third level, balance them for third level. And then this thing is going to have 2 core main features. This is my suggestion. You don't have to listen to any of this, but this is my suggestion. At third level, you pick a type of dog, okay? In addition to picking a type of dog, you learn 2 tricks from the trick table of all of the tricks. There's no tricks behind any walls, okay? And then at 7th level, your hound grows in some way, and it could be growing in a way that is specific to the hound or to the dog, or it could be in a general way. Sort of like the Drake Warden grows in like a general way. And then you learn 1 more trick. And then at 10th level, your hound grows in a specific way, and you learn 1 more trick. You know what I mean? But you keep all the tricks scaled to be reasonable, so that it's almost like the tricks become almost like ribbon features as opposed to like core features, but they are ribbon features that can be pretty defining in terms of the way, or like utility features in terms of like how you hunt or track or interact with other animals or things like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would do that.
I can see pulling that into this kinds of stuff. Like, I know I have one like that's like you have better you can do like an opportunity attack when one of your dogs scares something. I could totally like pull that thing because that's like a reference to how hunting dogs are supposed to work. They scare the prey so that you can get a clean shot, and that's something that only the hound can do.
Yeah, and I mean, you could do that, but then that could you could pull it out of a maneuver and just make it a feature the hound gets at level 7. You know?
Oh yeah. That's what I was saying. Like cool, stuff kind of like that.
All right.
Those kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's my advice. I like it, and I'm skimming the mechanics of the tricks, and they all seem pretty solid. I think I'm sort of avoiding the higher level ones because I think you can just tie them into class features. But yeah, I like the idea. I at first I thought it was too much, but now that I've actually looked at it and thought about it a little bit, I don't think it's entirely too much. I think you can just scale it back. I don't think you need to go hard in one direction or the other. I take all that stuff back. I think you just need to scale it back a little bit.
Okay.
Cool. Do you have any thoughts, questions, things you want to point out, things you yearn to share or say?
It's probably just something for general people. Like, when you do see these kinds of gaps in flavor and other things, like I did with like the Beastmaster, how would you recommend people start making these kinds of homebrews for those gaps that you can feel? Like, do you like recommend that they try to reflavor it first, or do you want to like see how much we can, like, like when does the homebrew start and when does the flavor end? Because a lot of people could say that this would probably be a reflavored Beastmaster, but I feel
disagree. I think this is quite unique.
Right. Like, well, which point, like, does the uniqueness start? Which point does the homebrew end? Because I feel like that's something that needs to. I think be kind of blurry sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little blurry all the time because a lot of it does just come down to opinion. But I think when you can clearly express mechanics that feel dramatically different from the main idea in a way that the main idea cannot replicate, and you have some solid ideas for what those mechanics could be, then you're in a spot where go write some homebrew. But if I'm reading homebrew and it kind of like I'll give you an example. Like if I'm reading a piece of homebrew and it's like an alternative fire genasi and they just get different fire spells, I'm sort of like, this just feels like a fire genasi. It just feels like you didn't like the spells they got, but right. Like if you made a fire genasi that was like, I want to be more like a magical fire genasi, so I'm gonna get like a flaming teleport instead of a spell casting, then it's like, okay, I kind of see that, but you gotta like, and tie it in other places, that sort of thing. So I think as soon as like when you have a clear idea for a vibe and then mechanics to back that up, you're in a good spot.
Right. I just wanted to talk about that on stream where people can like be better homebrew and get these ideas running in their minds.
For sure. Man, I listen. I think can I be honest with you? I don't think you should present this as an alternative Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I think you should present it as like a Hound Master or a Dog Master, because it feels different enough that if you didn't make that connection of this being an alternative Beastmaster, I wouldn't have thought of it as one. It genuinely feels different enough that I wouldn't have thought about it that way.
Right. I just wanted to bring up like that's like the kind of origin and impetus of this is like when looking at the Beastmaster, like all the things are like super generic because the animal is generic. I want to say that's like specific flavor to a specific animal because our bond with this specific animal is super cool, and I want to play into that. And that's
I also think you did the right thing making it a fighter. I think it works really well as a fighter. Can I also say something else? I think it could also work well as a rogue, but I don't think you should make it a rogue. I like it as a fighter. But I feel like a rogue with a hound makes sense too.
Yeah, I mean, I could feel like this could like very easily multi-class into rogue very well.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it. I think it's solid.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing. The beast, the Hound Master. All right,
yeah,
buddy.
no problem. The Houndsman.
The Houndsman, that's the word. Thank you, the Houndsman. All right, thank you, bud. See ya.
Yeah.
The Houndsman. What a roller coaster of emotion reading that was for me. I was going from being like, why are you making a different version of a Beastmaster, to being like, oh, it's a fighter, to being like, oh, it has way too much, to being like, oh, all the features are kind of cool, actually. And maybe it's not too much. You just need to tone some of it back. That was a crazy roller coaster. Thank you, Gio. Let's give a round of applause for Gio. Good job, Gio. Good job, Gio. Also, I did want to point something out, but I forgot what it was. So never mind. Ignore me. Oh, I remember what I wanted to say. Gio mentioned something that I think was really, really important, and I don't want it to go unheard. They said that the reason why they made this subclass is because so for folks that don't know, Gio's been in the community for a hot second, but they do like anthropology. I don't know if they do archaeology exactly, but they're studying old stuff. They said they made this because they were really passionate about the relationship between people and dogs through history. And I think that when you are really passionate about an idea and you are informed about that idea, that is a wonderful reason to make a piece of homebrew. And I think that is often the best reason to make a piece of homebrew. It's because it's something that you are passionate about. It's not like it's not even that it's like it's almost like I don't care if other people think it's really cool, or it's almost like I know how cool this is going to be, so I'm going to prove how cool it can be by making it. And I just think that's awesome. So I'm a big fan of making stuff based off of what inspires you. Big fan. All right. Johnny. We got Johnny next. So I DM a rogue. I DM for 3 rogue PCs, and I wanted to give each of them a powerful magic item because I felt that with only 3 of them and them all being rogues, they will have a difficulty in my campaign. Yeah, I would just make... I mean, you could... as long as they all have dramatically different subclasses and expertise, it probably will be fine. This is the only one I've made so far. I want to know if I'm on the right track or if it's too powerful. You do plan on going to level 20. When are you giving them this item? Don't say. It sort of depends on when you give it to them, you know? Let's take a look at this item. The Sneak Sword. I mean, right away, it has kind of a very similar name. Like, that doesn't sound like it's for a specific type of rogue. That just sounds like it's rogue. I'm going to tell you right now, this better not just be rogue, but better. This short sword has a +1 to hit and damage rolls. At level 3. Oh, they grow with you with your level. That's interesting. That's not a bad way of doing it. At level 3, the only thing that I'll say is making an item that scales with level is going to make your players ask you more about when they get to level up. If you make an item not scale with level, it allows you to give them boosts that essentially feeds the habit of wanting growth without forcing them to get a level up if you don't want to. At level 3, the short sword can be swung using your action and bonus action. without adding your dex to the damage of the second swing. What does that mean? So the way that you want to write that is when you use your action, when you take the attack action with this sword, you can make an additional attack with a bonus action. That's what you want to say. Once per day, when the sword is on you, you can re-roll to hit or re-roll a saving throw, skill check, or dex saving throw. Use the high roll. It's not very flavorful. It's very strong. This is definitely stronger than a rare item, in my opinion. You get an extra bonus attack. You get an extra attack without needing to dual wield, which is incredibly strong on a rogue. And then you could just get to re-roll a save. It's 2-weapon fighting with just 1 weapon, which is pretty strong. But I'm gonna be honest, this is not gonna help the rogues feel different. Any rogue would love this feature. So I feel like if your goal is to make an item that feels unique to your specific rogue, the way to do that is to not lean into rogue features or stuff like that at all, and come up with very specific, flavorful stuff. So, for example, if one of your rogues is, let's say one of your rogues is a thief rogue, you could make them have a special sword that counts as that has a magical lockpick inside it, and they can use it in special ways to pick locks. You know, if you have a rogue that is a phantom rogue, you could have a blade that deals shadow damage instead of regular damage, or allows them to create areas of darkness or to snuff out lights, something like that. But this is not specific to a rogue, so I don't actually think it's going to help you make your rogues feel different. Let's look at what happens at level 8. When you reach level 8, it can cast either Pass Without a Trace or Magic Missile once per day. Why those two? This ability comes back at dawn. To unlock this ability, a spellcaster who knows the spell Pass Without a Trace or Magic Missile needs to imbue that with the short sword. That's kind of interesting, to imbue the spell into it. I think that's kind of fun. I don't think you need that. I would also argue, what flavor are you trying to create with Pass Without a Trace and Magic Missile? Sort of feels like 2 random spells. You know what I mean? They're cast at 7th level? No, don't do that. Don't let you cast it. Well, first of all, Pass Without a Trace doesn't do anything when you're casting at higher levels. And allowing you to cast Magic Missile at 7th level 3 times per day is... I don't think that's a good idea for the rogue. I would not do that. Yeah, don't... No, there's no flavor here. Like, what is the flavor? You shouldn't... First of all, you shouldn't let a thing that isn't a full caster get to 7th level spell casting ability, just period, let alone 9th. And then also, like, what are you trying to do? Like, how is this going to make them feel unique? They get the most bland damaging spell in D&D, and then they also get a spell that makes them better at stealth, which they're already going to be good at because they're a rogue. So I don't know. It's overpowered, and if I'm being honest, I think you need to go back to the drawing board. And I would have a conversation with if your player helped make this, I would spend a lot less time letting players pick the power of things, and a lot more time asking the players, aside from being a rogue, what is unique about your character that you want to be better or cooler or weirder? Or what extra things do you want that will help make your character feel unique? That's how I would do that. I was about to go to bed, but instead I was exiled from my bedroom by a tiny insect. Oh, tell it I say hello. Do you think reworking the Baldur's Gate 3 weapon abilities into a 5e rules would be too strong for martial PCs? It really depends on how you did it, but I don't think it would be too strong. I think it could be very interesting. Damn, I fell far behind watching on my phone and got a call. Well, welcome back, Ace. Man, I need to stop cringing at the sound of my own voice. Geo. Can we talk for a second? It is very hard to not cringe at your own voice. It is very hard not to cringe at your own voice. And the only reason why I don't cringe at my own voice now is because I have had to listen. I've had to listen to my own voice over and over and over again. It takes a really long time, and there is science behind it. Do you know the science behind it? Chat, if you can tell me the science behind it before I'll give you guys a second. But wait, beforehand, let us just say, Johnny, final advice. Talk to your players about what they're excited about their characters that isn't just like better sneaking, better damage, more attacks, but like what they want to feel like, be unique, and try to lean into that. That's my feedback. All right, let's give a little round of applause to Johnny, and let's see if anyone in chat guessed correctly. Thank you, Johnny. All right, let's see. Vibrations in the skull and ears. Exactly. Milky. That's exactly it. When you hear yourself talk out loud, you're hearing it twice. You're hearing it here, coming into the ears, and you're hearing it in the bones of your head. So it reverberates, and it sounds like it has more volume. And that's just always the case. Yeah, all of you got it. You're all brilliant. You're all brilliant, and you're all brilliant. Man, I genuinely don't know if I'm going to be able to get through all of them tonight. I do feel bad about that, but I can feel my mouth being like, you are stretching the stitches that are in your face too much. I'm going to go until I have to stop, but I don't think I'm going to get to all of them tonight, and I do feel really bad about that. But we're gonna go. We're gonna keep going until we can't go no more. Violet, let me grab Violet. I see them in the chat. I'm gonna take care of myself, but I'm also going to do some self-flagellation for the community. Hey, Violet. Violet, whenever you're ready,
hello?
unmute. Hey, what's up?
Hello. What's up?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Violet, is there any chance you could turn your mic up a little bit or sit closer to it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Is this any better?
Much better. Thank you so much.
All good. I feel like we run into this problem every time
That's okay.
I come on stream.
Well, you're just very soft-spoken, which there's nothing wrong with that. I wish I could be soft-spoken. I don't know how not to scream, and it's something that I struggle with when I'm trying to be social and I take up too much space in a room. But that's okay. So tell me what we're looking at. I'm not going to read what you wrote if that's okay. I'd rather just ask you.
No worries. Yeah. So basically, it's a machine domain cleric. I'm quite proud of this one because I think it's the subclass I've worked on the hardest so far.
Oh my god, I love the art.
Oh, thank you. I'm really proud of the visuals for this one.
So why is it so long?
Yeah, I was just about to warn you. So it is quite long. If it's any solace, the whole third page, most of it is just like typical summon construct stuff. So you don't really need to read most of it. And if you want to,
we'll get there when we get there.
Okay, sure. I also don't mind if you like skim over the second stat block, because like,
okay,
half mine's possibly removing it.
Cool. All right,
yeah.
I'll skim stat blocks a little bit. So let's see what happens here. Let me read the flavor text first. The machine domain Did I put it in the chat? I did. I'll put it again. I always forget if I do. Yeah, the art looks fantastic. It's a real. I also like the formatting on the sides and stuff. It's like the vibe is incredibly strong.
I will have to give a disclaimer. The background stuff is taken from another GM binder page, so it's not like I put this together myself.
No, but you still built. Okay, you took a template and you used a template to build something unique. That's how everyone does everything. That's not don't diminish what you did because it's a template.
Fair enough.
The machine domain revolves around the worship of mechanical or technological deities that govern the artificially constructed. Be it a Faerun medieval world powered by steam and cogs, or a modern futuristic world ruled by electricity and data transmission, there are always those who devote themselves to the calculated perfection of non-living systems. Gods of this domain are a bunch of gods you suggest. Why are these alternative spell lists?
Right, so this was created for a modern magic campaign, and so there is an Unearthed Arcana a page for modern magic spells, but I wanted this to be a subclass that could also work in a normal D&D campaign.
Oh,
so
that's so
if you don't
good.
want to,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you did. Very clever. So for folks that aren't noticing what's happening at home, is they're basically giving you a choice that is less of a player choice and more of a setting choice, which is like if you're doing modern magic, here's a bunch of stuff that ties into modern spells. So you're like, I don't remember what Haywire, Remote Access, and Shutdown do, but I can assume what they do.
Right.
And then we have the ones for more traditional D&D. Grease, Identify, Arcane Lock, Heat Metal, Haste, Tiny Servant, Fabricate, Summon Construct, Animate Object, Pass Wall, all that. I like. Okay, good spell list here, really solid. Is this one that very different? Identify, Tiny...
It's just a 3.
It's just a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay, solid spell list. No comments.
Thank you.
Let me think for a second if I have a comment, now that I said no comments. The only thing that I'm going to say is I could see an argument for replacing Haste with something like Dispel Magic. Because I feel like that represents the messing of circuitry a little bit in the D&D space. No pressure, but that is the only thought that I have there.
That's interesting.
Let me look at what we get here. And then you get expanded cantrip on off. Let's skip that for a second. I just want to look at the core class. You gain proficiency with Tinkerer's tools and a vehicle type of your choice. That's fun. When you make an intelligence check related to machinery or technology, you can use your wisdom modifier instead of intelligence. I really like that. I don't think you need to make a... Actually, no, yeah. Never mind. I was going to say something stupid. Ignore me. Instant repair. You learn the mending cantrip. This does not count towards the number of cantrips you know. For you, mending has a casting time of 1 bonus action. Okay. Does mending normally have a casting time of like a minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Casting mending this way does not restore hit points to constructs that heal from mending. Smart. But you may choose... Ooh, is this going to be a may that I approve of? I don't know. But you may choose to change its casting time to 1 minute for such constructs to receive its usual benefit. I think that may works, but I still disagree with it. But it works. Technically, technically I accept it, but I still prefer a can. All right. You can upcast this cantrip by expending... You can upcast it. You can upcast this cantrip by expending a spell slot of first level or higher. Casting this spell in this manner changes its range to 60 feet, and you can target any object or construct that you can see within range. Furthermore, you can restore a number of hit points to a targeted object or construct equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. You cannot restore hit points in this manner to constructs that can gain hit points from normal healing. When you cast a spell in this way... Okay, so you basically can, like, heal machines from far away.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like the idea of, like, most constructs or objects cannot be healed, but, like, I wanted this to be a cleric that heals machines and, like, non-living stuff.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just... I'm wondering if that's enough for first level. Maybe it is. So let's break it down. Let's ignore all the words right in here. Let's talk about what we're actually getting at first level. We can use intelligence. We can use wisdom for things to do with machinery or tech. We get mending as a bonus action, and we get ranged mending that can heal machine hit points. There might... You might do this at higher levels, but I am going to encourage you to consider allowing this cleric to do the thing that, like, what are the people called that live on Mars in Warhammer 40k, the crazy machine god people? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The ones that worship Omniscia, I think.
Yeah, chat. What is
don't
the like
actually know.
You know what I mean? The robot people. I would maybe make it so, like, you get a little bit robot-y at level 1 also. Maybe changing the way you rest. Maybe changing the eating, sleeping, drinking requirements. Like it's almost like you're trying to become one with the machine god a little bit almost. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know.
That's really interesting.
I don't know if you want to go in that direction. The reason why I'm thinking that also is, like, when I look at this priest, they're a robot person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe some robot person features get plugged into you, and you could do stuff that is pretty not powerful, so it would fit in this space, but I think would allow you to to feel that pretty quickly. You're all saying things that are not the right thing. Warhammer 40k, the robot people. I assume that everyone knows everything that I know. That's fine. All right, let's move on to the channel divinities. Channel divinity deconstruct. You can use your channel divinity to instantly disable an object. We're getting 2 channel divinities, which is a little bit more. Most clerics usually only get 1 special channel divinity, I think. I might be wrong. Ignore me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. Ignore me if I'm wrong. You can choose your channel divinity to instantly disable objects. As an action, choose 1 large or smaller non-magical object within 60 feet of you that you can see. The object must be composed of multiple parts that can be disassembled. Examples include firearms, crossbows, vehicles, windows, locks. I would probably put traps in here too. Non-magical traps. The object instantly disassembles into its primary components and falls apart. If a creature is currently wearing or carrying the object, that creature must make an intelligence saving throw against your cleric save DC to prevent the object from being disassembled. Intelligence save. Okay. Is that sort of like it's like they're trying to put it back together as you're taking it apart? It's like a tinker off?
Kind of. Like if imagine like, you know, you're trying to pull the gun apart, they can like I don't know, screw a bolt back in as it's coming out, or like reshuffle stuff so it doesn't come off easily.
Yeah. The Adeptus Mechanicus is what I'm thinking of. The Adeptus Mechanicus. So, Baba, you were correct when you said add mech. I just didn't understand that you were abbreviating it. I apologize. Okay, that makes sense. I like that. It's fun. Yeah, definitely include traps in here, too.
Gotcha.
You can use your channel divinity. I also would maybe even put in, like, a portcullis. You know, like a drawbridge. Although I think maybe that can be... Maybe that's sort of in there with windows and stuff. So ignore me with that one.
Yeah, it's more of just like a non-exhaustive list.
Yeah. And then we have reconstruct. As an action, is this the same thing but the opposite?
Yeah, basically. That's why it's actually 1 channel divinity. It's just that like I didn't want to write it all in 1 fat chunk.
Yeah, the object must have at least 2 or more parts. All parts must be within 30 feet of each other. The parts immediately reassemble. If any of the parts of the original object are missing or damaged, you must make a wisdom investigation check to try to use suitable improvisations to fix it. If the check fails, the object immediately falls apart. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I really like this. I get why you made it too. I totally get it. I really like this channel divinity. It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit...
Thank you.
You know what it is? It's one of those channel divinities that is either going to be in the right player in the right game. It's quite powerful, but I could also I could also see a player who isn't thinking super cheekily about it find themselves never getting any impactful use out of it. But that's okay. I don't think that's a design issue. But I like it a lot. Oh my God, Saucerbrom with the 20. That is very generous, man. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Very, very kind. Very, very kind. Look at that generosity out the wazoo. Good morning
Earth
to
says
you.
hello.
Yeah, the Earth says hello. Good morning. You know that song, Violet?
I don't. Sorry.
Violet, you're a musician.
I live under a rock. I listen to 1 genre.
It's a song from like the 40s or the 20s or something. It goes, "Good morning, starshine. The moon says hello. We twinkle, you twinkle above us. We twinkle below." It's maybe not that old, but it's like an old people song.
Oh, I gotta add it to my listen.
I can't promise it's good or that you will like it. You only listen to nerd rock. Do you like what is nerd rock? Do you like the Mountain Goats?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Do you like Moldy Peaches?
I'm so sorry. I'm a disgrace to musicians.
No, don't be a disgrace. No. I'm just naming nerdy rock bands I know. Okay. I don't know if they're considered nerd rock. MC Chris, I don't know who that is. The thing is, I don't actually know any bands either. Okay, let's look at what total reconfiguration is. This is the 6th level feature. You can reconfigure machinery to your will. As a bonus action, choose a number of non-magical, disassembled, or broken objects within 60 feet of you. Within 60 feet of you until you have a large object's worth of objects. That's confusing, but I accept it.
Oh, yeah.
I would say a large object's worth of material.
Oh, material.
Medium equals half a large, small. Yeah, okay. I also would maybe break this up into like a little table, but I understand why you wouldn't want to because there's already a lot going on here in terms of how much space it's taking up. But sometimes this kind of like medium, this equals this equals this equals this. Like, look at like a good example for that would be like the sorcerer's conversion table for spells or like not spells for meta magic. Where is it? This.
Right, the sorcery points.
Yeah, something like this. Something like this. Okay. Let's see what happens. You cannot choose object parts that are currently being carried or used by other creatures other than yourself, and each object part must have at least one unobstructed path to each other. That makes sense. You can reassemble your chosen object parts into one of the following constructs of your choice. A mechanical arm or a mechanical vehicle. The object parts reassemble into a long, stationary mechanical arm anchored on a fixed point of solid surface, like a crane. That's cool, within 30 feet of you.
Yeah.
And then the automated vehicle, I'm assuming it's just going to be a big old vehicle, right? How big is it?
It's just a summon car, basically.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Movement speed within 30 feet, doesn't say movement speed. We'll get there in a second. You choose the size of the vehicle when you create it. You should list the limitations of the size when you say that.
Oh, because I put it in the stat block. I didn't know if like
you did?
that would have been clear.
Oh, large or
enough
medium.
not.
Okay, I got you. You did. I might put in parentheses here too, just because a little redundancy is good. And let's see what the. Did you tell me not to look at the stat blocks? Is that what you said?
If you wanted to like save time, if not, you can just like skim through some of it.
I'm gonna skim. I want to see what they do.
Okay. I think mechanical arm is what I want to focus on because.
How do they sit in the action economy? Do you use them? Do you make them act as on a bonus action?
I need to read what I wrote. Initiative count takes its turn immediately after yours. Use a bonus action to mentally command it, or else
cool.
it just
Once
it's the summon undead stuff.
Third level. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. It has a 20-foot reach, pretty nice damage, and it can lift things. The construct can lift up to one willing large creature or smaller creature within its reach and place it anywhere else. That's really cool. So basically, it can either attack or move somebody.
Right. So the other cool part of the mechanical arm is just a platform trait where it can just become a part of the environment. It just be like.
The construct can also end its turn with its palm acting as a raised platform, 5 feet diameter, anywhere within its reach. Oh, I like that a lot. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I like the mechanical arm a lot. I'm considering whether or not I should just drop the automated vehicle part, if that makes it too clunky, like too many options, too much shit going on at like 6th level. Because I would probably want to focus on the arm.
I'll tell you what I think. I think that I almost want to encourage you to. I almost want to say like. I almost wonder if you could figure out how to tie them together. Like what if it was like this? What if it was ignoring the automated vehicle stat block? What if it was the mechanical arm? Okay. And let's make it large instead of medium. And we could even say that the platform it makes is a 10x10 platform instead of a 5x5 platform. And then what if, as an action or something, you can basically turn off its action economy and allow you to instead, use your bonus action to like drive it around. So basically you could like sit on it, and if the platform is 10x10, you could sit on it with you and 3 other little guys, or you could put a big guy on it, and then you could make it move around and like resettle before it could use its actions to do other things again.
That is a very, very cool idea.
That way, it's almost literally like a crane. Then it's like you can be craning or you can be driving.
And you're like it's a transformer basically.
But it doesn't even need to be a big transformer. It's like either it's like a platform arm, or it's like claw arm, and then platform arm. And you could make you could keep the thing where the platform could be anywhere, but to drive the platform has to detract so that you can sit on it. Or you could make it so you could drive around on top of the platform, but that would be kind of silly, I think, because then I feel like you should fall off that probably.
Right.
All right, cool.
Okay.
8th level, what kind of damage did you decide to do? Bludgeoning, slashing, or piercing, your choice. Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like that makes sense. I wish there was a better damage type. Lightning could also make sense here.
I was imagining it more like you and you hit somebody, like you can summon gears, like spectral gears, you can crush it, like their fingers or stuff like that.
Yeah,
Which I think was like more machine. I wanted to keep away from like lightning stuff.
You want it to be more chonky machine.
Like like physicalness.
Like a machinist machining, as opposed to
like a machine.
Yeah.
Not an electrical engineer.
You could also do force damage. I think could also work.
X.
But I think bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing works. I think it works. I might.
I was also a fan of letting it become like your choice, so you get to choose like, oh, is this going to be like a big pendulum that swings in them, or is it going to be like sharp pistons that jab them? So
yeah, that makes sense.
It's like customizable.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I talk a lot of shit about people writing things that are too long, but I also say that if I get excited by it, I'll get through it. We're on page 3, and I'm not bored, and I don't feel like I need to blow my brains out. So I feel like you're doing something pretty good here. There's a lot of writing here for me to want to keep going.
I appreciate it.
Let's look at the last one. Deus Ex Machina. Do you pronounce? I don't know what the right is. Do you pronounce it Machina or Machina or Machina?
I say Machina. I don't know if that's correct.
Machina, I think, is correct, but I like saying Machina because it makes people upset.
I can respect that.
Do you know Critical Role?
Yeah, Vox Machina.
So whenever I make videos about Critical Role on my YouTube shorts or anything, I always call them Vox Machina because I know that it's going to make a lot of people annoyed, and the people that are familiar with my channel are going to know that I'm being a jokester. But the people that aren't are just going to get annoyed, and that's so much fun. Good night, Saucer Bomb! Thank you for the 2. Very kind. Love you, buddy. Have a good night. All right, let's take a look at Deus Ex Machina. I'll pronounce it correct for here. But whenever we're talking about Critical Role, we're pronouncing it incorrectly.
Very cool.
I have a buddy. She's a streamer. She actually used to be she still does it. She's like a D&D streamer, and then she's also like a DJ.
Oh, that's sick.
She's Scarlet. She's Scarlet 64, where instead of an A, there's an X. But a lot of her TikToks, she talks about things, and she intentionally mispronounces stuff to make people upset. It's so funny. She calls paladins paladins a lot of the time.
Any engagement is good engagement.
Yeah.
Paladins. Yeah, I love that.
All right, let's look at Deus Ex Machina. You can call upon your god from the machinery for a divine favor. It's a bonus action. You can summon up to 1 large or 2 medium or 4 small or tiny non-magical objects that you have either disassembled, reassembled, or cast Identify spell on within the past 24 hours. Each of these objects must be composed of multiple parts. Each summoned object appears floating in an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you that you can see. As an action, you can command all summoned objects to move up to 30 feet. And as a part of the same action, you can remotely control the functionality of up to 2 of the objects as though you were taking a use an object action. Okay. If a summoned object is a weapon, you use a spell attack. Okay. You had your wisdom modifier. Cool. Summoned weapons ignore any loading stuff. Cool. Any summoned objects that moves more than 60 feet away from you no longer floats, nor can be controlled by you until you come back within range. Summoned objects can support up to their own weights before they are unable to stay afloat. Summoned objects last for 10 minutes or until they are destroyed. So basically, you could summon, I could summon a catapult and a crossbow and a trap and some binoculars or something.
Probably.
And float them around and make them do stuff. Yeah.
So I'm imagining it most likely the use case will be you summon 4 guns. Because I made this with the idea of a modern campaign. I'm actually playing this very subclass. It's my only homebrew subclass, and I'm getting the chance to playtest right now. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna see how it feels in a cyberpunk campaign. So like I'm imagining it most likely you're gonna just like use it to create 4 guns, and then in a way it's
one
just
really
giving,
big gun.
or one really big gun, yeah. And it's just kind of like you're getting extra attack as a cleric that way. But I'm not sure about this because I want to hear what you think. I specified that if you use a weapon with this, it's not a weapon attack. It becomes a spell attack, so you don't add your divine strike to it.
I think that
I don't know if that's.
I think that makes a lot of sense, because I sort of feel like your divine strike really should be with stuff you're wielding. Because that's what divine strike is. It's melee attacks. It's not all attacks, right?
Right. Okay.
Oh, it is with a weapon attack. I guess it could be a ranged attack. I think normally it's melee, but maybe that's not always the case.
Yeah.
Either way, I think you made the right choice here. I agree with making it a spell attack.
Okay. Yeah, and then like the other kind of common
it's literally
use...
magic. Like you're magically making it happen.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. So the other common use case I imagine is like you summon one big like car and you just kind of float on it. Like you just get a flying speed of like I don't know. I don't remember what I wrote. And yeah, but like also I was hoping to keep it open-ended enough because I think generally this whole subclass is a very like rewards creative players who can think of creative use cases.
Yeah,
of
this
all
also
these
this
features.
art is so your aesthetic.
Okay, thank you.
This art feels more grimdark aesthetic. I like this art a lot, but I saw this and I was like, of course, this is definitely a Violet pick, right?
Wow, I have a style now.
Well, it's similar to your YouTube vibe.
That's true. That's true.
How do I always forget how to spell it? All right, before you leave, I have to listen to your music for a second because those are the rules. Oh, do you have any, before I do that?
Of course.
Before that, do you have any thoughts, questions, anything? Because I don't have much more to say. I really like it. And I'm sure I gave a bunch of feedback that I don't remember what I said. But final thoughts, questions, concerns, things you want to share, shout out, ice cream, whatever.
I guess like one last thing I would mention would be like I put like a little note for DM's part of at the end of the page, just to kind of like, because I know that objects that can be composed of multiple parts, like it's my best attempt at making a mechanical definition of machines, funnily enough, which is, can still be very vague. So I tried to get like a little bit more clarity there.
Cool. Oh, that's a very good tool to give. That's a very good tool to give. That makes sense. Oh, and you even put like wiki page stuff. That's cool. That's really cool. Cool.
All right. I'm glad that's a good call then.
All right, Violet.
Yeah, besides that, pretty much that's about it. Hope you have a good day.
All right, bud.
Thanks for viewing.
yeah. Thanks for sharing. All right. See ya. Wait. You said end. You said end.
Oh no. I just wanted to say like thanks so much for like always giving some support to my channel, my music channel.
Of course.
I really do appreciate it.
Of course. But let me just give me 1 second here. Don't go anywhere for a second.
Okie dokes.
Gotta pause that. All right, guys. Everybody calm down. Wait, I fucked it up. It's okay. Give me a second.
All right.
All right, Violet. I'm gonna hang up on you and we're gonna rock out music for a second. I love you. Bye. Calm down, everybody. What I really wanted to do is I wanted to when that turns out, that's when I wanted everything to transition, but I didn't time it right, so I fucked it up. Anyway, thank you, Violet. Good piece. Let's give a little round of applause to Violet. Go check out her YouTube. If you like that sort of music. If you don't like that sort of music, you probably won't like it, I guess. What a weird thing to say. Look, I can't fucking even smile all the way. Do you see how this side of my face is like down a little bit? It's because of the fucking stitches. I hate it. I hate being so asymmetrical right now. I'm so self-aware of it. Gio, you know how you were complaining about being self-aware of your voice sounding different in your head than it does in real life? That's what I'm self-aware of right now. Is that I have a deeply asymmetrical smile at the moment. And I don't like it. I don't want to give it time. I want to be perfect forever. I'm not used to being so limited by this temporal flesh. Just whistled too. Stat block for an NPC I had made. The party meet, caretaker, a very old artificer, super equipped to protect their creator at all cost. Ooh, is this like a robot buddy? I love a good robot buddy. Oh, Dylan says best piece he's seen reviewed. That's high praise. I will never say. The thing is, I do not have a best piece that I've seen reviewed. It's hard to judge something like that because I do think that my goal is different than a lot of your goals. But maybe it's not so different. But I don't really care how good your homebrew is. I mean, I get excited when I'm excited about an idea that I think is neat, but I don't really care if your homebrew needs a lot of work. What I care more about is that you as a writer are like growing. Like, it's more exciting to me to see a piece of homebrew from someone that I've seen before and to see that they have improved as a writer. I don't really actually care where it is. I care more about seeing that like it is farther than they were before. You know, everybody's on their own path, you know? So it's hard to pick favorites. So this is the same reason why I don't want to be the judge of contests. Geo, Miles, my dude. Miles. Do you remember? I used to yell at you. I remember yelling at you. I need to get more water. Keith, I didn't exactly used to be an English teacher, but I kind of used to be an English teacher. I used to do a lot of stuff with writing workshops, and I used to be a early childhood education guy, and then a teacher. I used to work with educators and with like arts educators to like help them build their programs to best fit the age of the kids they were working with. I did that for a little while. And then I worked in corporate America hell for a while and almost lost my soul to the demon lords. And then I quit my job and decided to try to be a content creator. Now I'm making less money than I made when I was a preschool teacher. But I'm probably as close to as happy that I was when I was a preschool teacher that I've been since I left the world of education. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This will be the second month in a I will say, this is the second month in a row that I am able to pay rent and bills through streaming. And that is entirely because you guys are gifting subs and holy shit, Dylan just gifted 5 subs. But like that's the whole reason why I'm able to do this is because you guys are like generous, crazy people. Where did I learn to edit videos? I didn't. I do it myself, which is why it takes a really long time. Because I'm a slow editor. I didn't learn anywhere. This is literally what I did is I went online and I said, what should I looked for free editing software. People said DaVinci Resolve was good. I downloaded DaVinci Resolve. I started trying to use it. Anytime I wanted to do something and I didn't know how to do it, I would look up a YouTube video. And that is how I edit. And it's why videos take a long fucking time for me to edit. Anyway, thank you, Dylan. That is very kind. You're a sweetie. All right, let's take a look at this golem. You forgot to mention just now, too, but you wanted to give a big thank you to whoever gifted you a membership. You know what? I was trying to do this the other day. YouTube doesn't keep track of who gifts memberships, and I need to set stream elements up to do that, and I was struggling to do that. I got to figure that out because I do like the idea of it like showing off people that are like big supporters, and I just need to figure out how to make the systems link together. I don't know how to do that. Thank you, Baba. I don't want to ask for money. I just want to get it. Thank you, buddy. That is very generous. I appreciate that very much. Wait, what do we look? Let's look. We're looking at Quincy's Mastercraft Golem. It's a CR23. Oh, it's a big boy. It's a big boy. Okay. You don't ask for money, you just make bets we can't refuse. Fair. Respect, Angel. Angel, I should be paying you. This is a CR20 monster. No, it's a CR23 monster, 20 AC, 375 hit points. The thing that I always say about high CR monsters is that you don't want to have too much going on. You want them to have a very strong vibe. And that is the most important thing. The other thing that I want to say is I'm curious how this is going to compare to the other really high CR construct. So we're going to bring that guy up, which is the Arcade Avery. Jeez Louise. Oh my God. That's very generous, buddy. Thank you. $10. I appreciate that. I will say again, I genuinely don't want people to give me money if they can't afford it. That's not the point. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to do that. So it is incredibly generous of you to do that. I really appreciate it. All right, I got to put all you guys in the credits now. Give me 2 seconds. That was just a lot more donations than I normally get in a row. I usually can do it pretty slickly, but I'm not being slick about it right now. All right, there you go. Boom. Credits. Okay. Okay. What was I looking up? The Modron. What's the name of the giant Modron? You know what I'm talking about, right? So the Marut. So the Marut is CR25. So the Marut is 2 higher CR than oh, you're in the waiting room. Okay, cool. Let me grab you. Quincy. Quincy, I pulled you into the stream waiting room. You got to unmute yourself. You're probably on a delay. Oh, there you are. Hello? Can you talk? I can't hear you if you're talking. You might need to leave stream and come back because I'm not even seeing a little green come around you, which means that your mic is not working for some reason. And usually that means you need to leave stream and come back. So leave and come back. Not stream. Yeah, leave the Discord. I'll call it. Hey, is it working now?
Did it work?
Yeah, it's working now. I have no idea why that happens. It's every friggin' time. How's it going,
I made it here on the nick of time. I had to drive for a couple hours to get back to my house, but I'm here now.
Welcome home. Was it a safe drive? Did you make it? Was it stressful?
Yeah, everything went all right.
How long a drive was it?
It was just a couple hours. It was going back to my house for the weekend after I spent most of the weekend at an apartment, college stuff.
I used to do college stuff. I know the deal. Question. When you are on a long drive for multiple hours, what do you do to entertain yourself?
I mostly just try to think a lot about what I'm gonna do once the drive's over because I don't want to think about
the current moment because it's boring. You don't listen to music or listen to podcasts or something?
Not really. I just try to tune out as much as I safely can, of course.
With the sun at your back and the wind in your face.
Yeah.
Right, so before I dive in, tell me what the vibe of this thing is that you're going for.
Okay, so I made this stat block to serve as the stat block for an NPC for a very old and starting to grow senile artificer. They were a recurring character for a couple of quests that I ran for some of my players, and they were kind of just a gentle giant who were also very capable of breaking your spine if you try to lay a finger on their creator.
What level are they interacting with this thing, and how powerful is the creator?
They first met this guy when they were like level 5, 6, and their last interactions with them were when they were level 12, 13. I think that their very last interaction with them was a really spicy one because the city guard had asked the party to actually arrest the old man because they had too many secrets that they couldn't let the old man accidentally spill out, since he was starting to, get a little too old, start losing touch with the world and stuff. And that meant that they had to convince this robot to let go of the old man, which was a ordeal.
Cool. All right, so all of this initial stuff is very standard for like a construct.
Yeah. A lot of the stats are roughly borrowed from the Iron Golem.
Yeah,
but
I see a lot of that. I want to jump to trauma compensator, because that is the first truly unique thing. Whenever the golem takes damage, it is not innately immune to a magical colored barrier. I would just say a magical barrier, because magic isn't a color. Forms around it depending on the type of damage inflicted. The golem can maintain an amount of barriers equal to their constitution modifier and up to 3 barriers of the same color, with a new barrier always replacing the old ones. Let's see what they do. With 1 barrier, the golem is resistant to the triggering damage. With 2 barriers, it is immune. And with 3 barriers, it regains hit points equal to the damage dealt. Are you, by colors, do you mean damage types? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
The intention was that that each different type of damage that you hit the golem with applies a different kind of colored shield to him.
I got it. I would drop the colored language, and I would just describe it in terms of damage resistances.
I can see that being a little less confusing, a lot more.
It's gonna make it a lot easier to understand what it does a lot quicker.
Yeah.
The other thing is this part at the end. This is more for you if you want to take this to like a more public setting. Everything where you're describing how the barriers function, I would consider figuring out how you could I would make those bullet points or like a mini table or something. I wouldn't write it in sentences that way. I understand why you did for this, because I don't know if there's a lot of ways to do that, and it's a weird thing. But like, I think even just making them bullet points would do it. Like 1 barrier of a thing, 2 barriers of a thing.
Just for the sake of it looking clearer.
Yeah, just
easier to read.
Exactly. But I love that mechanic. So basically, if I get hit with bludgeoning damage once, Bajom shield goes up. I'm now resistant to bludgeoning damage. I get hit with bludgeoning damage again, Bajom shield gets stronger. I'm immune to bludgeoning damage. I get hit by the side with fire damage. Bajom, now I'm resistant to fire damage. I get hit with bludgeoning damage again. Bajom, I can replace the fire one with another bludgeoning one, and now I'm getting healing from the bludgeoning damage, but I'm no longer resistant to the fire damage. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes. The way that a fight with this is supposed to go, with quotation marks, because, fights never go as planned, is that hitting it with the same damage type over and over will eventually make it take less and less damage until it stops taking damage altogether and starts healing from it.
Yeah.
Which means that you have to kind of rotate between a handful of different damage types in order to both exploit any unresisted damages, but also to cycle out resistances that you've already applied. Because since it can only have so many layers of shielding active, once they hit their cap, the first shields that they made are replaced by the newest ones.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I like that a lot. The Death Ray, somebody's excited by. This is based off of a Death Ray from, what's that monster called? The Stink Cap? The Catoblepus. Great monster.
Yeah.
So I
have a weakness for Death Rays. I think that they're just
man, who doesn't have a weakness for Death Rays? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that, and I personally have a soft spot for Death Rays just because they give a little bit of suspense in the usual 5e context where it's relatively easy to be able to stay alive and so a move that doesn't let you, a move that makes it harder for you to just not be able to immediately bounce back, helps with setting the mood a little.
For folks that don't know, this is the Catoblepus. It does not look like a monster that should have a Death Ray, but it has an ability called Death Ray. But I do want to point something out. I don't think this ability should be called Death Ray, and I'll tell you why. This ability is Death Ray. It should have an adjective or something to make it bigger than a Death Ray. Superior Death Ray, something like that. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe
yeah,
that's
I
me
can see that.
overthinking it.
I can see that.
Maybe Mastercraft Death Ray. Yeah, Mastercraft Death Ray, because it's a Mastercraft Iron Golem.
Mastercraft Death Beam.
Death Beam. That's good. You could do that too. I mean, mechanically it's fine. This is a CR23 monster, so like.
I do believe that I think that I might have sent you an outdated version of this stat block, because in the latest version that I made, him using his Death Beam is actually supposed to turn off all of his active shielding.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. But I don't even know if you need that. This is
I mean, I guess it's something that. Yeah, I guess I initially put that in as sort of like a safety valve in case if you decide to throw this at a party and they just don't have enough variety in their damage types, you could give them that as an out, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not every monster, but yeah, I suppose it doesn't really need it.
I don't think it does. I mean, I understand if you want it there, but I don't think it's too powerful, if that's what you mean. Like, it feels pretty reasonably powered in my mind.
All right.
For a CR23 monster. It's its only ranged feature. What's its movement speed? Like 45? Yeah, you can kite this thing really easily, actually. So, like, yeah, it definitely let the Death Ray be fucking scary.
You got it, boss.
Cool. Do you have any questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations, things you want to share, things you want to ask, things you want to lament before I hang up on you?
No, not much. I'm relatively happy with what I do with it. If anything, I might try to submit like Mastercraft versions of like the other golems, like the flesh golem, the stone golem, the clay golem.
Do that. Yeah, please do that.
I'll see what I come up with.
We have a couple people in the community that are like building compendiums. So every time I see a piece, it's like part of that compendium. Like Derek's doing like, we have a guy in the community named Derek who does basically like he's taking like simple magic items and making like expanded powerful versions. There's another guy who's like coming up with weird alternative magic. It's fun. So yeah, if you ever feel like making compendiums and shit, I love it. All right, but great, really fun piece. Thank you for sharing. And I'm hanging up on you right now. I hung up on you. I hope that's okay. Good night, apple on a tree. Guys, we're going to have different ending music on tonight's stream. I'm not saying that to say I'm about to end stream. I'm just saying that because I was just thinking about it. I have to make sure I have it ready. I don't actually remember what the end music was that I was going to do. Was it this one? Oh, God. I hope it's that one. That's the only thing that I have open. Uh-oh. We're not ending things yet. Calm down. Yeah, it is the one I'm going to use. Okay. We're good. Actually, that one might be... Okay, whatever. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. I'm going to use this one. This is the one we're going to use. I'm opening it up now. We're trying different stuff. Milky Boy! Are you coming on stream? Let me grab you. Are you in the waiting room? You are. Milky Boy, what's up? It's past 9 p.m. You're on Discord.
Yes, I am.
Welcome. How are you going? How's it going?
Oh, I'm good. Let me just try to mute the stream.
Echo, 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 echo. Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, life is but a dream. Did that work?
I got it.
Did I get a good round in beforehand?
Yes, you did.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. My dogs are being crazy right here. I don't know if you can hear them.
I can't, but I am. I can only. I have a. I have what's it called when you can? I have selective hearing. I can tune out the unneeded. It's how I can.
Alright.
It's how I can hear a room of people screaming, but I can focus in on one, and hear their deepest, quietest whispers upon the wind.
Hey guys, be quiet.
It's one of my many features. Okay, Sentient Rock is the best name for a race I have ever seen. Tell me what we're going for here. I mean, maybe I don't need to. Maybe we're going for Sentient Rock.
So, I was thinking, I was watching one of your streams last week, and it was really late. I was tired.
Yeah.
And I just got an idea. What if there was a race, and the sub races were just it's like a type of rock. The sub races
igneous,
are just
metamorphic, and sedimentary. Oh, I love that.
Yes, those are the sub races.
Okay.
So
this is not an Earth Genasi. This is just a living rock person.
Yes,
like Korg, Korg from that show, Korg rock guy, this guy
from Thor.
Yeah,
kind of, but it's more literally just a rock.
Well,
but I tried to make it interesting and fun to play. I'm not entirely sure about that though.
Do you get limbs?
No.
Wait a
minute. You can't use weapons or shields or anything.
Okay, let me read this. Okay. Let me read this. You're medium or small. You're an elemental. Speed. You roll around like a ball. What? You missed an opportunity for a joke here. Your walking speed is 30 feet. You should say you roll around like a rock. You are a rock.
Yeah.
You roll around like a rock, I think would be a funnier sentence. I'm just saying. Walking, movement speed 30 feet. Bash. Your hardy rock body enhances your combat prowess. Your unarmed strikes deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus your strength modifier. Your rocky body provides you a base AC of 18. Okay. That's, I'm assuming, to account for the fact that you just can't do anything but be a rock. Rolling strike. If you moved at least 20 feet on a turn and immediately make an unarmed strike afterwards, you gain advantage on the attack roll and deal 1d6 damage.
Yeah, so I tried to balance it out because you can't really do much of other stuff.
Here's what I'm going to say. You need, if you want to make it so you can't do anything because you're literally a rock, that actually kind of needs to be a mechanic that you write out here. Like, I see that you put it, so like, for example, living rock should be written in the way that like Warforged has like the Sentinel, like Warforged has a feature that sounds like that. Here,
okay.
Let me bring up Warforged for a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
I mean, I don't have the stream open. I closed it.
That's okay. So basically, Warforged have a feature called Constructed Resilience, and it's bullet points, and it shows like 4 different things that are like their construct attributes. Okay, but you know what I mean? You should do that with Living Rock. So instead of it being written like this, Living Rock, and then you bullet point it. Bullet point 1, you have an AC of 18. But you can't wear medium, light, or heavy armor. Bullet point 2, you can't use a shield or weapons. Bullet point 2 would probably be you can't wield anything that requires you to have hands.
All right.
And then I think bullet point 3 should be something else. I don't know what, but there should be more than one thing. We either get resistance to fire, prestidigitation, or tremor sense. The main piece of feedback that I'm going to have for you, honestly, is that even with the boost AC of 18 and the ability to roll and deal a little bit more damage,
gosh.
What? I don't hear dogs, but I hear you.
Okay.
Even with the AC boost and the rolling strike, I feel like it's not enough. Like, I feel like it would be really hard to be this thing. Like, I feel like you're either like a barbarian or a fighter, or you can't be this thing.
Just a second.
All right. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 3-3 was not 1. I messed up the song. How do I make a magical girl paladin like Sailor Moon? You make a paladin a girl. and you flavor all of her spells as magical girl powers. Celestial Bloodline Rock. Well, like that's the other thing that I noticed is it's like you couldn't cast any spells that have somatic components because you don't have hands. So
I am back.
Welcome back. So the main thing that I think that this thing actually needs is it needs to be able to it needs to have a way to function mechanically as a class.
Okay.
Or to tie into classes. So like the way that it's written, I don't feel like it's possible to be this thing unless you're being a barbarian or a fighter. And then separately from that, even if you are a barbarian or a fighter, you're not going to ever be able to get magic items. You're not ever going to be able to do anything other than your base features. I feel like it needs a little bit, like, I appreciate the gimmickiness of it, but I think if you want it to actually be playable, there needs to be some way that you can interact with your class features, whether it's the somatic components of spells or anything.
Okay. Like
I don't know exactly how to do that because
level features, like maybe once you reach a certain level, your attacks are counted as magical.
But that still makes it so it's like you will never, if you there's like you cannot be this and be a spellcaster. There's no way you could do that. You wouldn't be able to cast half of the spells in D&D.
I could make it so you could cast the spells without somatic components.
But then you're also almost getting then you're sort of starting to sit into too strong territory.
True.
Because you're giving this thing an AC of 18.
Okay, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
What if I gave the rock hands?
That's what I thought. I thought it was like a little Geodude.
I could do that.
You could even give it a thing where it's like it can have limited hand use. Where it's like if you take like you could be like this, like you could take or not even like that. I was thinking like you can take an hour to roll around in rocks and mud to accrue limbs. If you spend this much time doing it, or you can do it over a long rest, you can have arms for 8 hours.
That is people said this doesn't give any languages. It does. It's just not showing up.
I don't know why it's not showing up.
I forgot to hit the thing in the builder that says make it show up.
That's fine. The other thing that I would say is Tremor Sense is so much stronger than Prestidigitation and resistance to fire damage. So I would just be a little bit cautious of this. I would maybe lower the range of the Tremor Sense to like, I don't know, 10 feet.
Okay.
Because Tremor Sense allows you to basically see through walls sometimes, and it also allows you to see invisible things sometimes, which is pretty important. It speaks rock. Arcane focuses are just stuck to your body with mud. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I like this idea that you could wield things by using mud to stick them to you, or like having them embedded in you. You know what I mean? Like you could carve a little divot out and have something socketed into you. Do you ever play do you play the Diablo games where items have sockets and you can put things in them?
Never played a Diablo game.
So in Diablo, there are items and there are magic items, and both of them can have sockets, which is literally like you carve something in it, and then you plug a gem in, and now the gem works with it. You could essentially be socketed. So like you could have magic things jammed into you.
Like in Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
With decorations.
Exactly.
I know Monster Hunter.
I used to be a monster hunter before I learned the ways of monsters, and now I see myself more as a Jane Goodall of monsters. I had a big arc before I started streaming, but we don't need to get into that. I like the idea a lot. I want you to lean more into the silliness of being a rock. And I think that you can do that with living rock. Like, for example, I feel like you should have false appearance, where it's like if you're not moving, you just look like a rock, you know?
What about being shit. What about needing to like breathe and eat food and stuff? I'm wondering how that should work.
So you could do something with that. I will say you're then getting very close to a Warforged. That's basically a Warforged. Warforged don't need to breathe, eat, sleep, drink. They're immune to disease. Like, the Warforged is very easily reflavored as rock person. So I think you could do all of that, but I wouldn't spend too much energy on that. I would...
If I didn't do that, then the rock would need to have a mouth.
Well, maybe it's just porous.
Maybe.
I mean, it's still communicating, right? Like, how's it talking? You're not limited to not speaking. Where's the voice coming out of? You don't want to think too much about
Maybe
logic.
it has a soul.
Or it can emanate sound. It can vibrate, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what I think. That's where I think you need to think about. From a genuine balancing perspective, you need to tone down sedentary. But from a general perspective, I want to suggest two things. One, really leaning into living rock, splitting it up into minor features, so it's a little easier to read. And then thinking about how you can compensate for not having hands or being able to basically wield objects in ways you might be able to allow for that. And then the other thing that you could do is if you could also make the rocks, I think, a little bit more distinct. Right now, each subclass form has one little thing it does. I think you could give each one 2, and I think that would be reasonable.
2? All right.
Yeah, especially if they're of essentially this power level of like medium, but not crazy medium. But I would do that a little bit if I were you. And you could even make it where it's like one of the rock forms could be like a carved rock, and you have the ability to like wear things because there's divots that can be wrapped on you or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't necessarily even need to be like, you can think about it in that regard if you want to, or like maybe metamorphic or whatever the softer of the 3 rocks is. It could be called carvable, and you could like give yourself little things. You know what I mean? Like you can think about it that way if you wanted to. I don't really have any other thoughts. It's a very goofy, interesting idea, and I want to give you advice that is sort of the opposite. I both want you to go harder in the silliness direction of committing to You Are a Rock, but I also want you to spend a little bit more time making sure that this thing is playable if you with still using your class features and it feeling like you still can be a class. You don't want the race to be so limited that you feel like you are a race more than you're a class.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'll think about that. Maybe like telekinesis? So like limited telekinesis to hold items?
I would almost lean into like limited magnetism, but essentially it's telekinesis. But it's the idea that you can like become a little bit magnetically charged so that you can like have objects like stuck to you. If you can have a sword stuck to you, if you can have a sword stuck to you, you can spin and sort of swing it.
True.
Rock Barbarian does sound really fun. I agree. Anyway, I like the idea. I almost want to... Yeah. It's very goofy. I would lean it... Yeah, having stuff stuck to you, I think, is hysterical. Cool. I don't have any other thoughts, though. It's a fun little idea. Do you have any questions, concerns, things you want to share, ask?
Not anymore.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Milky.
Bye.
Bye. I'm going to hang up on you. That was Milky and the Sentient Rock. A very fun little piece. Let's give Milky a round of applause. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, Ace Adventurer, mini gravity. You have a little bit of orbital control. So you can make a couple objects like float around you, but they have to stay within a certain range, and that essentially is your reach. So it's like you could float. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Anyway, thank you, Milky. Much fun, much fun, much fun. Much fun indeed. Indoodly deed. Indobbly do. All right, here we go. The stream waiting room is not locked. Oh no, I'm looking at those messages from like a long time ago. Sorry, my brain jumped. Okay. Pokey, if you're not here, Pat was having that same problem before. He had to like completely turn off Discord and turn it back on. The next is going to be Orca. First time submitting and newish to Homebrew in general. Just a silly item idea had after running a couple pixies. All right, let's take a look. The pixie stick. Oh, I love a pixie stick. Discord is powered by hamsters. Sometimes dark mode does true dark mode, and sometimes it doesn't. This is what dark mode looks like. I don't know why it's true dark mode. Okay, let's see. It's an uncommon item. A rolled tube of parchment containing sparkling pink pixie dust that smells of fresh strawberries. As an action, you can sprinkle this dust on yourself or another creature you can see within 5 feet of you. Roll a d8. The creature gains one of the following magical effects for 1 minute. The target is charmed by the first creature they make eye contact with. This is a very funny mechanic. This should be a saving throw. The target shrinks to... All of these should be on a saving throw. Target shrinks by 1 size. The target glows purple. The target sprouts donkey ears and speaks Sylvan. That's really fun. Flowers start growing out of the target's body. They can communicate with plants as if under the effects of speak with plants. That's really cool. Polymorph into a badger. Fun. Anything target anything becomes invisible. Fun. They gain a fly speed of 20 feet. Okay, I'm going to be honest. This needs very little feedback. These first 2 features need a saving throw. This feature needs a saving throw. And that's it. It's a solid item. I love it. I would use this in my game. I don't have more. I think it's wonderful. I love the mechanic of a charmed creature, but they're charmed by the first thing they look at. That's very funny. It's dark for us all, friend. It's dark for us all. Glowing purple's fun. Donkey ears and understanding Sylvan is fun. This is a Midsummer Night's Dream joke, if anybody didn't get it. Speak with plants for a minute, solid. Yeah, very fun, very fun. Yeah, a little Shakespeare reference, very nice. All right, Orca, I don't have more to say, dude. It's just a nice item. People should just here chat. You guys should all just use this item in your game and do this. Put saving throws places. The saving throw should probably be a 12 if it's an uncommon item. Also, this thing needs limited use, I'm realizing. This thing probably should be able to be used once per day if it's an uncommon item. Or maybe it has 4 charges and it regains 1d4 charges each day at dawn. Oh, it can only be used once, period. Oh. You can snort them. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. It's a one-time use item. It's perfect. Other than what I said about the saving throws. Keep the saving throws. But very solid item, Orca. Very solid item. Orca, did you want to come on stream? You did not. Okay. Orca, I don't have much feedback for you, man. When you give me an item that's just well put together, all I can do is give you, like, basic mechanical advice. So I hope you're okay with basic mechanical advice. But I like it. Saving throws on these, saving throw on this, and you're golden. Yeah, let's give a big round of applause for Orca. That was fast. Really fun item. Great Fae vibes. Really, really good job incorporating the Fae Pixie vibes in. Like, really good job. You should be proud of the Fae vibes you've incorporated here. Next, we got Gladahedral. I am making signature items for each of your players. I love that. This is one I've made for our rogue. He's going to be the inquisitive archetype, so I tried to really lean into the spy detective vibe. Cool. Let's take a look. Gladdy, did you want to come on stream? I thought I saw you in the Discord. Yeah, let me grab you. Hey, Glad.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's getting late.
I know. I'm not gonna do too many more. My mouth hurts. I'm probably gonna do a couple. But nonetheless, we're here. The Tactician's Shroud.
Yes.
Let me make it so chat can actually see it. There we go. So this is for an inquisitive rogue, you said?
Yeah. He's gonna be the son of this duke.
What level do you want them to get? What level are you giving them these items?
5.
Okay. Let me take a look at it. An unassuming. What is this word?
Amaranthine. It's a shade of purple.
Thank you. I am colorblind. I don't spend time learning colors. An unassuming amaranthine cloak woven together with strands of silver thread and spider silk. Its magic is unassuming, yet devastating in the right hands. All right, solid. Let's see what we get here. Dormant. While wearing the Tactician's Shroud in its dormant state, you gain the following benefits. I'm going to burp soon. That's not the benefits, but I can feel one. There we go. You have advantage on all wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing, and you are immune to the poison condition, resistant to poison damage, and gain the ability to see normally in magical and non-magical darkness. I would not give them the ability to see through magical darkness at level 5 just all the time. I wouldn't do that. On the hood of the cloak, while the hood of the cloak is up, your footsteps are muffled. You have advantage on dexterity stealth checks made to move silently or hide. Okay, the main thing that I would change here is I probably would make it so I would probably make the see normally in magical and non-magical darkness an activated feature. I wouldn't make it a passive feature. I would make it like once a day you activate it, and it's almost like the hood goes up and like gives you
for like 10 minutes you can see in magical darkness.
Like 10 minutes once per day or something like that.
Okay.
Not just magical darkness, all of it. You can see normally in darkness and non-magical. Because seeing normally in darkness, even if it's non-magical, is still strong if you're using the proper rules for darkness.
Okay.
Because even if you have dark vision, you're still doing like perception checks at disadvantage and stuff in the dark. Did you know that? Most people forget that.
I know it now.
There you go. The way that it works technically, I think, is dark vision basically allows you to see without a great deal of penalty, but you're still having a harder time seeing because it's like you're seeing in black and white. It's harder to see. Okay. I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, make this an activated feature. Let me see what it's not crazy powerful in a way that I think it works pretty well. I'm curious to let's see how it grows. When the tactician also I do want to point something out that I really like. You said it's going to be for an inquisitive rogue, and I think that it is nice that none of these features are just none of them they mix with inquisitive rogue well. None of them are like you are now one of your core features is redundant because this is better. Or something.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
tried to make sure that nothing overlapped.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really, really, really smart move. Give yourself a little pat on the back for that one. That's probably one of the most important parts, honestly, when you're trying to make an item that fits a specific subclass, is it's not just subclass and more. It's not just subclass plus, it's like new stuff. So good job. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. You can summon a magical dagger. Okay, so this is what we get with the awakened version. You can summon a magical dagger in your hand. No action required. I would still say on your turn. It still needs to sit somewhere in the timing of the action economy, even if it doesn't sit anywhere in the action economy. On your turn, you can. You have a +1 to attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. If the dagger is farther than 60 feet away from you, it disappears. How many can you summon at a time? That's another thing that you should think about here. Or how many can you have summoned at a time? You can have a maximum of 2 summoned at a time. You can have a maximum of whatever. When you summon a new dagger, the old one disappears. Actually, that's what you should do. When you summon a new dagger, the old one fades. Because truthfully, that just means you could summon one, throw it, summon a new one, throw it. You're like Reaper. You know, you're not really...
Yeah.
They're not pulling things
So should
back.
I just put, like, if the dagger is farther than 60 feet away from you, or you summon another one, it disappears?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
While the cloak's hood is up, you gain telescopic sight. You can see up to 1 mile away with no difficulty, even fine detail. This is the eagle eye thing this is the eagle eye totem barbarian feature?
Pretty much verbatim, yeah.
All right. Additionally, dim light doesn't impose disadvantage on your wisdom perception checks. Look, you son of a bitch. You said you didn't know how darkness worked, and you literally included the darkness mechanic in here. You're a fool.
I mean, I never said I wasn't a fool.
Can I? Okay, well, now you're a double fool because you don't need this because it's redundant because you're seeing normally in darkness.
Well, if I make that a activated feature, then it works.
Okay, it does. Fine. We've course corrected here. I'm gonna give you basic feedback here. If your goal was to make this something that would be more like public usage, I would not copy the Totem Barbarian subclass feature, but you know your table. This is for a specific character and a specific home game. I'm going to assume you don't have a Totem Barbarian in the party, so this is fine.
Yeah.
If you did have a Totem Barbarian in the party, I would probably not do that. Also, you can cast Knock, Pass Without a Trace, Spider Climb using this cloak. Once the spell has been cast in this way, it can't be used again the same until the next dawn. This is fine. This is solid. It's very similar to the Vestiges of Divergence, the magical key. You know that one?
Yeah, I was also looking at those for kind of a structural guideline.
Yeah, this has a lot of the magic key vibes, including the summoning the magic dagger, actually, which is another thing where it's like, it's fine for a home game. But for balance, this is totally fine. Also, I think it's a good spell combo. I almost want to say, does Spider Climb, how long does Spider Climb normally last?
I think it's a minute or 10 minutes.
Let me check. I want to suggest a change. It's an hour. Okay, perfect. The only change that I would suggest is maybe make it that when you cast Knock in this way, it doesn't make an explosive boom noise.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's little things with spells that I forget. That's one of them that I always forget.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. But I would nip that in the bud and just make that a part of it. No, it's an hour. I was gonna say if Spider Climb was less than an hour, when you cast Spider Climb, it should last an hour. But it already does, so it's fine.
Okay.
Now, I'm gonna say something before I read the Exalted feature. In my personal opinion, any good expanding item that has 3 stages, the one Exalted feature should be crazy. It should be something that the player looks at and is like, I cannot wait. So it should be a new element should be introduced. This is just my opinion. You don't need to listen to it, but I'm a big believer of expanding items have some things that grow on each other, but at least one thing at the highest level where it's like, if it's either a passive that's really cool or it's like the anime badass move or something. So you might not have done that. You might have done that. I don't know. Let's dive in. +2 to attack and damage roll is good. As a bonus action, you can flourish the cloak in front of you to create a 30-foot radius area of fog. The fog spreads around corners and the area is heavily obscured. It lasts for 1 minute or until a heavy wind disperses it. I like this, but I don't like that. I almost want to suggest that you can see through it.
Yeah, that would be easy to add.
Because you, or maybe say that when you have your shadow cloak vision up, you can see through it. So you could combo it with the first level normal and magical darkness feature, you know?
Yeah.
But you don't have to. As an action, you can mark a creature you can see. I would give it a range. The marked creature's location is always known to you, as well as its direction of travel. You can always use sneak attack against a marked creature. You can only have one creature marked at a time. Oh, and it's just permanent? Dang. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be very honest with you. This is your game. You're going to be the one that has to deal with the consequences of the actions of making something infinitely trackable. But I would suggest putting a time limit on this. The way that this is worded, your rogue could see the big bad evil guy from across a banquet hall, or, you know, maybe they're giving a speech in an amphitheater, or they're, you know, a god coming down, smashing up continents. They just need to see them from any distance, and then they mark them. And then if they don't do that feature again, they just know where your main villain is for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, it should probably be like 24 hours without seeing it again.
24 hours. Away. Yeah, 24 hours without seeing it again, I think, is the move.
Okay.
Marking it isn't bad, but it's one-time use and you can't dismiss it ever. I wouldn't do that. I actually like it if it's across. Well, if it's across planes, the direction kind of becomes irrelevant. But I don't think that's the end of the world. Actually, I mean, it's an exalted item. Realistically, they shouldn't be getting this until they're between 15th and 17th level. So it's like, it's fine for that.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, I don't know exactly when I'm going to upgrade these things, but I figured it would be along the lines of when cantrips get better, like 5, 11, and I think it's 17.
Yeah, something like that. That makes sense. I like it, though. It's a really fun little idea. I think it's solid. I think your player will dig it, especially if they really want to lean into the investigator vibes. There's some nice little details, like perception checks on hearing, implying that you're, like, listening in on, like, doors and stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to get the overhearing vibe.
Yeah, I think you accomplished that goal, friendo. I know you're tired and it's late, but do you have any final thoughts, questions, yearnings before we say goodbye?
I have something completely unrelated to this that I thought of earlier in the stream.
Tell me.
Is there any kind of mechanical advantage or disadvantage of a player race being something other than humanoid?
Yes. Other than humanoid, yes.
Yeah, like how satyrs and centaurs are fey and
Hold
things like
person
that.
doesn't work on them. Charm person doesn't work on them. So a lot of spells that do control don't work on them unless you have higher level versions. Like Charm Monster is like a much higher level spell than Charm Person. Dominate Monster is a much higher level spell than Dominate Person. Hold Monster, Hold Person, all of that stuff. On the other side of it, there are certain abilities that and spells like Protection from Good and Evil that will affect them negatively more. Where it's like there are spells that it's like Protection from Evil and Good, I think makes it where it's like Celestials, Aberrations, Fiends, Fae, and Undead have disadvantage on attacks against you and stuff like that. Sleep doesn't affect certain types of creatures. Yeah, so there's a lot of little spell interactions for sure.
Yeah, because I have one of the other players in this campaign is a satyr, so he's gonna be a bitch to mess with magically.
No, it's easy to mess with them, dude. Look.
Well, don't they have advantage against all magical effects?
Satyrs? Why would they?
Because that's one of their racial features.
Let me double check. I think you're imagining. Maybe the legacy one does. Do they have magic resistance?
I thought
they do have magic resistance. Oh yeah. Are they playing the satyr because they want magic resistance, or are they playing it because they want to be a satyr?
They're playing it because they wanted to be from the Feywild.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'm okay with it. Listen, here's a fun fact. I want you to read very closely what magic resistance does. This is going to be the final piece of advice I give you before I hang up on you. You have advantage on saving throws against spells. There are so many magical abilities that are not spells. And there are so many monsters with wonderful magical abilities that are not spells.
That's one of those pedantic things that I love that I can throw in their face later and say.
It's important. But I actually think there's a lore element to it also, because it's the difference between the magic of the world and the magic of magic wielders. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So people have a hard time, but the world can still fuck with you.
Well, or anything that casts spells through spellcasting, which is like harnessing the weave in a constructed way. But anything that's just like a lot of monsters have magical abilities that feel like they should be spells, but they're not technically spells. So you're still good. You're good. You're gonna be able to fuck with all sorts of shenanigans. Don't worry.
Hell yeah.
All right, buddy.
All
thank
right.
you very much. See ya. Click. That was glad. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more. I'm going to pull arcade in. Now we're going to skip ahead and do arcade because they're in the waiting room. And then I'm going to do one or two more spins, but then I think I have to be done because I'm starting to feel my stitches pulling at the gums, and it's starting to become much. So we're going to skip ahead and do arcade because they're in the waiting room. Arcade. We're skipping ahead to you.
Let me turn you down real quick.
If you are in the waiting room at the late night of stream, I tend to skip ahead to you. This is a Destiny 2 inspired subclass. Arcade, did I review this one already?
No, you reviewed someone else's, and it made me want to do my own.
Okay, cool. Tell me about it. I don't want to read what you wrote. Or I'll
That's
read,
fair.
I'll read the subclass, but tell me about what you wrote in the. Tell me about it.
It's just based on my personal favorite combination of class and subclass in Destiny, which is the Strand Hunter, which is like the rogue version of that game.
What is it a subclass for?
So Strand is a really pretentious, like you pull on the strings of life type thing. It gives you a grappling hook, so it's really fun.
But what is it? What class is this for? Rogue?
Oh, it's for rogue. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So can you explain to me very briefly what this thing is supposed to feel like? I have never played Destiny once. So I have played Overwatch. So I'm familiar with shooters where you get special powers, but I've never played Destiny. So tell me about the Thread Runner.
That it's supposed to feel like mechanically or like just like thematically.
Thematically, mechanically, whatever. Don't tell me about the subclass. Tell me about what the thing is that it's based off of.
So it's like I said, Strand is the subclass in Destiny where you manipulate these like threads of life, these metaphysical, the essence that connects everyone, basically. And you use that to, you get your grappling hook. You can use it to make, like, suspend people with it and stuff like that.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt you. We forgot to clap for Gladriel.
Oh, it's okay.
Gladahedral. Okay. I feel bad. You can tell it's getting late when I'm forgetting to clap. Okay, continue. Okay, so you're pulling the threads of life, and you get, like, a grappling hook power.
Yeah, and you can use it for buffs on yourself and debuffs for other things.
Cool.
I tried to focus it on the grappling hook because I think that's the best part.
Hell yeah, that's the move, focusing it on the best part. Yeah, Dylan, that's why your clapping is what made me remember. All right, so let me dive in. Let's read the flavor text first. Is your goal is the long-term goal of this public use or just for your home games?
Probably just home games for now.
Okay. If the universe is an elaborate tapestry created from the countless threads of life, then thread runners are its weavers. That's a fun sentence. Thread runners reach just beyond the barriers of physical limits, making the intangible tangible and unraveling the very fabric of the universe to suit their needs. I'm going to be honest, I don't think you need the second sentence. I think you could fill this second sentence with getting more into what they do immediately, because I kind of feel like as much as it is clarifying the first sentence a little bit, I don't know if that clarification is needed. With this power at their disposal, their enemies quickly find themselves completely torn from the tapestry of life. Yeah, I think that all of these sentences work really nicely as flavor text in a more vibe sense, but I want a little bit more flavor text that like is expressly. I want to be able to visual. I think a good rule of thumb when you're writing flavor text, and it's harder if it's a piece that is based on something you're really familiar with, because it's a little bit like your backyard so well that you sometimes have a hard time explaining it in a way that like for new eyes. When I'm reading flavor text, I should be able to visualize the thing when I'm done reading it. And I can visualize the way that these things are talked about, but I can't visualize them in this flavor text. So I would maybe throw something else in there a little bit. All right, let's jump ahead though to threaded grapple. Then we get 2 third level features. Nice. Okay. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, did I put it in the chat? I did. When you choose, I know you guys recognize the song. Yeah, I like this song. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you learn how to pull on these life threads. Don't say these, just say life threads, to carry yourself to a new location. As a bonus action, you can manifest an ethereal grappling hook that can be tethered to any unoccupied space. Don't say that before saying the choose your point thing. I would say as a bonus action, you can choose a point within 30 feet of you to summon a... Well, let me read what it actually does first, but you got to reorganize the wording of that a little bit. Choose a point you can see within 30 feet of you in any direction to grapple to. I would say as a bonus action, you can manifest an ethereal grappling hook in your hand, period. Choose a point. Yeah, just get rid of the any space part. That's just going to be confusing. Choose a point you can see within 30 feet of you in any direction to grapple to. Then describe the hook as like, shooting out to it. You are pulled to that space in a straight line, provided there are no obstacles. Grappling past hostile creatures does not provoke opportunity attacks. Ooh, that's pretty strong. So it's essentially it's essentially as powerful. It's essentially a free disengage also.
Yeah, I debated back and forth with that part. I originally had it as creatures have disadvantage on opportunity attacks. So.
Yeah. Let me see what else we get, but depending on what else we get, it might be fine. But let me see what else we get. When you reach your destination, you can choose to dematerialize your grappling hook. Then don't put then. There's no the word doesn't need to be here. And then I put a period here. I would say otherwise, you can choose to dematerialize your grappling hook. Period. If you don't, you can hover from the point you can hover from the point of your tether until the start of your next turn, after which it vanishes. If you choose to hang from your tether, you cannot use your threaded grapple on your next turn. You should clarify that when it vanishes, you fall.
Yeah, I figured that was a given, but that's fair.
It should be, but every feature that does something like this in the game clarifies that you fall.
Okay, all right.
Does it have to be target? Does it? So this thing can tether in the mid-air?
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
And I added the part at the end where you can't use it on your next turn because I showed this to my girlfriend, and she specified that what's stopping you, if it's a bonus action, what's stopping you from just grappling again over and over.
Exactly, exactly. What? Okay, I'm going to make 2 suggestions here.
Okay.
Proficiency bonus times per long rest. That's not a lot. At 3rd level, whenever you take fall damage, you can use your reaction to instead take only half. Okay. I'm gonna give you. Okay, can I give you a? Okay, so let's start with feedback mode.
Okay.
I think that this should not trigger opportunity attacks. I think you go back to it doing disadvantage on opportunity attacks. I think you don't make it proficiency bonus times per long rest. I think you make it infinite use.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I also think that you should just flat out, whenever you fall after using your threaded grapple, I feel like you should be able to use your reaction or something. Like, what if it was this? I feel like there should be an innate. I don't think this feature, stick the landing, should be this feature. I feel like there should be. This is what I want to say. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Make grapple infinite use. Make it disadvantage on opportunity attacks. And then I'm gonna say that instead of this reaction being its own feature, I would clarify. I would make this reaction a part of threaded grapple, and I would clarify that when you would fall from your threaded grapple feature, you could use your reaction to like launch your grapple at the ground to not take that fall damage or to reduce that fall damage. And then what I would also say is you could even add another feature on top of this at 3rd level to replace stick the landing if you change it. And I think you should. And this is what I'm going to suggest you make it. I'm going to suggest you make it that if you fall more than 10 feet before making an attack, you can get sneak attack even if you don't have advantage on the attack roll. That's what I would suggest.
That's fun. Okay. That you know what, that actually works because in Destiny you do have a special melee that you get after grappling that I just didn't know how to implement, but that actually is
because a lot of
really
rogues do get an alternative way of doing sneak attack at 3rd level, and this feature feels like it should just be a part of threaded grapple. I think the way that you make this feature a part of threaded grapple and make it balanced is you don't allow this to work with falling in general. You force it to be a situation where it's tied to threaded grapple, and it still consumes your reaction if you want to take less damage. But I also think you could just not worry about it, just take the damage, and that'd be probably fine too. Because the other thing is that you technically could use your reaction to. Couldn't you use? I guess that's attack. That's not a source of damage. Rogues get a thing where they can half damage at your reaction anyway at 5th level.
Oh, yeah, that's uncanny dodge. I think it has to be. Do you have to be a target of attack?
Yeah, it's attack. It has to be a target of attack. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe keep this basically exactly the same actually, and just tie it in to the other one. But yeah, make it so when you fall, you can sneak attack, because that's cool.
Okay. Okay. And then you would change the stick the landing to being able to sneak attack when you don't have
Yeah, I would basically just plug this feature into the threaded grapple and change the name of. I mean, this could literally be called stick the landing. It could be the same name, and it's just that. If you hit a creature with a sneak attack, I would phrase it like if you fall at least 10 feet, immediately before you make a sneak attack against a creature, before you make an attack against the creature, that attack, you can add your sneak attack damage as if you had advantage on the attack, or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
There's language for this in the Swashbuckler. Here, this. You gain an additional way to use your sneak attack. You don't need advantage on the attack roll to use your sneak attack against a creature, and if you fall at least 10 feet immediately before making the attack roll. And then I, at the end, say all other rules for sneak attack still apply. So you still have to use it. You still have to, like, use a finesse weapon and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah. So look at Rakish Audacity. That's the name of the that's the name of the rogue feature. And the whole second paragraph of it, basically just copy paste it and drop the within 5 feet of the creature and just make it falling. Okay. All right, let's look at 9th level. Starting at 9th level. By the way, I will also say that I usually yell at people at least once or twice when they make something based off of something from like a movie or a game, that they need to like think about the parts that are important and only do those parts, because I want to feel like this is evocative even if I have no idea what the fuck it is. I have no idea what the fuck this is, and you are successfully making it evocative so far, so good job.
Oh, thank you.
Pat on back. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Ensnaring Strike. Starting at 9th level, after falling for at least 10 feet, you can slam your back. Oh, this is interesting. This is another. Okay, maybe we need to readjust. There might need to be an adjustment to what I just said, because this feature is doing the same thing, and I don't know if we should have more than one feature trigger on the same thing. But let me see what this does thing. After falling for at least 10 feet, you can slam yourself to the ground at the point of your landing, generating an invisible force that weaves the threads of your enemies against them. That is a strange... I don't know what that means. I'm going to keep reading, but that's confusing phrasing to me. What does it mean to weave the threads of your enemies against you? I think that's flavor text I'm not going to worry about, but it's confusing flavor text to me.
Yeah, it's following the whole being a weaver of life strands and all that.
Yeah, I got you. This force has a starting radius of 5 feet and increases by 5 feet for every additional 10 feet you fall, to a maximum radius of 15 feet. Choose a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus within range. I would not do this based off proficiency bonus. I would probably make it based off of like another stat. Each creature must succeed on a dex saving throw or become restrained until the end of your next turn. Restrained creatures are suspended 5 feet off the ground in a metaphysical net created from their own life strands. Affected creatures can make the save again at the end of their next turn to escape. Okay, this is how I would reword this. I see what you're doing here, and I like it. Instead of making it proficiency bonus, I would probably make it either intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, whichever stat you think makes the most sense for the flavor of this subclass. And then the way that I would change the wording of this second part is I would say creatures have to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they are lifted 5 feet off the ground and suspended in air. I would start with that because that is important. And while they are stuck in this state, they are considered restrained. And then affected creatures can make the save again at the end of their turns. I like that. That's fun. This needs some limited use because it's pretty strong. This feature should probably be proficiency bonus times per day, or something like that. And I worry that the radius getting bigger I feel like if you want the radius to get bigger, it has to be way more limited in use. I think if the radius stays fairly tight, you can get more uses in. But it's a lot to get like a multi-restrain multiple times pretty casually without it eating up anything in the action economy. Because this doesn't take up anything in the action economy. It just happens.
Oh, yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I guess if it happens when you fall, it could make it a reaction?
No, don't make it a reaction. I like that it just happens, but I think that because of that, you need to think of a way to limit it, and I think that maybe it shouldn't get bigger. Maybe it should just be creatures that are within 5 feet of you. And then this is how I would say it. Don't say 5-foot radius. Say within 5 feet of you, because then that actually makes it a bigger area, because it's like a 15-foot cube. Does that make sense? Like, if you're looking at a battle map, you are 1 square. If you make it creatures within 5 feet of you, it's still gonna hit 8 squares, which is a lot.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
So I think that's still. I think it's fine like that. But yeah, so you got to limit it a little bit there, and I still think maybe limited use, maybe proficiency bonus times per day. Going back though to the thing, I think that maybe the way that I would change it is maybe make it that you can get sneak attack off if you make an attack against the creature like immediately after using your grapple, maybe something like that. I don't know. You'll have to play around with that. You could also you play around with it. But I would I would give them a way to use sneak attack in a unique way, and I would try to figure out how to tie that to the grapple in some way or another. It could be the fall thing. It could be if you grapple next to a creature, and you end up right next to them, you can get sneak attack off, something like that. You decide how you want to do it, but
I do still really like the falling one, because I just really like the image of just like pointing your dagger straight down into someone.
So what about this? What about this? What if the 9th level ability? What if it did take up space in the action economy? What if it was a unique way to use your threaded grapple where you target the ground and you slam down? So it's like at 9th level, if you are at least 10 feet in, if you are at least 10 feet in the air or something, I don't know how to word this exactly, you can use your bonus action to pull yourself down into the ground. So it's the grapple, you're still using the grapple, but it's instead of shooting up the walls or stuff, you're using it down, and then it creates this weird ensnaring slam. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah.
All right, let me look at 13th level. Unraveling grapple. At 13th level, you can now target a creature with your threaded grapple. As a bonus action, choose a creature you can see with a range of your thread grapple and make a ranged attack against them. On a hit, you are pulled the full distance towards that creature, and they begin to unravel until the end of your next turn. An unraveling creature takes additional 2d6 force damage whenever you hit it with a weapon attack. I'm not feeling this one.
That's fair. Yeah, I struggled with that one the most.
This is what I would suggest for 13th level. 13th level is where you increase the range of the grapple.
Okay.
I would let the grapple increase. Maybe the grapple's reach increases by... This is what I would do. I would make the grapple's reach... Okay, no. I know what you do. The grapple's reach increases by some amount, and you just become immune to fall damage. Boom.
Okay.
Done. Easy. Or you just become permanently resistant to fall damage. Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the extra force damage attack. I feel like it's so rare that rogues get rogues pretty much get extra damage features at 3rd level or 17th level, and very rarely in the middle. I might be lying when I say that, but that's the assumption that I'm making based on what I'm thinking. Okay. I'm not lying. I might be wrong is the word that I meant to use there.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Silk Strike. At 17th level, you can use your whip... Wait a second. my computer froze for a second. At 17th level, you can whip your threaded grapple at impressive speeds, lashing out at all creatures within range. As an action, you can attack either in a 30-foot long, 5-foot long line or a 15-foot radius around you. Each creature must. Don't use the word attack. Did I throw the word attack in there?
I don't.
I threw the word attack in there. You didn't. Ignore me.
Okay.
As an action, you can. Yeah, don't say attack. I would say, or say you can make a special attack. Don't use the word attack because it's gonna make you think of making attacks. As an action, you can make a special attack in either a 30-foot long, 5-foot wide line or a 15-foot radius circle or 15-foot radius around you. Each creature must make a dex save or take force damage equal to half your sneak attack dice, rounded down. For example, at 17th level, okay, that's fine. On a successful save, creatures take half as much damage. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. This is a once-a-day feature?
It's kind of underwhelming, I know.
Why not just make it the full sneak attack damage?
For everything in range? It seems like a lot.
It's once a day.
That's true. I did consider also if you fail, you become restrained, like in the what level? The other one, where you're suspended.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you save, then you're not restrained.
Yeah. So most of the time at 17th level, not most of the time, a lot of the time rogues get something that helps them do a lot more damage. So the most basic one I can think of is the Inquisitive Rogue, which just gets its sneak attack does 3d6 more damage. But you have lots of rogues that get another opportunity for sneak attack or something like that. Like maybe they can do 2 sneak attacks a turn. So that's happening every single turn for most of them. This is a once-a-day feature. This is level 17. You're fighting ancient dragons and gods. An area of effect sneak attack once a day is not overpowered.
Okay. All right. That's good to hear.
I would even maybe make it better.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I might make the reach. This is what I actually think. Whatever you extend the reach to at 13th level, that is what you base the length of the long version of. So, like, let's say you extend the reach to 40 feet, then make the long version of this 40 feet by 5 feet, and make the short version of it 20 foot. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So full sneak attack and then a bigger range. Okay.
Yeah. What saving throw is it? It's a dex save.
Dex save, yeah.
What are they making that saving throw against?
Oh right. See, this is why I submit things, because I just forget little things like that all the time.
Do you remember how I don't remember what, but do you remember how I said something should be tied to like a stat?
To a mental stat, yeah.
Whatever that mental stat is, that's what you make this saving throw.
Okay. Yeah. See, yeah, that was a super, like, little things just get lost.
Is there a skill or something? Is there something that's not related to lore-wise? Is there something else that this guy could get? Like lore-wise, is this character more of a wisdom character, an intelligence character, or a charisma character? My gut says wisdom, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I think you can definitely make an argument for either intelligence or wisdom, but my gut says wisdom too, yeah.
So this is what I would also add if I were you. Consider giving them proficiency in, like, religion at 3rd level, if they're all spiritual and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then base all of all the things where you need to use a mental set, base all of them on wisdom. Do a little bit like seed planting early. Be like, boop, you get this skill. Maybe this is a stat that matters, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. I don't really have any other thoughts. I think this is actually a really fantastic interpretation of a video game character that I'm assuming has a lot of complexity and depth to how they're mechanically working, and I don't know anything about their lore, and it seems fun. So I think there's still like a lot of stuff to work on. I don't even remember anything I said, but whatever I said, work on it. But I feel like this is very successful in accomplishing, at least in my opinion, an evocative vibe, assuming that it accomplishes the vibe of this thing that I don't know what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, no problem. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
I take commissions, but no, I mean that's fine.
Where do you promote yourself?
I
do you have a website or something?
I do have a website for my commission information. Yes.
What is it?
Do you want me to just post it in the chat?
It's not going to come up in the chat.
Oh, that's right.
Post it in the stream events, and I can post it.
Cool. All right.
And then I'm going to hang up on you.
No worries. Thanks.
Yep. See you, buddy. Click. All right, let's see what this is. If you guys are interested in checking out Arcade Avery's stuff, this is their art stuff. They do art commissions. Oh, I'm going to hire you to do a portrait. I forgot to do this. I asked a bunch of artists for their rates because I wanted to get a couple portraits done. And I ended up being tighter on money than I thought I was going to be. But I didn't forget about you. We're going to be doing that. But yeah, if you guys want some portraits done, check them out. I have a project that I want where I need like 10 different portraits of my flower face symbol because I want to start making more like musical interlude parts of stream, transitions, and also intro, outro stuff that incorporates the flower face. And I have this idea where I have like many different versions of it that I kind of flicker between and sort of shift between to sort of represent the like infinite dimensionalness. So it's going to require me to have like 10 different pictures of it. Anyway, this is Arcade Avery stuff. Go check it out. Glick. Yeah, hopefully it'll be cool. The thing is, I need to be realistic about my budget and respecting artists. So I don't want to I don't want to start buying stuff until I can afford it. And I don't want people to make things cheaper than they should be on my behalf because we are all struggling artists together. And I would be really annoyed if I was an artist. I don't know. Art is hard. Making money doing art is hard. So anyway, that's that. But cool subclass. Very nice. Pay your artists good money. Even if you're poor. If you're too poor to afford commissioned art, this is what I was going to say. If you can't afford a piece of commissioned art, then that means you have to wait to buy it. That's what that means. Which is a weird, simple sentence, but at the end of the day, it's very important because a lot of people feel like if they can't afford a piece of commissioned art, the artist should go lower in their pricing. But the truth of the matter is, if you can't afford a piece of commissioned art, you just have to wait to buy it. So I'm waiting to buy because I really liked pretty much everything everyone sent me. And some people had really cheap commissions. Some people had really expensive ones. And I want all of them. And I like the idea of having some that are like really professional and some of you guys that are a little bit more amateurish or just getting started with like the pencil sketches and stuff because I think it'll be fun. Okay. Oh, somebody said hold action. I think it was like a mad rogue. Nice. A lot of rogues already are. The swashbuckler is, the soul knife kind of is, the inquisitive kind of is. There's plenty of rogues that are a little mad. And by mad, I mean multiple attribute dependent. By the way, Cinder, I have a barbarian subclass idea, the Path of the Barbie. What do you think? Do you mean Barbie like barbecue? Or do you mean Barbie like the princess? Like the Princess Barbie? I really want a blood-themed sub. This is Aton. Wait, I forgot to... Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Guys, big round of applause for Arcade Avery. Big round of applause. Why do you want it to be a barbarian? That would be my first question. Aton. I really want a blood-themed subclass. The concept can go with a few subclasses, but I decided to go with a wizard for now. This is more in line with the non-PHP subclasses in complexity, but ideas on how to simplify it would be welcome. Let's take a look at the Blood Mage by Aton. As an artist, there is a triangle of commissioned art. Each point is quick, quality, and cheap. Yeah. You forgot to submit and now you're sad? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Ooh, nice art. Let's take a look. The old magics are named ancient even in the most time-worn tomes. Fearful detailed under the strictest runes of warding. That sentence is it's a little too biblical for me. But for brave or heartless, the intricate rituals still yield pain rites performed over. This is all too This should be this part. This should be the italics. We need same fucking feedback I gave Avery, I think. I gave it to someone else. If I can't visualize the thing, that's flavor text is failing. Okay. Ritual Savant. Beginning when you select this school at second level. Flavor text, look, about a third of flavor text, third or half of flavor text to vibe, 2/3 to half to actually making it possible for me to imagine what the fuck you're making. Ritual Savant. Beginning when you select this school at second level. The gold and time you have spent to copy a spell with the ritual tag in your spellbook is halved. Oh, that's an interesting way of doing that. Why are you doing vampire and lycanthrope? You know lycanthropes are werewolves. And these are demons. None of this is blood. You move away from blood immediately. Okay. Vampiric rites. Starting at second level, when you choose this school, you learn an arcane blood ritual, binding the life force of one creature to another. You can spend 1 minute to ritually collect the blood of a creature that died within 1 hour. A creature that has died within the past hour, period. And place that, or comma, and place it into an occult vessel, capturing its life force. That's a confusing sentence. You gotta fix that. When a creature within 30 feet of you spends hit die to regain hit points during a short rest, you can use your action to pour out the vessel, giving it the collected life force of the arcane words. What the fuck does that mean? Too much flavor text, my guy. The creature adds your intelligence modifier to each die they spend this way. You can only have one full vessel at a time. Huh. I feel like this is a way overcomplicated mechanic for what you're trying to make this do. Right? It's not that strong. Why do we have to do all this crazy stuff? Why not just say you can extract the blood of a creature that has died within the last hour and place it in a vial. During a short rest, if you or any of your allies expend a hit die, you can, destroy the vial, giving the creature bonus healing equal to your intelligence modifier per hit die the creature uses. Just do that. So much easier. You don't need all this complicated shit. I'm not sure why it has to have a range. And it's also, I'm going to be honest, this is not very strong for second level. This is not very strong. This is similar to this is very, very similar to a very basic bard feature. Just Song of Rest. When did they get Song of Rest? When your creature, this is just a second level bard feature that bards just get for free, which is that when you short rest with somebody and they expend hit die, they get more hit points back. So with that in mind, I actually might just make a whole new feature because that literally is just Song of Rest, but different. It's very similar. I don't think it's super evocative of vampires or blood magic. I'm not sure what you should put here, but I want to see what else the subclass gets first. But I would strongly encourage going in a different direction with this first feature. Dylan gifting 5 subs. Holy moly. Jeez Louise, buddy. Can't stop, won't stop. And I have an itchy nose. You get a nice nose pick out of that. Very kind, buddy. Welcome back, moron. Listen, I thought I was gonna end 2 hours ago. I went into this being like, I had fucking mouth surgery. I have to be fair to myself. I thought I was gonna end at 11. It's almost 1. Let's look at lycanthropic transformation. At 6th level, you have learned to meld 2 creatures into 1. Once per day, you can spend 10 minutes performing a blood rites. Tradosio with the 10! Jesus! Oh my goodness! Boys and girls, ladies, creatures, municipalities. You know what I'm realizing about this is so fucking obnoxious, but I hate about myself? I'm so used to being like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I need to think of a better thing to say than that isn't so like specifically gendered. And I don't know what it is. I usually go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments, and I can say that so quickly. I need to think of a better opening, I think. I don't know what it's going to be. But it's more than I need to think of a better opening. I need to think of how to break the habit of that opening. I don't know how to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, all in between. Yeah, but then I can't say and I want to say something and creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. That's how I want to end it. So it has to be something, folks. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. Friends. Oh my God, Violet, that's so good. Friends, foes, creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. Violet, that's really good. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to forget that, but I'm going to try to remember it because that's actually perfect. Okay. All creatures and all living beings are accurate, but they don't have bounce. There's no bounce. Yeah, Violet is once again proving herself to be a very good writer in a way that sometimes creates a bit of envy. Okay, let's see what this actually is. Okay, so once per day, you can spend 10 minutes performing blood rites on a willing or incapacitated creature. I hesitate to do things like this. Infusing and strengthening them with the blood of beasts. For the next hour, they gain the following benefits. You can replace the creature's strength, dex, or con score with your intelligence score. The creature's mouth grows into a muzzle. The creature can't speak or provide. The creature's movement speed increases by 10. Unarmed strike deals plus. What else does it do? Okay. So here's what I think. I think this can't be a negative and a positive. I think you need to just pick one. And I think you make it a positive. I think you completely drop the muzzle thing. I do not think you should be able to allow a creature to replace these things with your intelligence score. What I think you can do is you could say they could add your intelligence modifier to their strength and dexterity ability checks. I think you do something like that. Movement speed increase is fine. Getting an unarmed attack is fine. Gaining advantage on Constitution saving throws feels like the strongest option. How is this blood related? I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand what this subclass is supposed to feel like. Like what is the vibe that this is inspired by? I do not see the correlation between the 2nd level feature and the 6th level feature. It's too all over the place. Also, I'm going to be honest. This literally is not melding 2 creatures into 1. Also, it shouldn't be once per day. It's not that strong. Inspired by Blood Hunter? I have no idea what Blood Hunter is, so I apologize. Hey, Saucer Bomb, you're back. What's up, buddy? Plus intelligence modifier is more powerful. Yeah, but it also works better as a feature, especially if it's once per day. Oh, the Blood Hunter Matt Mercer class. Oh, no wonder. No wonder this feels all over the place. Yeah, but it doesn't, like, lycanthropic transformation is not blood. I don't know. I'm just not. I don't see the cohesion between the 2nd level feature and the 6th level feature from a flavor perspective or a mechanical perspective. That's the issue that I'm having here. There needs to be one of the two. It needs to feel flavorfully connected, or it needs to feel mechanically connected. Ideally, it should be both. And by mechanically connected, I don't even mean that one needs to build on the other, but you need to feel like, oh, those logically make sense together. And I'm not buying the logic. And then we're summoning demons at level 10. Yeah, this is just all over the place, man. At 10th level, you've learned the dark arts of summoning demons to your aid. You can perform a ritual. You can perform one of the rituals listed below, regaining the ability to do so when you finish a short rest. So once per short rest, you can do a ritual. I know what this is just too. This is probably just too much. The demon you summon remains for 1 hour, or until your concentration breaks. You can communicate telepathically with it, as long as it's on the same plane of existence of you. Takes the dodge act. Okay, so this is just you get a minion. Summoning circle. You spend 10 minutes drawing a summoning circle. Your blood command strength marked BC in the demon stat block equals half your proficiency rounded down. That is so... Don't do that. Don't give us like a new thing we need to keep track of in the middle here that's half your proficiency bonus rounded down. Don't do that. Demon birthing. You spend 1 hour delivering a demon forth from your own body. You must expend half your hit die rounded down to perform this taxing performance. Your blood command strength equals your proficiency bonus. I think you just give them. I think you just give them a bonus when you do this, or give them extra features. Don't do something where you have to give them half a feature and then a whole feature. It's just confusing. Because I don't want to have to think about BC. You get a little guy. He gets a bunch of hit points. What does he do? He does fire damage. He lights things up. I think this is... I'm going to be honest with you. I think you need to pick a lane here. This does not feel like blood... The irony here is this doesn't feel like blood magic at all. This feels like demon magic. It feels like Frankenstein. Like, we get a little bit of blood magic with vampiric rites. And then we get Dr. Frankenstein. And then we get demon occultist. So I think you need to decide which direction you want to go in a little bit more. Starting at 14th level, you can forge a connection with a creature, forcing upon it your enmity. Say forcing your enmity upon it next time. As an action, choose a creature. You have to write this a little more concisely. As an action, choose a creature that you can see within 5 feet of you. Period. Or be on the same plane of existence as you, or as if you know its true name, as you if you know it. What? True names don't have a mechanic in D&D, so I wouldn't do a true name mechanic here. Creature has to make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, it is hexed with a negative modifier to their armor class, and all saving throws equal to your intelligence modifier. I wouldn't do that either. Charisma lasts for 1 minute. Super big debuffs to AC and saving throws is not the way that D&D is designed. It doesn't work that way. A perfect example of that is how powerful the spell Bless is at 1st level versus how powerful the spell Bless is at 20th level. Chat, let me ask you a question. Which level do you think Bless is more powerful? 20th level or 1st level? Answer honestly. The spell doesn't scale, by the way. You're only ever adding a d4 to stuff. Somebody said 20, somebody had 1st, another person said 1st. Somebody else said 1st, somebody else said 1st. I'm going to throw something out there. I think it's the same. I don't think it's more powerful at 1st level or 20th level. I think it's the same, and I'll tell you why. If you're a level 1 character, you have a +5 to hit, and you are fighting a monster with an AC of 13, Bless is really good. If you're a level 20 character, and you have a +10 to hit, or a +11 to hit, and you're fighting a monster with an AC of 20, Bless is really good. It's the same thing. So you got to think about it in those terms. Significantly adding to your attack rolls or significantly diminishing a creature's armor class is very powerful. It's almost equally powerful however you do it, at whatever level. Because, yeah, the character's scale, the monster's scale, exactly. I think that this doesn't feel like a cohesive subclass right now. I feel like in the thing you said you weren't sure. Like I'm missing the vibe, man. Like the vibe is all over the place. And I think that part of it is like you're just doing too much. I feel like this summoning mechanic is overly complicated for what it does. It essentially summons a fairly straightforward little demon monster. If I was going to do this summoning mechanic, I would be like, you know, you could say it takes 10 minutes to summon it, or you can sacrifice some amount of hit points for it to summon instantly, and then just it gets a plus whatever to a bunch of stuff. Just write it like that. It's a lot easier. It shouldn't be out infinitely, because the way that it's worded, it sounds like it's out infinitely. Or it lasts an hour. All right. But yeah, I mean, my biggest feedback for you is like, I don't know what this is supposed to be from the flavor text. I don't know what it's supposed to be from the mechanics. It is 1 a.m. for me. Why? A Frankenstein subclass would be really cool. Wizard spells can carry the floor of summoning demons for you. I agree. I don't think we need a special demon summon here. Especially because the thing that it does is not particularly interesting. It's not like it's adding new flavor that you wouldn't... Like, regular demon stat blocks are bringing more to the table than this. In terms of vibe. Just curious. There are quite a few demon wizards. Demons wizard spells? Yeah, exactly. Any wizard can summon demons. Yeah, so, I mean, my main feedback for you, Aton, is that I think you really need to focus on what a blood mage is and focus it on that more specifically. Because the way that you have described the way that a blood mage works here, it seems like a blood mage is you are connected to stereotypically evil monsters. And that's a little too vague. And I think you could make it that's what a blood mage is. But the way to build that blood mage to feel like it's stereotypically made, connected to a bunch of monsters, is not to be like, you get one monster thing at this level, you get another monster thing at this level, you get another monster thing at this level. No, you have to be like, you get something to do with being good at monsters at 2nd level, something else at 6th level, something else at 10th level, but you shouldn't separate each level into a specific monster type. That feels weird. Why are you better at demon stuff at level 10 than level 2? Why are you better at why are you getting a vampire vibe at level 2, but a werewolf one at level 6? Not the move. So either break them up into different subclasses where it's like, here's your vampire one, here's your werewolf one, here's your demon one. Or do it sort of like the Monster Slayer in D&D, where it's like all of the features are good against monsters in general. This would be all the features are monstrous in general. Think a blood mage is able to pick up any of the spells any other wizard can. What makes them special from other wizards? Because any wizard can shapeshift allies or summon demons. That's true. That's a really good point. You feel like the Underworld movies made the same mistake as this subclass? I liked the first Underworld movie so much. The first Underworld movie, unironically, I think is a great movie. I haven't seen it in years, but I loved it. I loved it. I don't really have much more feedback. I think the main feedback is, you just gotta sort of, you gotta lean in a little bit more into a specific vibe. and make these feel more cohesive. If the vibe is supposed to be monstrous, then we should feel the vibe of monstrous more than a specific monster, a specific monster, a specific monster. And then I really actually think that I'm a Moron's advice is the most important here. Keep in mind, this wizard still has all the wizard spells. So we don't need too many things that just do what wizard spells do. That's not going to be super helpful. Okay. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Aton. Round of applause for Aton. Okay, guys. Friends. I think we're going to need to get ready to say goodnight. I'm feeling the universe melt around me. Mostly I'm feeling my gums hurt. But we will be back next week. On Sunday, I will be streaming, not on my channel, on D20 Deathmatch. It should be a lot of fun, but if you want to really realistically, just go to my Discord or check my YouTube community tab, and I will post what's going on next week. But you guys are absolutely great. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all the support. You guys are absolutely the best. And I want you to have a great night, and be good to each other. Why is my thing not loading? Okay, there we go. Be good to each other. And I love you, and good night.
You're gone now, will you coming back? Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. You're the traveling kind, it's a known fact. Yeah, I know that. Once you've seen all the things, all the places, I hope it means that you'll come home to me. Once you've traveled the world, all the spaces inside your heart, I hope I'll be your destination. I hope I'll be your life-changing sensation. I hope I'll be something that you won't let go. I'll be your high when you fall down low. I hope I'll be your destination.
What the fuck is going on with this thing? Work.
Far away,
Be good.
yet so close. Yeah, I feel that.
Be good.
Yeah, I feel that.
My computer's breaking.
You're up in space. You're inside the noise.
Why is everything crashing?
Once you've seen all the things,
I'm getting
all the
mad.
places, I hope it means that you'll come home.
I'm gonna stay here on The Voice until this thing fucking works.
Travel the world, all the spaces inside your heart.
Please work.
I hope I'll be your destination.
Ah! God damn it, I was so excited.
I hope I'll be your life-changing sensation. I hope I'll be
I don't fucking know.
that you won't let
Look at this wonderful look at this wonderful stream. Look at this wonderful closing screen. Wow, it's so good. It's so cool. Anyway, I love you guys. Have a good night.
You're gone now, but you're coming back. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that. You're the traveling kind. It's a known fact. Yeah, I know that. I hope I'll be your destination.
Oh man. Alright. 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 so annoyed. But I love all you guys. We're just gonna end the darkness together. But I'm staying till the end for you. I'll be here. I won't make you sit in the darkness alone. All right, you guys. Have a great night. Love you. Bye.